Yamanda Kenshi, a 35-year-old office worker, finally beats a game that consumed 3 years of his free time, but even in victory, he feels his journey is just beginning. The last game was too easy, so, craving a lasting challenge, he finds World of Sword and Sorcery, a fantasy adventure with no end and limitless, exciting quests to keep him engaged for years. The girl finds the idea quite appealing, prompting the boy to start customizing the game to match his own preferences. He chooses Hell Mode, where leveling up needs 100 times more experience than normal. In this unforgiving realm, no limits or barriers prevent him from pursuing boundless progress. With a satisfied nod at his choice, Monde taps the selected mode, and the game springs to life. Instantly, a vivid illustration of the main characters bursts across the screen, pulling him into their vibrant world. Inferno mode is hardcore for only the boldest gamers in unknown realms. Slogans like "Risk your very life" drive you to choose the toughest difficulty and carve your name into a new world as endless opportunities await. Bathed in the golden warmth of the sun, a scrawny boy leaned eagerly over a wooden barrel, gulping down water to quench his thirst. This was none other than the former Yamanda Kenshi. 5 years ago, this unlucky 35-year-old office worker was thrust into a game world. Now, only faint memories of his ordinary past remain, fading more each day. Born into a family of humble farm workers, the young boy could scarcely grasp the reality that he now inhabited a child's body. Yet, faced with no other choice, acceptance of this strange new existence became his only path forward. With no prospects for employment elsewhere, the village laborer resigns himself to never leaving his native home. All that remains is to adapt to this new reality. In his new body, the boy now bears the name Alan. His parents brim with pride, their hearts swelling at the integrity and nobility their son so effortlessly displays. Eager to be helpful, the boy pitches in with household chores, yet his mother gently encourages him to savor his childhood instead, to play, laugh, and revel in the carefree days meant for the young. Unwillingly reborn as this child, Yamanda is torn between shock and duty. He cannot reveal the truth. Sharing his secret would burden the family with something they could never believe, so he remains silent. Alan flips through his spellbook with unabated fascination, marveling at every page. From its ancient script, he conjures a dazzling array of fantastical insects, each more extraordinary than the last. Harnessing his powers as a summoner, he conjures magical cards that bring forth magnificent creatures at his command. Carefully, the boy crafts a card for Denka, a unique grasshopper-like insect he names Denka, assigning stats: Strength 3, Attack 2, Defense 5, Agility 5, Intelligence 1, Luck 2. Its key ability, dazzlingly high leaps. All Alan can do is receive blessings from summoned creatures. Yet deep within, he yearns to grow stronger, strong enough to face this world's monsters in battle on his own terms. The magical grimoire now boasts a collection of 20 cards. Each blessing woven into these cards amplifies Alan's abilities, elevating his strength to rival that of a grown man. The bell chimed promptly, its clear notes heralding the arrival of noon. Settling comfortably in the courtyard, the boy leaned his back against the sturdy trunk of a tree, perfectly at ease. Alan's mind raced with thoughts about his skills, certain that honing them further would grant him absolute control over the game. Yet despite his confidence, an invisible force seemed to keep him rooted in place, unable to move forward. A little girl suddenly appears, her face glowing with joy. She eagerly joins the game of Knight, so caught up in excitement that she accidentally steps on Danka without even noticing. Without hesitation, she lifts her foot, focused. Alan greets her with a nod, and the energetic girl invites him to play. As his sparring partner, she shares his ambitions and dreams of monster hunting adventures. The boys face each other, ready for the duel. The girl boldly declares herself the Knight of the Siren, throws down her gauntlet, and Alan instantly accepts as a fellow knight, honoring the challenge. Tension coils tightly in Yamanda at that moment. After 35 years, such words feel painfully awkward. Yet this encounter is no harmless diversion, and granting himself even a moment's respite is out of the question. In a sudden blur, Sirena lunges at the boy with astonishing speed, so swift that he barely manages to raise his sword in time to defend himself. The relentless assault from the girl shows no sign of slowing, forcing the boy to scramble just to defend himself. Every ounce of his strength goes into fending her off. Despite gaining remarkable strength and speed, Karina's body hadn't fully adjusted, but her eyes sparkled with joy as she delighted in her progress, confident she was surpassing all expectations. Suddenly, the girl unleashes a strike so fierce that Alan's wooden sword snaps in half with a sharp, splintering crack. In truth, this marked the 10th sword shattered in his hands. Endless purchases of new weapons had worn him down. Yet what choice remained? His opponent possessed a strength that defied reason. Clashes with Alan captivate her far more than any duel against her father ever could. The boy pleads with her, begging not to breathe a word of what happened to Uncle Helio. Surprise flickers across Karina's face as she watches the boy wrestle with his anxiety. Despite dedicating 5 years to rigorous training, he fades into anonymity beside her brilliance, hardly worthy of a second glance. With gentle reassurance, the father explained the ways of the world to him. The young woman truly was a master of the blade, her destiny entwined with serving noble lords. Alan remained astonished as he tried to process events. Later he remembered the girl's impressive performance. Though Sirena saw herself as an ordinary fencer, her skill rivaled that of a true swordmaster. With joyful innocence, the girl points out that Alan's talents also contain something truly remarkable. Laughter and effortless sincerity always shine from her, making every moment feel lighter. When she inquires if it's truly so, the boy's father nods in confirmation. Yes, it is the truth. Yet, neither he nor his son possesses the ability to read, and the priest had outright declared that Alan lacked any talent whatsoever. A wave of sorrow always overcame the boy when this topic came up, though he knew reality differed. Literacy was irrelevant. Marks on paper seemed as meaningless as random symbols. Asa. It feels as if the god of this world accidentally pressed the wrong keys. Because of this slip, Alan must keep his identity as a summoner under wraps, leaving everyone in the dark for quite some time. Alan's younger brother notices a shadow of sadness clouding his face. With quiet concern, he steps closer and gently asks what could have happened to trouble Alan so. Soon the boy's parents gently but firmly assure him that, talent or not, he is and always will be their cherished son, and their pride in him will never waver, no matter what happens. With a reassuring smile, Mother promises Anland that there's no need for worry. Time will grant him both strength and wisdom. With barely concealed anxiety, Alan gazes at his parents, their words throwing him off balance. Deep inside, he knows an impossible truth. He's actually older than both of them. In this world, his father is merely 25, and his mother only 23. Despite the crushing poverty that leaves their home without even a bathroom, Yamanda's heart swells with gratitude to fate for granting him life in this very family. With a solemn tone, Father announces that the moment to set out on their journey has arrived. Today, knights will appear to test and judge Siren's abilities. Despite his gorilla-like appearance, the girl's father is a caring dad. She leaps into his arms, laughing and declaring her dream to be a knight, while his proud, genuine laughter echoes hers. The city buzzes with excitement as crowds gather for their distinguished guests. For locals, this unique event offers a welcome escape, their eyes bright with curiosity as they watch the impressive skill trials unfold. As Sirena glides past the crowd, a sudden wave of whispers ripples through the air. Spectators marvel, their curiosity piqued. How could the daughter of a humble farmer ascend to such heights in the art of the sword? An unbridgeable chasm of caste divides the rural laborers from their fellow townsfolk, even though all belong to the common people. The mere mention of Alan's name rarely sparks joy among those present. In a world where abilities reign supreme, individuals without special talents command little respect. A sharp stomp echoes through the air, snapping the boy from his thoughts. A challenging voice rings out, demanding to know if he's only come to gaze longingly at things forever beyond his reach. As it turned out, the freckle-faced boy with sun-kissed hair, spotted earlier at the ceremony, possessed an impressive talent with an axe, wielding it with skill beyond his years. Sirena firmly defended Alan's remarkable strength, but the freckled boy stubbornly insisted Alan was just an ordinary farmhand, destined to stay that way and pass his simple trade to future generations. Anger flares in the girl at those words, but her father steps in, calming her and leading her away. Meanwhile, Aiden's father rushes over, worry on his face, anxiously checking if his son is okay. A carefree grin spreads across the boy's face as he assures everyone that he's perfectly fine. Those words didn't faze him in the slightest. Hearing this, X-Man turns with a spark of curiosity and asks Alan to repeat what he just said. The tense atmosphere suddenly dissolves as the elders announce the arrival of night. They urge everyone to disperse and clear the area for the incoming guests. The village gates swing open as a band of stern riders enters with regal composure. At the forefront ride two commanding leaders, while behind them, their loyal entourage trails closely, shadow-like and inseparable. The moment the children catch sight of the knight's commander, their faces light up with pure admiration. Joy sparkles in their eyes, and a surge of inspiration ignites within their hearts. Spotting Sirena, the commander spurred his horse, dismounted swiftly, and approached, eyes sharp with intrigue, asking if she was the renowned swordsmith. Sirena proudly introduced herself as the crowd buzzed with excitement. A sensational announcement stuns the crowd. Hiding or faking talent is now a capital crime. To prove the law's seriousness, a duel is declared. Alan and Karina's father is left frozen in shock and fear. As the young woman examines the knight's armor, her father anxiously insists she's passed the trials. The commander, losing patience, roars that if she refuses, both she and her father will be executed. Alan seethes with rage over the absurd situation, nearly exploding. As his father tries to intervene, the girl calmly raises her hand, assuring with quiet confidence that she has everything under control and will handle it flawlessly. With confidence, Sirena grabs the real sword, lifts it overhead, and declares her name. Opposite her, famed master lancer Raff Rant meets her challenge, raising his own blade, wordlessly vowing readiness. Sirena's father was overwhelmed by despair as guards blocked him with a wall of spears, denying him access to his daughter, while the captain watched the heartbreaking scene with cold indifference, making no move to help. The battle intensifies as the girl channels her focus into a relentless assault, pouring every ounce of strength into her strikes. Yet, with remarkable skill, her opponent effortlessly parries each blow, refusing to yield an inch. A hush fills the hall as all watch the duel, broken only by clashing steel. The crowd is awestruck by the young girl's skill as she wields the heavy sword with effortless grace and unwavering confidence, as if it's part of her. Alan observes his friend, amazed by her lifelong dedication to training since age 3, something he can't imagine for himself, even if he'd chosen a tough path. Suddenly, her opponent expertly parries her strike, surprising everyone. With flawless timing, Rant unleashes a thunderous strike that hurls his rival backward. She crashes through the wall of a city building before collapsing heavily to the ground. The father, nearly driven mad, freezes in terror and frantically calls his daughter's name, but she remains unresponsive. Wild with despair, he lunges toward her but is forcefully restrained, unable to reach her. Alan springs into action, ready to rush to Karina's side, but a powerful hand clamps down on him, hurling him to the ground with brutal force. Right now, standing up to the soldiers is simply beyond him. Uncertainty clouds the boy's mind as he debates his next move, but in a sudden burst of energy, the girl leaps to her feet. The room falls silent, every eye fixes on her, tense and anticipating her next move. Haze spins around Siren, her unusual movements catching Rafe's eye. He instantly pegs it as an extraordinary talent. Suddenly she dashes forward, leaps into a fast spiral through the air, and aims directly at her opponent. Her powerful strike nearly knocks him down, and she unleashes a rapid, escalating barrage of attacks. Overwhelmed, Rafe finds himself completely unable to withstand her relentless assault. Upon witnessing the scene, the commander swiftly commands an immediate ceasefire. Astonishment overtakes the girl. She had no idea the battle had already come to an end. Far from feeling upset, the young girl practically glows with delight. Beaming, Karina warmly thanks her opponent for the match, calling him an extraordinarily powerful grandfather. Desperate to hide his age, he staggers, then collapses in exhaustion. The crowd erupts as the girl is hailed for conquering the knight, her unmatched sword mastery now fully recognized by all in the arena. Setting all else aside, Karina's worried father rushes to her, focused only on her safety. Lifting her into his arms, he hears her ring with laughter as she giggles and says his embrace is tickling her. Alan fixes his gaze on the girl, quickly realizing that not a single scratch mars her skin. Such resilience. No wonder Kieran only ever left him with bruises after their encounters. At that moment, the commander of the knights declares solemnly that His Majesty will surely be both astonished and delighted by such news. A jubilant girl rushes to the man, eyes sparkling as she eagerly asks if she's now a knight. Smiling warmly, the commander says she must wait until her 12th birthday to apply to the Academy of Gifted Talents. A realization pierces Karina's father. Unless he intervenes himself, any remaining hold over his daughter will slip away forever. Until now, Alan hadn't even been aware that such an academy existed. A freckle-faced boy eagerly tells the commander he wants to join the academy and boasts of his axe skills. The commander agrees, promises a mentor for his exam, and urges all the hopefuls to train with full dedication. In that moment, Alan wonders how many stars each person has. Even the captain has fewer insignias than Siren, whose dazzling array of stars marks her as the strongest, each one reflecting her exceptional abilities. Alan was sure no one had faced such hellish obstacles here. Every effort drained him 100-fold. Though growth seemed limitless, he was haunted by the truth that no matter how hard he tried, 0 stubbornly stayed 0. If these stars were so powerful, how far had the boy drifted from his goal? Alan checked his stats and was shocked to find that after 5 years, he was still at level 1. His real journey was only just starting. To honor the swordsman's dazzling feat, the village became Siren. Autumn's amber leaves marked Alan's 6th birthday, yet his skills stubbornly stayed at the 1st level despite the passing years. 3 relentless years of training and 200,000 repetitions had honed his throwing skills to the 3rd level. Yet the road to true, hellish mastery stretched before him, demanding at least 5 more years of tireless devotion. Calling an end to his training for the day, the boy settles down for dinner with his mother. Curiously, his father is running late, an unusual occurrence, given that punctuality is practically his trademark. In the cold of winter and late autumn, he resolutely leads hunting parties. As prospects dwindle, guards scramble to earn a living, while Alan, craving adventure, eagerly hopes to join his father on these expeditions. Suddenly, a commotion erupts. The boy peers out and is startled to see a crowd flooding the street, many bandaged and bruised, some limp on stretchers, carried by strained hands through the chaos. During the hunt, Alan's father suffered a grave injury, so severe that he couldn't even rise to his feet. Alarmed, The boy and his mother rush to his side, only to find him unresponsive. He lay unconscious, oblivious to their desperate cries. Gentle voices try to comfort Teresha, Alan's mother, saying her husband's wound is healed. But despite their assurances, she can't hold back tears, overwhelmed by emotion and unable to stop them from streaming down her cheeks. Worry filled her heart as their coin purse was empty, but fortune favored them in the forest when they found a murray flower, a rare treasure the knights rewarded generously with gleaming coins. Alan's father once bested a fearsome brown giant towering over 3 meters tall. Year after year, he clashed with dozens of such monstrous foes. Now curiosity gnaws at the boy. What could have happened to such a man? His uncle said the elder allowed free men to join the hunt this year, boosting confidence. But when panic hit at the crucial moment, Alan's father sprang into action, bravely protecting everyone amid the chaos. Teresha remains by her husband's side through the long, anxious night. When dawn finally breaks, he stirs and regains consciousness, flooding the room with overwhelming relief. Though a fever still lingers, it is clear to everyone he will live. Alan's mother and brother rush forward, enveloping the man in a heartfelt embrace. Tears spring to their eyes, tears of overwhelming joy, excitement, and profound relief. Observing the scene unfold, Alan feels a curious detachment setting in. Though the eldest among them, an invisible barrier seems to stand between him and his family, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Uncle Jell approaches Alan's parents with a reassuring smile, promising to shoulder all responsibilities, including caring for the child yet to be born. Alan's parents urged him to steer clear of the word never when speaking about this situation. Seizing the moment, the boy stepped into the conversation and declared with unwavering confidence that he would handle everything himself. With new confidence, the young man declares his family will never face harm again. His parents, surprised, silently beam with pride as Alan decides it's time to say a final goodbye to his childhood. The next morning, Alan, driven by determination, did all his parents' chores. Though small, he filled both buckets at the well, balanced them on his shoulders, and walked home brimming with new confidence. At a certain moment, their paths cross. Initially, the man dismisses the boy's words as idle talk, but when evidence mounts that the boy never breaks a promise, genuine astonishment flashes across his face. Alan also joins the harvest, working hard under the blazing sun. Hired hands give 60% of their crops to landowners, so Alan strives to collect every possible grain to support his family through the harsh winter ahead. In just 2 days, he managed to dig up nearly 10 buckets of potatoes. The boys calculated that this haul would more than suffice. Now, their only concern was securing enough meat. In addition, he mowed the grass across a sizable patch of land. By the time the job was done, he had gained enough experience to unlock a new skill: card enhancement. With this ability, improving his creatures would now be effortless. With a swift motion, the boy enhances the frog's abilities. Its endurance and agility surge up by 20 points each. Fortune smiled on the boy. This day proved exceptionally lucky. Alan managed to expand his collection with several new specimens: a G-class insect, an F-class bird, a G-class amphibian, an F-class animal, and an F-class plant. The amphibian card features a frog named Bionta with grim stats: strength -7, attack -6, endurance 30, agility 30, intelligence -7, luck -8, blessing -2, speed -2. Her signature skill is provocation. Alan opens the book and carefully reads, knowing his skills are needed. As he gets absorbed, a cheerful little frog suddenly appears beside him, spraying water droplets into the air. Through a clever ruse, he'll effortlessly capture as many as 50 birds, the precise number Alan needs to endure the long winter without a single worry. The boy follows every instruction and waits, but the frog's magic fails for unknown reasons. No bird responds, leaving only silence. Perhaps someone's hearing isn't sharp enough to catch the faintest wings or songs. Despair claws at Alan as everything unravels, but suddenly a gigantic bird bursts into the room, shattering the tension. Astonished, the boy stared at her, realizing with a sudden burst, Al-Basharan. His father named him to soar through the sky like a bird. And Al-Basharan was the legendary D-rank bird itself. Concealed behind the thicket, Alan spies on Albcaran as the bird greedily snatches up his precious frogs. So engrossed is the feathered hunter in its catch that it remains blissfully unaware of the boy's watchful eyes. Awe fills Alan as he sees the colossal bird, at least 2 meters tall, a true giant. He never imagined such a sight, yet fate has granted him a once-in-a-lifetime chance, his first hunt for a demonic beast. The boy grabs a stone, throws it with all his strength, and watches it arc gracefully before hitting the target perfectly. Pride swells in him. His flawless aim fills his heart with well-earned satisfaction. Seizing the perfect moment, Alan lunges at his prey. Yet lacking the necessary strength, his initial blow fails to bring down Al-Baharan. The boy swiftly signals his hounds. After years of collecting impressive cards, he unleashes their power, and the entire pack charges forward to attack the chosen target. With unwavering confidence, the dogs respond instantly to each of the boy's commands, obeying without a hint of hesitation. Upon finally reaching Al-Baharan, the pack finds themselves utterly outmatched by this formidable bird. Every dog that dares attack is met with a fierce, unyielding defense. A realization strikes Alan. 15 fragments won't suffice. Yet, as the D-ranked ruler, Al-Baharan's formidable presence looms. Has the boy truly been left this vulnerable? In a sudden flash of realization, the bird grasps the harsh truth. Survival demands the downfall of the flock's leader. With a fierce burst of speed, it hurtles straight toward Alan and, closing the gap in a heartbeat, snatches him in its talons. The boy senses a vice-like grip tightening around him, darkness creeping into the corners of his vision. A chilling realization strikes. Unless he breaks free now, this could very well be the end. Al-Baharan hurls the child down, but the boy blocks the beast's paw with his sword. Fierce dogs attack the bird, but it ignores them. Alan's strength fades fast, and the boy frantically searches for a solution before it's too late. The child summons Chu, an F-rank bloated leech, which swiftly attacks the bird and drains its blood. Al-Basharan's grip weakens involuntarily, while Alan narrows his eyes, ready to seize any opportunity. The boy's intuition proved spot on. When it came to this predicament, the bloodsucker turned out to be the most formidable force of all. 10 dogs and 3 beetles were sacrificed, weakening Al-Baharan, despite the loss of bonus abilities. Crucially, exhaustion overcame his foe, opening a window for Alan to strike and claim victory. The blow lands with deadly precision. Bashran is utterly annihilated. As a reward, the boy earns 100 experience points. Excitement floods Alan as he wins his first trophy, his heart racing with joy. He leaps up, and his loyal dogs gleefully mimic him, tails wagging wildly, the thrill surpassing anything he ever imagined. When the young man returns from the hunt, his family greets him. Siren's eyes shine with delight at Alan's bounty, while his parents are amazed, never having expected their son to become such a skilled provider. Against the backdrop of the colossal bird, Alan appears almost insignificant, yet he manages to bring down the mighty creature. Hanging its massive carcass, he meticulously washes the blood from his skin, every movement deliberate and precise. Guild arrives, saying he's conveyed Alan's message to the village elder. If the boy keeps fighting Al-Baharan, he'll earn wings, bile, and other rare components for purifying magic stones. The child gratefully thanks his uncle. Alan now realized that even demons could be provoked. With this knowledge, he could risk attacking the Bosharan once every 3 days. However, should 2 of the birds appear, a dire struggle would await him. Before long, Alan amasses 1,000 points, propelling his level to the 2nd tier. With this achievement, his stats surged dramatically, imbuing him with newfound strength and unwavering confidence. Finally, after 6 years of relentless, grueling training and anticipation, the boy achieved his first level, a victory he'd long awaited and couldn't imagine ending any other way. Alan's strength and magic had multiplied several times over compared to the first level. Although he'd expected an increase, the sheer magnitude of this leap left him utterly astonished. A month has passed since his father's recovery, and now Alan senses the perfect moment to make his move. With purposeful strides, the young man makes his way home. No sooner has he crossed the threshold than he turns to his parents, his voice earnest as he asks for a moment to discuss something important. The parents regard the matter with a hint of caution, but in the end, they relent. Alan approaches them, settling in beside his family. At last, he summons the courage to reveal the secret he had kept hidden for so long. At just a year old, Alina warned him of daunting trials few could survive. Maybe that's why he understood so deeply. As her words echoed, one question filled his mind. Would panic overtake them? That's exactly what he plans to find out. At first, his parents absorb his words in stunned silence. Then his father gently strokes Alan's hair, smiling tenderly and admitting Alan had always stood out in many ways, not just his hair color. An extraordinary child, he defies all expectations. Though his father once questioned the results of the ceremony, unwavering trust in his son swiftly won out over any lingering doubts. Alan insists he never meant to keep secrets. His father already knows. Perhaps Alan finally confessed, or a secret deal ended. At first, confusion clouds Alan's mind as he wonders how his father discovered the truth. With curiosity gleaming in his eyes, he turns to his father and poses a question. His suspicions had crystallized the moment he noticed Alan's scar had vanished. After all, every injury is completely healed whenever one's level rises. A father, with quiet strength, warns his son that his path will be challenging, but reassures Alan that family will always support him through hardships, ensuring he never loses hope. Genuine joy lights up the young man's face, knowing his parents truly understand him and are always there to offer unwavering support. Their presence fills his heart with warmth and brings a heartfelt smile to his lips. The father wonders if Hilda knows about the incident. Alan, puzzled, listens as his father, eyes twinkling, jokes it's his turn to brag about his daughter, then lets out a hearty laugh. December arrives, cloaked in chill and winter's promise. As the family prepares for the long frost, Alan heads out to hunt with Geld, his father's trusted friend, confident Geld will watch over him. Gradually, a sense of calm settled over father. Alan, unfazed by the prospect of hunting Baharans, viewed trading their meat for firewood and salt as nothing out of the ordinary, just another thread woven into the fabric of daily life. With a hint of urgency, the young man prepares to approach his uncle with a pressing question, pleading with him to keep it secret from his parents. He promises, without fail, that he will come. Curiosity flickers in Alan's eyes as he wonders aloud how a humble farmhand might win his freedom and rise to become a free peasant. The question catches the man off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned and grasping for a response. Suddenly, he announces that a payment of 10 coins is required. Only then, the master will supposedly grant him his freedom. At least that's what people are saying. Counting the baby, Alan realizes their family now numbers 5. That means they'll have to collect a hefty 50 coins. Still, he finds these terms quite agreeable. Before departing his hometown, he resolves to earn as much as he can, determined to do everything within his power to grant his family the freedom they so dearly deserve. The season's first snow blankets the city, rooftops shimmering white. Alan hurries through the streets, a heavy firewood bundle on his shoulders, as astonished residents pause to watch him with wide-eyed curiosity. After spending several days at the bustling market, the boy realized a hard truth. To gather 50 coins, he would need to fell no fewer than 500 albajurus. Yet capturing these colossal birds is no easy feat. It demands years of patience and perseverance. Alan stands poised to purchase a weapon. An iron whip would suffice to deal with a pair of alcorans, yet he must ensure enough coins remain to cover food and other pressing necessities. At that moment, a freckle-faced boy appears. Strolling up to Alan, he curiously asks what business Alan has lingering outside his father's shop. Alan greets his arrival with thinly veiled annoyance. The boy has long since worn out his welcome. At least now, though, he has learned that the newcomer is the blacksmith's son. During the exchange, the freckled youth watches silently as his impatient companion challenges him to a fight. With a mischievous glint, he offers, if Alan withstands a few blows, he'll win his freedom. Alan never expected more from him. Meaningless duels and pointless games were beneath his contempt. When he drops the firewood, his companion assumes he's already given up. Alan swiftly draws his sword, declaring he'll strike down anyone in his way. Staring at Dargo, the axe-wielder, he taunts him to attack, if his trembling hands have recovered from fear. Freckles burning with anger, the boy expected Alan to back down, but was shocked when Dargo, a warrior with a massive axe, surged forward and struck a crushing blow. Alan parries every blow with ease. The boy can't rival Siren's skill or her trio of stars. Regretful, he knows he shouldn't have interfered, yet Dargo, defiant in defeat, vows, "Next time I won't lose to you, Alan." He swiftly grabs his opponent's sword, gathers firewood, and leaves to handle his affairs. The boy promises to buy something next time. Left alone, Dargo quietly sinks into contemplation, lost in thought. 9 months slip by, and Alan welcomes a new baby sister into the world. They name her Mayura. The moment anyone lays eyes on this little girl, her enchanting presence captures hearts and inspires instant admiration. Days slipped by as Alan threw himself into relentless training sessions with Drago. While the other children surrendered their evenings to joyful games and laughter, the air buzzed with energy and excitement, alive with the spirit of adventure. With encouraging words, the young man coaches Drogo, urging him to summon his resolve. Determined to meet those expectations, Drogo gives his absolute best, pouring genuine effort into every move. Alan's younger brother is as determined as him, training hard with Karina. Misu admires and is inspired by his dedication, as every action shows his deep wish to follow in his brother's footsteps. For some time now, Alan has been guiding both Dargo and Mesh, who has just turned 3. Bright-eyed with anticipation, the little boy counts the days until Dargo's test, which lies 2 years ahead. Alan's father finally returns home with Gelt, sharing that the village elder has raised their quota. They now must hunt 15 boars instead of 10, so the pair must track down 5 more than before, making the hunt harder. This year, more free men will join the hunt, unsettling the mother to tears and despair. Though the men plead with the elder, the master's decision is final, leaving them powerless to change their fate. Geld announced tariffs could reach 20 next year, an irreversible decision. The news left Mother pale and dismayed, while Alan stayed silent, deep in thought, as he considered every factor. The boy can't grasp all the details, but one thing is clear: the Lord is determined to wipe out even more monsters. A real disaster looms. There's simply no way for them to defy his will. Suddenly, Alan announces that the mistress of the house has shared her wisdom with him. Filled with newfound confidence, he urges everyone to trust his lead, promising he will surely discover a way out of their predicament. October claims its due. Rhoda, Alan's father, makes his return to the family company. Genuine delight fills the office as his colleagues greet him with open arms, their relief unmistakable. At last, their friend has fully recovered. With his strength fully restored, Roden could once more issue commands confidently, taking full responsibility for every decision he made. Alan joins his father before battle, urging him to stay safe. Roden insists Alan only watch. Alan fondly recalls past adventures, but their moment is interrupted when a mysterious figure suddenly appears overhead. Drago strides into the room, his presence commanding attention. Turning to Rodin, he speaks with calm determination. Should anything happen to him, Rodin mustn't endanger himself by attempting a rescue. With an easygoing smile, the man interrupts him, brushing aside any worries. He urges the boy not to fret or trouble himself over the matter. Instead, Roden advises him to focus solely on what truly matters. Following a brief council, the commander issues the order to advance. In unison, the company erupts in a spirited cheer, showcasing their fighting spirit and unwavering readiness for the impending clash. The list of duties had grown, signaling a need for extra hands. Every move the newcomers made would be scrutinized with unwavering attention. The boys couldn't help but feel a wave of tension wash over them under such close observation. For 7 years, Alan lived among a family of hard-working villagers. Throughout this time, the boundaries of his rural home remained unbroken. Never once did he venture beyond the familiar edges of his village. Now, confronted by an endless expanse of uncertainty, the boy faces a path stretching far into the distance, vanishing beyond the horizon. On either side of the road, tree stumps stand as mournful relics of a forest that once rustled with life. The young man discovers that knights once journeyed down this very road. Wonder fills his eyes as he takes in the unfamiliar world around him, marveling at every sight with heartfelt awe. Father reported the knights were moving, but toward a different goal. United, the soldiers marched to the famous boar-filled hunting grounds, each taking position, ready for the thrill and danger of the imminent hunt. Before the warriors, mighty Hakuyama rises, its autumn slopes glowing gold. As danger nears, wild boars flee, for a legendary white dragon dwells at the summit. Alan is sure. One day, this beast will be his greatest trophy. Anxious anticipation hung in the air as everyone awaited the scouts' return, the camp enveloped in silence and calm. Suddenly, Rodan burst into view, racing toward the group and shouting at the top of his lungs that the target was fast approaching. From the dense thicket, a massive, fearsome boar bursts forth with ferocious speed, hot on a man's heels. Its guttural snarls mingle with even more chilling, menacing noises that echo through the air. The warriors quickly grasp the daunting reality. The beast towers over them, its sheer size matched only by its formidable strength. Overcoming such a monstrous foe will demand every ounce of their strength and unwavering endurance. A command to advance against the beast rings out. Weapons at the ready, the soldiers surge forward, determination blazing in their eyes. The monstrous boar crushes their spears between its enormous jaws, shattering the weapons as if they were mere twigs. Against a beast of this magnitude, their arms seem utterly powerless. Some time passed before, through coordinated effort, the people finally subdued the beast. A commanding voice echoed, urging everyone to remain vigilant and keep the creature firmly under control. The soldiers execute a tried-and-true strategy. First, they lure the enemy in, then pin them down, and finally strike with precision at their most vulnerable points. The blueprint for this strategy sprang from Alan's father, who not only conceived it, but also brought it to life. For a decade now, people have reaped its benefits with remarkable success, even those lacking any extraordinary talents. Alan, his father, steps forward with the newcomers as the group strategizes. Last year, ordinary freedmen joined the hunt for the first time by order of the elder, but their inexperience caused significant problems. As a result, Roden suffered grievous wounds. Sending them to the front lines proved to be a grave mistake. It would have been wiser to lie low and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Summoning his unique power, Alan calls forth Dinka. The nimble steed charges headlong into the fray, lending Roden the perfect opening to unleash a devastating blow upon their foe. Everyone feels their strength growing. This is the god's trial devised by Alan, who believed each would gain valuable experience and, by following this path, soon rise to the front lines for the decisive battles ahead. No sooner had they survived their first true battle than a fresh challenge loomed before them. 15 wild boars charging in, forcing them to act swiftly and decisively. The soldiers defeated the boar. Alan earns 400 experience as a hunter, reaching 2,000 out of 2,000 and level 3. His strength plus 17, mana plus 28, attack plus 8, endurance plus 18, agility plus 18, and intelligence plus 28. The young man had already reached the 3rd level. Now, to collect 50 coins and move forward, the hunt for boars and albaherons awaited him. Yet, should Alan rise even higher, his entire life might transform beyond recognition. After 5 months, June brings Alan greater summoning power, letting him access his inventory. He trains daily for a year and 9 months before finally finding the courage to check his status. For now, Alan's control extends only to E-rank beasts. The next puzzle to solve is how to make the most of this mysterious inventory. Today was pivotal for the young man as he leveled up and gained 2 upgrades. His inventory skill now lets him store unlimited items, as long as each fits within 30 square centimeters. To enhance the power of E-rank creatures, Alan needed magic stones hidden deep within the bodies of monsters. Most likely, those horned rabbits he had spotted earlier belonged precisely to the E-rank category. Alan had tracked these creatures before, even without a single stone. Yet it was easy, since E-rank stones were worthless and abundant, scattered throughout the forest, ready to be gathered by the handful. Undoubtedly, root gathering is a tedious and exhausting task, but Alan counts himself fortunate. He's equipped with every tool he could possibly need. After 3 more months, Alan gains the ability to summon an E-rank creature. Amazed to learn what is truly expected of a summoner, he now sees all the advantages and opportunities this art offers. Each summoned creature offers unique strengths. Insects poison foes, beasts strike hard, birds scout and gather intel, plants heal allies, and stones stand firm as guardians. This is the true power of a summoner. In a flash, Alan saw a future where he led a vast army of unstoppable beings, each able to crush fortresses, but uncertainty remained. Was this his destiny or just a fleeting illusion? As autumn falls and hunting season starts, the Lord orders 20 wild boars to be captured. Alan stands by a man who, with a stern glare, warns him clearly. He must not utter a single word. This year, Baron Granville is visiting the village for the first time, clearly drawn by the wild boar hunt. His sizable entourage has accompanied him, heightening the excitement sweeping through the settlement. Granville thanks them for the meeting, but they insist they're grateful for his visit. With a polite nod, the Baron apologizes for the new regulations, explaining they're mandated by the king and beyond his authority to change. Shock ripples through the crowd, leaving them breathless. Each revelation convinces Alan the night is extraordinary. Granville soon learns Alan is a hunter's son, who often accompanies his father on the hunt. Beside the man stands Cecile, a young woman whose disapproval of the servant's son is evident and openly voiced. Her father, Granville, sternly rebukes her, reminding her that these people are his subjects and deserve respect. Cecilia wastes no time in begging her father for forgiveness, tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, she whirls around to face Alan, her gaze turning sharp and icy, a look that promises nothing pleasant. The Lord asked Rodon's son for guidance, while his warriors vowed loyalty. The young man said only united could Kirin's people capture the 20 boars required. Alan conveyed his father's words with quiet resolve. News of this revelation leaves Granville astonished. At that very instant, the camp comes alive with the return of the soldiers from their hunt. Across their shoulders, they haul the spoils, an enormous, awe-inspiring wild boar. Astonishment spread through the crowd. Whispers of disbelief fluttered from person to person. The feat seemed almost legendary, hunting down 3 wild boars in a single outing and, what's more, while burdened with heavy armor. Alan shares that the armor is crafted from boar hides, a generous gift from the Lord last year. This year, their achievements go even further, with more than 20 hunters now trained under their guidance. Stroking his chin, Granville remarked on the feat, questioning if the warriors had really brought down 3 boars in a day, leaving 17. But the young man insisted only 10 remained between them and their goal. The Lord can't intervene again, especially since their efforts began just half a month ago. But Alan is confident. With more hunters now, they'll fell even more boars and complete the task this year without outside help. The Lord exudes confidence, insisting there's no cause for alarm. Meanwhile, Alan steps forward to request that they be allowed to keep the boar pelts for future hunts, acting on his father's wishes. Granville agrees without hesitation. A question arises. Can Alan be trusted? The Lord dismisses testing him. Surely a humble farmer's son wouldn't deceive. Alan's eyes shine with honest delight at this silent trust. The gentleman understands him without words. The story takes place in the elder's home, where Alan, Geld, Roden, and Neil face the village leader. The elder notes the edict for settlement has lasted 15 years, and that while others failed, Sirena never gave in to misfortune. The elder gratefully addressed hunters Roden and Geld, who had spent over a decade selflessly defending the village, and, moved by their dedication, decided to give them a special reward in recognition of their service. From this moment on, they and their families are granted the status of free commoners. It is recommended that they continue to faithfully fulfill their duties. The elder receives heartfelt thanks for the reward bestowed. Alan felt a rush of true delight, though his face stayed stoic. Since learning his family ordered the wild boar hunt, the tantalizing thought of a reward had never left his mind. After years of earning just 5 gold coins, a discouraging sum, Alan finally felt free. He could leave the village to hunt wherever he wished, and his first target, as planned, was none other than a white dragon. The elder announces that all workers who've toiled for a decade will finally receive their earned rewards, and each must now decide whether to pay taxes as free citizens or remain as serfs. The choice is entirely theirs. Turning to Alan, the man inquires about their decision to target the monsters from Wound S, genuine curiosity flickering in his eyes. Yet Alan merely shrugs, admitting that his father never revealed the true reason behind their choice. Alan glances over at Rodea, but for some reason Rodea averts his gaze. Sensing the pause, Harold steps forward, seizing the moment and volunteering to explain everything himself. 13 years ago, their journey to tame this land began, yet by autumn, swarms of wild boars descended upon them, forcing the settlers to fight desperately for survival. With their food supplies completely wiped out, a pressing question hung in the air. What should they do next? Suddenly, Roden urged them to charge the monstrous boar that caused their misery. They finally killed it, but many warriors died on the blood-stained field. Repeatedly, Zeld told Roden not to blame himself for the losses. After listening to the story, the elder reassured him, insisting it was nothing more than a coincidence. These comforting words touched the man deeply, and filled with genuine trust, he placed his faith in Rodan's explanation. As lord of these lands, it was his duty to thank loyal subjects. Last year, Rodan showed great courage, a deed not forgotten. Now, the Lord stood ready to reward him generously and grant his every wish. The unexpected turn of events left Alan's father at a complete loss, uncertain where to begin or what requests to make. Meanwhile, Alan secretly hopes his dad will order a beer for himself. After some thought, Roden asks the master to let Alan work in their household, noting the boy is much sharper than he was, and expressing confidence that Alan's presence will be truly valuable. The news struck Alan like a bolt from the blue, precisely the last thing he wanted to hear. Onyx had mapped out an ambitious path for personal growth, but serving in the master's household had never figured into those lofty plans. The young man's attempts to dissuade his father proved futile. Unmoved by his son's pleas, the father simply asserts that if the Lord so wishes, even Alan could be called upon to serve as a messenger. The Lord casts a meaningful glance at his advisors, silently signaling his expectation for their input. In response, they assure him of their support, admitting they have no objections since Alan's remarkable intellect is beyond question. At that moment, the young man pauses, mind racing for a way to refuse. His dream is to hunt monsters, but a job at the Lord's manor threatens that goal. Desperate, Alan searches for a way out of this predicament. Get yourself out of this whole mess. The Lord has made it clear he wants nothing more to do with Alan as his messenger. With that declaration, Roden's son is henceforth named an official servant of the Granville estate. Astonishment stretched Galata, Alan, and his father's eyes so wide it seemed they might leap right from their faces. Yet each harbored a different, uniquely personal shock behind that stupefied gaze. While a boy may scarcely notice the distinction between an errand boy and a servant, his father perceives it quite differently. To the father, such a difference is a genuine source of delight. A gentle touch from his father jolts Alan from his thoughts. Turning, he sees joyful tears on his dad's cheeks, his father so overwhelmed with happiness that words can't express the depth of his emotion. Alan bows deeply to the master, declaring that serving the Granville family would be his greatest honor, but beneath his calm, he feels a wave of despair as he realizes escape is no longer possible. Thus, Alan takes on the role of the Lord's servant. Before long, this new duty will compel him to bid farewell to his beloved village. Stunned by the news, Karina stands frozen, unable to comprehend that in just a few days their relationship will come to an end. Her mind simply refuses to accept it. The boy urges the girl to take care of herself. She stands there, utterly drained and hollow. Hoping to lift her spirits, he suggests they play night games one last time. Joy instantly blossoms across the girl's face. This invitation sparks a brilliant flare of happiness within her heart. The children are watched by relatives. Alan's mother lovingly cradles the newborn and warns her son not to get dirty, while everyone is sure this scuffle will ultimately benefit the kids. The children swiftly take their positions. Sirena, sword poised, radiates combat readiness. Alan mirrors her with impressive precision. From this moment, the duel shifts, gaining an intensity unlike any before. Once, the girl's skills far outshone Alan's, but the tables had turned. Now, 8 stars decorated his record, while Sirena lagged behind with just 3. The girl launches the first assault, bursting forward with fierce determination as she ignites the attack. Yet Alan responds in a flash. Turning the tables in an instant, he now presses his companion hard, driving her steadily backward. Brimming with confidence, the young man feels certain that today victory is his for the taking. And sure enough, events unfold exactly as he anticipated. For the first time ever, he emerges triumphant. The unexpected turn of events leaves Kiorina both startled and a little disappointed, yet Alan firmly declares the match a draw. With a glint of challenge in his eyes, the boy urges his friend to keep fighting, convinced their clash is far from over. Bursting into the conversation, Sirena greets them and boldly declares that next time, victory will be hers. Gone was the fierce agility the girl had shown during her duel with the knight's vice-commander. Soon, Sirena would cross the threshold of the academy, her footsteps destined to lead her into the service of the royal family. Alan realizes he may never see his friend again, as nearly all enchanted stones were used in battle. Yet true joy fills him as he sees Sirena's smile emerge in the end. Pulled close by his mother, Alan feels her protective embrace as he struggles to hold back tears, his role as elder brother requiring strength, yet emotion still overwhelms him, despite his determination to stay strong. Drawing closer to Masha, his voice carried a newfound gravity as he declared his resolve to grow stronger and protect Mayura. Fighting back tears, the boy solemnly pledged to his brother that he would fulfill this promise, no matter what. Drago approaches Alan, extending a knife toward him as a gift. He had chosen this particular weapon with care, selecting it from his own family shop. Over time, the young man reevaluated his feelings toward his friend and now truly believes him to be an honorable person. Alan senses that the moment he sets foot in the carriage, his entire world will be turned upside down. Rodin draws near, kneeling beside his son to meet him at eye level. The man assures his son that he is not destined to spend his entire life as a mere servant. With conviction, he urges the boy to seize every opportunity that comes his way and to boldly embrace each chance the future offers. Alan boards the carriage as the doors close, embarking on a long, uncertain journey. Friends and family send hopeful, encouraging farewells. Determined, he sets out, resolved to give his quest everything he's got. Thus, Alan parted ways with Sirena and stepped into a new chapter of his life beneath Baron Granville's roof. What adventures await him on this uncharted path? Only time will tell. In bustling Granville, sunlight sparkles on Baron Granville's estate as Alan and the Baron's daughter enjoy a playful afternoon. Perched on his shoulders, she eagerly stretches for a ripe apple just out of reach. Unable to reach him, the girl commands him to straighten up. Viewing the boy as her personal servant, she issues her demands with a certain authoritative tone, fully expecting instant obedience. At that moment, a flicker of doubt crosses the boy's mind. Should he shrug her off? Temptation lingers, but in the end, he chooses not to surrender to such impulses. Alan left Sirena to live in Baron's home and serve Cecile. Years passed until Cecile picked an apple from the tree, but her first bite was disappointingly sharp and almost unbearably sour. Suddenly, Cecile insists on papaya to cleanse her palate, demanding Alain hurry to the market for it. Obediently, he rushes off to fulfill her sudden craving without complaint. Each day blurs into the next as Alan bends over backward to satisfy the whims of an 8-year-old girl. Dreams of returning to the hunt have faded into distant memories. Suddenly, the children's eyes are drawn upward by a colossal airship looming in the sky. So enormous, it rivals an entire city in size. Alan is thrilled by the lavish carriage, but Cecil just raises an unimpressed eyebrow, dismissing it as another foolish magical trinket. Meanwhile, the young lady casually notes her brother will return from the academy in autumn. Rising to her feet, she suggests to Alan that they leave this place. He immediately accepts the offer, all the while unable to shake a single thought circling in his mind. Just how simple-minded this girl truly is. As twilight settles over the manor, Alan makes his way back to the attic, a humble space he has called home all this time. At dawn, the boy wakes and stretches as the crisp scent of a rare plant fills him. This unique fragrance allows Alan to steadily restore his mana for the next 5 or 6 hours. True, this room couldn't be mistaken for an internet cafe just yet, but with no one else around, the boy found himself unburdened by rules. Free from interruption, he could hone his skills to his heart's content. Descending to join the other servants, he swiftly sets about his duties. Lord Vi greets him warmly, a broad smile lighting his face. With genuine friendliness, he invites him to use his given name, Riscal. Sympathy flickers in Riscal's eyes as he turns to the young man, curious. He gently asks if serving Lady Cecile is satisfying, and their conversation grows deeper and more earnest as they explore the topic. Only 30 servants officially tend to the household, not counting the multitude of courtiers. New hires aren't regarded as true servants just yet. A young lad approaches Lady Cecile, entrusted with just 2 duties, tending to her needs and serving her with unwavering respect. The servants' meals are plain and unadorned, and curiously, the Baron's family eats the same way. Alan wonders if their modesty is just for show or if something deeper hides behind their humble appearances. Lady Granville is sure Alan is used to hard work. Behind his quiet smile, he recalls his days as a farmhand, if only she knew. Meanwhile, the Lord's assistant eyes him, convinced Alan has no talent at all. At first, the young man was taken aback. How could he possibly know that? But then the realization dawned on him. For a feudal lord, possessing complete knowledge was a duty. Such things never escape Cecile's notice. Out of the blue, the girl boldly announces that she is a witch, and her older brother, Mihai, is a skilled swordsman. Alan perks up with interest. After all, a witch counts as 2 stars in his book. The Lord's anger flares. His fist slams down on the table with a thunderous crack. Fixing Suciel with a steely glare, he sternly warns her not to recklessly reveal such a secret again. Alan pretends to vanish into thin air, almost as if he never existed. Meanwhile, the Lord turns his attention to Thomas, inquiring about his well-being. With a sorrowful whimper, the boy apologizes to his father for lacking any notable talents. Yet deep down, his heart clings to a dream, to study at the academy, just like his brother and Cecil. Among commoners, gifts are frequent. 2/3 of children are born talented. But among the nobility, such abilities are rare, fueling secret aristocratic anxieties for reasons Alan could never have imagined. Lady Granville insists her son has nothing to apologize for. Lord Granville agrees, noting the boy will soon join the House of Lords and meet many distinguished but talentless individuals. Their mother recalls meeting their father at a grand ball, and as she speaks, the children's eyes light up with excitement, and they eagerly exclaim together that they also want to go to a ball. Thomas informs Cecil that attending the academy is now mandatory for her. Thus, there will be no balls in her future. When the girl turns 12, her studies will begin alongside Karina. Alan is certain that sharing the same space, they'll never manage to see eye to eye. In his leisure hours, Alan plunges into the vibrant pulse of city life, quietly gathering snippets of valuable information. The city imposes no restrictions upon its servants. His only requirement is to return home before the break of dawn. The market in Nika nestles just beyond the northern gate, a bustling hub only a 2-hour stroll from the central square. However, for those venturing from the southern gates, the journey stretches to a weary 4 hours. Compared to this dazzling city, Alan's village isn't even in the same league. Suddenly, a young man's gaze is drawn to the bustling Adventurers Guild. Mikail referred to such establishments as adventurers' guilds, havens where members carved out a living by battling monsters, their lives perpetually balanced on the edge of danger. Alan is confident, dreaming of both fortune and experience, but his ambitions are blocked when a guild official says he's too young to join. Only those aged 12 or older are allowed entry. Though his father urged him to serve a while longer, an untamable passion for the hunt pulled him onward, refusing to let him linger in one place. Alan scans the notice board with keen interest. It's positively overflowing with reports of all sorts of monsters. Amidst the flurry of warnings and appeals for help, his eyes are drawn to an automated entry from a magical tome. An E-rank Raucanus rabbit earned 1 copper coin, a D-rank goblin 5, and a giant toad 8. C-rank orcs and armored ants each got 3 silver coins, but there was no mention of where to find these creatures. Suddenly, a voice breaks the murmurs, demanding to know what business a child has in the guild. This is no playground, after all. Unfazed, Alan turns to the man and calmly inquires whether he might know where to find those monsters. Outraged and baffled, she can't fathom why the boy even dares to bring up this subject. Alan simply insists, answer the question, and he'll be gone in an instant. Their home lies in a remote, almost unreachable realm, barely noted in rare records. Yet as one nears the White Dragon's mountain, the lurking monsters in the shadows become increasingly dangerous. This information proves more than enough for Alan. Tales of wild boars roaming the White Dragon Mountains have already reached his ears. Though he has never ventured there himself, rumor has it that the journey takes nearly a week. Curiosity piqued, Alan inquires whether the boy knows any paths leading to White Dragon Mountain. Yet a nagging suspicion creeps in. Could this youngster be mocking him? All eyes now turn to a new challenge. Martigash, a B-rank monster prowling Ronby Forest. It's rumored that anyone who defeats this fearsome beast will earn a generous 200 gold coin bounty. Alan realizes his father named his brother Mesh, like the spice. Uneasy, he insists they give this perilous being to the knights, warning it's too dangerous to risk even for seasoned adventurers like himself. Seeing the white dragon fills Alan with awe and excitement. He hopes the knights can face this A-ranked beast, as a staggering reward of 1,000 gold coins awaits whoever is bold enough to defeat it. No one knows where he lives, making travel to the mountain nearly impossible. The young man knows no reward, not even 1,000 gold coins, is worth facing the white dragon. No one dares challenge it, however great the prize. Raven's friends arrive, laughing and calling to him, ready for the celebration. But their excitement shifts to shock when they spot Ellen, a small child beside Raven. Astonishment replaces all thoughts of the party. The girls notice the boy's hair is wilder than ever, but Adlan, having mastered all he cared about, doesn't mind. Maybe it's time to finally remember the boy's name. On November 11th, as cold sets in and snow clouds gather, Alan rushes to Granville's north gate. Guards stop him, requesting his pass, which he confidently produces and presents without hesitation. Upon discovering Alan's service to the Lord's household, the guard immediately requests a favor from him. The Lord's crest proves to be far more powerful and valuable than anyone could have expected. A long-awaited moment finally arrived. Alan had been preparing for this day for ages. With an entire day stretching ahead, he resolved to set out on a hunt, eagerness quickening his steps. As he leaves the village, he realizes the video showed his father returning years earlier. Heart aching, he rushes ahead, ignoring the guard calling after him to remind him he needs an escort. No one enjoys facing high-level monsters, especially in E-class areas where walking takes a day. Crossing E and D zones takes 3 days, D and C 7, but C and B-class regions are so perilous only the bravest risk it. Eager to hunt D-class monsters, Alan targeted new prey. Confident after beating Albacherons, he was sure of victory. Having covered 10 kilometers, the young warrior pressed on, anticipation crackling in the air. Now, he possesses the ability to summon Hawk, a majestic E-rank bird that instantly grants him an extra 10 points in agility and intelligence. As soon as the bird arrives, its master immediately begins training. The hawk follows every command with discipline, while the boy's eyes shine with delight as he praises his companion, unable to hide his admiration. With his intellect now greatly enhanced, commands register with lightning speed. The true ace up his sleeve, however, is the eagle eye skill, an ability that lets him spot monsters in an instant. The city was long gone, but no monster had appeared. For over an hour, Alan had awaited Elbaheron, yet doubts grew. Encountering such a beast now seemed increasingly unlikely. Slipping off the dagger gifted to him by the dragon, the boy's thoughts linger gratefully on his friend, cherishing the memory of such a remarkable present. Suddenly, Falcon reappears, his loud cry slicing through the air. There's no mistaking the signal. The bird has lured the beast. Unaware of just how deadly this creature is, Alan braces himself, every sense alert and ready for whatever comes next. The place is eerily deserted, filling Alan with doubt. Had he ever been here before? As his urge to solve the mystery of the vanishings grows, he struggles to understand the emptiness, until 2 monsters suddenly lurch into his path. Before the young man stand 2 goblins, each barely reaching 1.5 meters in height. The moment their eyes fall on Alan, they rush forward in a wild charge, swords gleaming as they swing them overhead with reckless intent. Noticing the swelling ranks of monsters, now 5 instead of 2, the boy senses danger closing in. With determination in his voice, he calls upon his tigers, urging them to join the fight and help overcome the looming threat. At their master's first call, the animals spring into action, instincts honed to carve deep scratches. Around them, goblins and tigers clash fiercely, baring fangs and refusing to yield, neither side conceding any ground. With a playful grin, the young man turns to the beasts and jokingly asks if E-rank monsters give them any fright. Rallying his team, he offers a few encouraging words before confidently issuing the order to move out. Gifted with the ability to summon monsters within a 50-meter radius, Alan seizes this edge to cut off his enemy's escape route. Thus, his very first battle begins. The grotesque creatures charged headlong toward the boy just as Alan's voice rang out, commanding Tammy to strike. Before the monster could so much as lift its weapon-laden arm, the tigers had already pounced, seizing it in an instant. After some time, Alan defeats the goblin, earning 200 experience points and gaining enough confidence to fight with Thomas. But just as morale rises, a goblin lands a powerful blow on the tiger with a single strong swing. Victory would not come easily. Alan sensed the goblin's fierce determination to resist. Calling upon the butterfly for aid, he quickly gained an edge. A surge of endurance and a boost in agility, each rising by +1, readying him for the battle ahead. The butterfly, Ageha, uses her mesmerizing sway to induce stunned silence or sudden drowsiness in targets. Sensing the perfect moment as she does so, Alan decides to make his move. The boy grabs a stone and hurls it at the goblin with all his strength, but in that instant, realizes he can't defeat this foe as Al-Bashran did, despite their shared rank, no matter how hard he tries. Alan orders the test subject to attack the monster, then kills another goblin himself, earning 200 Ohash experience points. In 2 hours, he's defeated 5 goblins and gained a total of 1,000 experience points. Efficiency reigns supreme when it comes to hunting. Right now, goblins yield the greatest bounty of experience, making them the most coveted prey on the battlefield. Drawing closer to one of the slain goblins, the young man couldn't help but notice how unnervingly human its body appeared. Without hesitation, Alan unleashed another powerful blow. With a grimace of disgust, the young man reaches into the beast's chest and pulls out a small stone. The act turns his stomach, yet these magical crystals are the key to his survival. Like it or not, collecting them is his only option. Goblins proved to be ideal allies for him for numerous reasons. Hawk reported that 5 more goblins lingered within a 3-kilometer radius. Alan had already vanquished 80 monsters and 5 horned rabbits. For these feats, he amassed 16,050 experience points, enough to soar 2 levels in one leap. A true predator at heart, his weekend proved astonishingly fruitful. Alan finally uncovered Ageha's secret. The sleep effect worked about 80% of the time, not always, and every doppelganger she summoned could use this ability on multiple enemies at once. To unleash a harmful effect on a more formidable monster, the boy finds himself summoning several of his minions at once. Gathering E-rank stones to summon Thomas actually makes a lot of sense. With nightfall creeping in, the boy urges Hawkwi to soar swiftly toward their next target. Yet this time, the bird remains perfectly still, its tiny body unmoving. Bewilderment sweeps over the boy. What could have happened? Perhaps exhaustion has finally caught up with the little creature. Suddenly, a revelation struck Alan. Birds simply have poor vision in the dark. The summoned monster, it turned out, suffered from night blindness. Now, the boy would have to decide for himself where the city lay and which path to follow next. Alan sacrificed a weekend, and after mapping his route, began a month-long journey, hunting every 6 days through forests and fields. By the end of this relentless pursuit, he reached level 12. With each passing day, the urge to go hunting intensified, yet the boy still hadn't managed to acquire a weapon or any protective gear. For Alan, hunting prey, earning coin, and upgrading his gear came easily enough. Only one hurdle remained. Despite his lofty role as a high-ranking servant, his monthly wage barely reached 50 coins. Upon the young man's return home, the Lord immediately summons him. He commends Alan for excelling in his duties. Every report from the butler paints a glowing picture of his work, filled with nothing but high praise and approval. Before dawn broke, the young man once more attempted to slip away from the estate. Curious, the gentleman inquired about his recent weekend activities over the past month. As Alan expected, suspicion fell on him. Knowing meddling with the gates brings trouble and regret, he decides to confess honestly and tells them without hesitation that he had been hunting monsters. Curious, the Lord asks why Alan hunts monsters. Alan replies proudly that he is Rhoda, the famed hunter's son, and has long followed in his father's footsteps, making his living as a hunter. Confident in his delivery, Alan believed his words flowed effortlessly, leaving the gentleman with no reason to harbor any suspicions. A puzzling thought lingers. Was it really just chance that he was reborn beside his own father? The boy remains fascinated by the strangeness of this extraordinary twist of fate, his curiosity refusing to fade. Perhaps everything had been orchestrated this way from the very start. An acute awareness of his predicament dawns on the man, for Alan is none other than the son of a true hero. The butler eyed the boy suspiciously, asking his business with the horned rabbits. Assuming Alan was just hunting E-rank monsters, he sternly warned him to stop if he was selling their meat. Otherwise, unsavory rumors are bound to spread. Instead, the Lord's family will buy them back, paying 1 silver coin for each. The boy, overjoyed by such an offer, expresses his heartfelt gratitude to the men. Salvation came at the cost of both gold and precious time. Now, there would be no need to seek out the swordsman's aid. What was once worthless meat had suddenly become a source of profit. 6 days slip by. The boy returns to Octa, unhurriedly savoring a crisp apple. Ahead, the looming challenge of facing 100 goblins awaits. With a single motion from the mage, 5 rabbits are soon to appear. Suddenly, a hawk bursts in. As Alan, focused on his meal, politely asks it to wait, he quickly realizes the bird's visit isn't random. There's something urgent it wants to show him. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan dashes after the hawk, bewilderment clouding his mind. His legs pump furiously beneath him, desperate to keep pace with the swift, wild creature slicing through the air ahead. Although the boy had instructed the bird to hunt only within a 3-kilometer radius, the clever creature unexpectedly leads him far beyond those limits. With determined strides, Hawk leads the young man toward the heart of a fierce battle. The air vibrates with the distant echoes of anxious voices, carrying a sense of urgency and unrest. The boy's gaze lands on a young woman bravely fending off a swarm of goblins, her determination shining through every swing. Beside her, another girl cowers, trembling with fear and overwhelmed by tears. Alan suddenly realizes these adventurers are the same ones he met at the guild. Determined to help, he grabs 3 custom steel spheres from his pouch and quickly throws one at the monstrous threat. His strike lands true, knocking the enemy clean off their feet. The boys gape at the young man in astonishment. Just a moment ago they had dismissed him as weak and inept. Now, against all odds, he stands before them as their unexpected savior. Alan sends a second steel ball whistling through the air and strikes true once more. Now the 3rd goblin faces his fate, yet he too falls just like his comrades. Suddenly, monsters rise again. Despite his steel spheres, Alan feels powerless against them. Refusing to reveal his summoning ability before the watching children, he resolves to face the threat alone. Commanding the girl to take on the armless monster, he assures her that he'll deal with the lagging foes. Alan's past reluctance to fight goblins wasn't out of fear. It was merely a desire to keep his clothes immaculate. The young man deftly handles his opponents, leaving no doubt about his prowess. The girls, overjoyed to see their wounded companion Raven, rush to his side. The severity of his condition quickly becomes apparent. He is in truly dire straits. One girl collapsed, exhausted, and desperately begged Mills for healing. But Mills, her mana depleted, could only shake her head. The others broke down in tears, unable to bear the thought of losing their dear friend. Crippled by an agonizing wound, the young man finds himself too weak even to make it to the nearest town. Noticing his plight, Alan recalls the healing herbs in his satchel and quickly offers to tend to the injuries with their restorative powers. The girls were willing to pay any price if it meant saving Raven. Alan retrieves the herb of life. Its very name whispers promises of miraculous healing. Known as Mama Taro, this mysterious plant piques his curiosity. Unsure of its true effects, he resolves to put its legendary powers to the test firsthand. Gently pressing the plant against the boy's wound, he watches as, in mere moments, every trace of injury vanishes from the child's body, leaving behind unblemished skin. When Raven arrives at Exacon, Rita rushes into his arms. Hopeful, he asks if she healed him. Smiling, Rita credits Alan for the miracle. Joy lights up Raven's face as he learns the healing herb worked. Alan lowers himself onto one knee, gently pressing a blossom of frostflower against the boy's wounded arm. This time, he chooses the rare, chill-touched plant, one of only two he possesses. Memories flood in of a time when this very flower became his father's sudden salvation. Rise to your feet. The blossom of Miraz restores your strength to its fullest, while the herb of life mends your wounds. Suddenly, Raven recalls a young boy asking about his special talent. Alan, with unwavering honesty, confessed he had none, and his unexpected admission left everyone around him in stunned silence. Grateful for his second chance, the boy wants to repay his rescuer, but Alan, preferring secrecy over reward, asks only for silence about that night. Then, resolute, Alan readies himself to continue his relentless hunt. Raven brushes off any hint of concern, insisting there's nothing he needs to worry about. In response, Spice earnestly urges him to at least let her find some way to repay her savior. The young man nods, excitedly sharing his love for collecting magical stones. Leaning closer, he offers all the magical stones plus 100 E-rank stones at a discount. The men eagerly agree to help him without hesitation. Curiosity sparkled in Alan's eyes as he wondered if they could reach the city. Raven grinned and joked that after facing the armored stone ant, nothing could faze him now, not even a goblin. Before the hunt, the boy wishes to settle something crucial. Summoning Falcon, Alan reprimands the bird with a scowl, demanding to know why it has been ignoring him. Guilt gnaws at Hawk's conscience. The boy's warning to keep his distance from others rings in his ears, yet he had stubbornly chosen to ignore it. Alan wonders whether a genuine desire to help guided his actions, or if perhaps simple pity for the boys had prompted him. Casting a glance at the bird, he pauses in thought. Could the singing hawk even comprehend the feeling of compassion? Summoned monsters are bound to obey their master, mere amalgamations of skills and attributes by their very nature. Yet this time, the creature paid the boy's command no heed, acting instead on its own unfathomable will. To his surprise, the creature possesses both intelligence and a sense of modesty. With a gentle touch, the young man strokes the bird's head, offers a sincere apology, and reassures it that he harbors no blame. Lost in thought, she ponders what fresh tasks to assign Goku the next time he encounters those in need. Alan's smile widens as he adds, placing his trust firmly in the bird. Several days had slipped by since Alan first met Raven's team. In that short span, one truth became undeniable. Summoned creatures genuinely possessed minds of their own. The young man also managed to snag 100 E-ranked magic stones, swiping them from that peculiar band of travelers. From that moment, Alan gains clarity. His summoner's path is clear. The thrill of the hunt brings endless opportunities, offering exciting adventure, generous rewards, and prospects for prosperous earnings. Early December finds Alan sweeping the courtyard, when suddenly, the commander of the knights appears on the doorstep and greets him. Over the past 2 months, the boy has undergone a remarkable transformation for the better, something the man can't help but notice. Every now and then, the knight commander drops by the baron's quarters to deliver his report. The knight's duty demands unwavering protection of his liege, relentless pursuit of evildoers, and the fearless extermination of monstrous creatures. This is no army forged for battle against enemies. Clearly, in this land, people can hardly fathom the true face of war. Fortune has smiled upon these inhabitants. The commander is invited to a lively table where guests discuss the feast. Curious, he asks if the meat is from the very horned rabbits the Allens brought. Cecile, excited, joins in, praising the young man who hunted 5 in one day. The man showed no surprise. He'd expected such boldness from Rodin's son. He also shared siren stories and mentioned the village had just finished a commission to hunt 20 more wild boars. Admiration fills the room as everyone marvels at Alan's father. Curious, Thomas asks why they didn't share their impressive catch, reminding the young man of last winter's wild boar feast from Alan's family. The thought lingered in Alan's mind as well. So many wild boars should have yielded mountains of meat. Could it be that the entire haul was swiftly whisked away by airship, delivered straight to the capital and presented to the king himself? The Baron, scowling, harshly forbids his son any mischief at dinner. Ellen, witnessing the tense moment, reflects how hard parenting is. The boy worries about the master, when suddenly Thomas urgently calls Ellen's name. The Baron's son wishes for a white stag at their table, but Cecil quickly interrupts, reminding him that he should get the young lady's consent before ordering the servants. Thomas leans in to whisper to the little girl about New Year's guests. Cecile nods thoughtfully. Alan reassures them everything will be arranged, while their mother, laughing, asks Thomas not to distract Alan from his work. A thoughtful silence falls over the boy as the white stag, wild and perilous like the old colossal boar, appears. Once hunted by his father and others, now it is Alan's turn to prove his courage. The hunt begins as the boy keenly tracks his prey, every sense sharpened for the pursuit. Alan cleverly employs frogs as bait. Their lively leaps and constant croaking serve as an irresistible lure, drawing the beast's attention ever closer. The trap snaps shut. A furious Class S white stag appears. Desperate, the young man insists no true summoner can realize their full potential without harnessing their summoned creature's power. Alan set a clever trap by digging a deep pit, causing the elusive white stag to fall in. His strategy succeeded, earning him a hefty reward of 2,500 experience points. Alan finds his meager experience after a full day's work hardly worth the effort. Slaying 100 goblins would have netted him 20,000 points. He still hopes at least someone will recognize his dedication. Panic sweeps the Lord's courtyard as a monstrous beast appears on the horizon. Weapons ready, people brace for battle, anxious cries urging all to endure and stay strong until the knights arrive, their only hope for survival. As the figure draws nearer, recognition dawns. It is none other than Alan, returning with the spoils from his expedition at young Master Thomas's command. Joy surges as the white deer appears, evoking memories of its rare, exquisite taste, long absent from their tables. Excitement overflows, soaring beyond all bounds. Joy radiates from Thomas as he beams with happiness, bursting out to his mother that this year a true New Year's feast awaits them. His mother offers a reassuring smile, promising that together they will preserve their dignity no matter what. With genuine admiration, Thomas praises the young man, calling him a devoted servant. Meanwhile, the Lord gazes at him intently, doubts creeping in. Could it be that this boy is not entirely without talent after all? The young man single-handedly defeated a C-rank monster. Without hesitation, the Baron ordered an immediate investigation into his past. Alan's triumph today ensured that the Baron's household would no longer want for meat. However, his newfound glory came at a price. He would not be allowed to visit the privy alone for the rest of the day. Monster hunting, foraging for supplies, and rescuing those in peril, all these tasks fall under his responsibilities. In recognition of his efforts, Alan received 100 silver coins as a token of gratitude. Naturally, the young man had hoped for a greater reward, but it seemed Baron's finances were in a precarious state. The chance for Alan to join the hunts twice a week was, in itself, quite a victory. Even so, 2 days felt all too brief, March brings new beginnings as Alan rides with Cecil in a swaying carriage. He dozes off, awakened by Cecil upon arrival. The day ahead includes meeting her brother, and Alan wonders why Cecil wanted him to come along. Today brings a meeting with the Baron's eldest son, a student at the academy in the capital. Alan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, jokes that fate surely wouldn't be so cruel as to saddle him with another sibling, just like the younger sister. From the sky, a colossal airship drifts downward in a stately descent. Familiar to the boy, this airborne vessel draws its incredible power from enchanted crystals. Yet nothing compares to the astonishment that strikes when, amid the heart of the Middle Ages, you stumble upon a true marvel of engineering genius. The clocks here run on a duodecimal system, marking time in 12s. Yet in every other respect, the inhabitants of these lands appear strikingly advanced. As he stepped off the airship, Mikail grinned with joy, finally seeing his sister. He waved and called out, his voice excited, while she ran straight into his open arms without a moment's hesitation. Noticing Alan, curiosity flickers in the boy's eyes as he asks about the newcomer. His sister explains with a casual nod that Alan is their new servant, who began working in their household just last autumn. The truth dawns on Cecil. Alan, too, is a hunter. Her elder brother stands momentarily stunned, taken aback by the fact that their father granted her permission to have a personal attendant. Mikail explains to Alan that opportunities like this are rare and advises him to do everything in his power to leave a strong impression on Cecil. Alan remains silent, refusing to dignify such a remark with a response. Meanwhile, Mikail drops to one knee and presents the girl with a gift he had carefully brought all the way from the capital. A charming boy presented her with an enchanting butterfly, the kind that delights in perching atop a seal. Alan couldn't help but notice how remarkably close they seemed, an unusual intimacy for heirs of noble lineage. Memories of his brother and little sister surfaced at once. So much time had slipped by since their last meeting that each thought of the children only deepened the ache of longing in his heart. For the first time since Mihai arrived, Alan goes hunting. He returns with 5 horned rabbits, a giant toad's paws, and a muscular chick, prideful and mindful of Cecil's advice. Never come back empty-handed. The boy's stash is colossal, but fitting his treasures into that tiny crack baffles him. Alan knows that if he keeps wandering the city like this, he'll attract more attention than he can handle. As the young man enters the courtyard, his eyes are drawn to the master and Mikail displaying martial skill. It's Alan's first time seeing the master unsheath his sword, just as the two finish their training with their son. Over the course of a year, Mikail honed his skills to a remarkable degree. Now 13, the young man still considers himself in his prime, carrying the confidence of youth as Honoré regards him with a mixture of pride and amusement. Spying Alan from across the room, Cecil strides over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She's certain, tonight, their chef will be absolutely delighted. Mihai throws down the gauntlet, challenging Alan to prove his skill in a duel. Flustered, the boy glances at Baron, silently seeking his approval. Baron responds with a firm, encouraging nod. Into the young man's hands is placed a gleaming mithril sword, the fitting weapon for a true commander. As Alan fingers the hilt, a realization strikes him. This shall mark his first duel since that perilous encounter with Sirena. Alan stands ready, determination clear as he prepares for battle. Cecile eyes him doubtfully, questioning his ability to wield the saber, but Thomas assures her Alan once defeated a monster of the C class with ease. The boys take their places as a stern judge commands them to prepare. Alan, a summoner with 8 gleaming stars, enters confidently, while Mihai, a swordsman with just 1 star, faces him. At the referee's command to begin the match, Alan's heart pounds with anxiety. His only wish is not to accidentally hurt the boy standing before him. Blades clash in a dazzling flurry as the boys meet in battle. Alan strikes first, but Mihai reacts in an instant. With unwavering confidence, Mihai parries the attack and delivers a powerful blow, sending Alan staggering backward. Stunned, Alan could hardly believe it. Was his strike so weak that Mihai didn't even notice? Realizing his opponent's superiority unsettled him, and he wondered if speed was the missing factor undermining his confidence. With a burst of energy, the young man springs into the air, flipping gracefully mid-flight before launching an attack at the Overlord's son. Yet, with effortless composure, the son deflects the blow with a single hand. Lord Mehea's wife is deeply anxious for her son, but the judge reassures her. Young Mehea has trained at the academy for a full year, so he should not fear a challenger without comparable experience. Listen closely. With deft precision, Kyr sends Alan's weapon clattering to the ground, signaling the end of their duel. Lord Sun stands deep in thought. Alan has proven himself worthy. No wonder they appointed him a squire despite his tender years. The young man knows all too well that his position as a servant is a privilege earned not by his own merit, but by his father's distinguished service. At that moment, Cecil and Thomas make their entrance, stepping onto the stage. Radiant with joy at her brother's victory, the girl's eyes sparkle like stars. Laughing off congratulations, he jokes that losing would be embarrassing, especially with even tougher dungeon battles awaiting him this summer. Awaiting them there are fearsome monsters, and those deemed too weak will be cast out without mercy. This realization cast a shadow over Cecil. Mihai would not be coming home for the summer this year. This might not be easy, but after all, good granted me the holy sword. Perhaps the boy will indeed find some excitement awaiting him there. Dobrig's name sparked faint recognition in Alan. Disappointment hit as he'd lost the academy, the dungeon, and the sacred sword. Now, fate tested him, a true trial from powers gained under standard difficulty. Curiosity flickering in her eyes, Cecile wonders aloud when her brother will return home. Mihai responds gently, revealing that he won't appear again until the arrival of next spring. Out of the blue, Alan throws down another challenge to Meja. Excitement lighting up his face, the boy eagerly accepts, but not before asking Alan to watch over his sister in his absence. With solemn conviction, Alan vows to keep her safe. Each day, the young man dreamed of roaming free and hunting, but leaving his humiliating job risked shaming his father. Hesitant, he returned to the academy as his friends watched, perhaps for the last time, in silent farewell. Alan knows that Corina, Drogo, and Sassel await him after the academy. A strong yearning drives him to enter the dungeon, and amidst these thoughts, a bittersweet melancholy quietly takes root in his heart. As early April unfolds, guests begin arriving at the Lord's estate. With a dignified bow and warm words, the master greets each newcomer, expressing how deeply honored he is to welcome them into his home. Viscount Carnell's sudden arrival surprised everyone. He explained the chaos in his city had become so intolerable that he sought refuge in the peaceful wilds, even if only briefly. The title of Viscount ranks above that of Baron. With a murmur of apology, Alan serves the dish at the table. Cornell's gaze lingers on his jet-black hair, remarking how unusual such features are among the household staff. With brazen confidence, the man takes the finest hidden boar cuts. Observing, the Lord dryly remarks that no one would ever dare withhold anything from the Viscount. Alan finally realizes who betrayed the barons to the king, exposing their hidden lands. In response, the king imposed new taxes. Granville and Carnell estates lie adjacent, divided only by the White Dragon's spine ridge. A vein of shimmering mithril runs the entire length of the mountain range. Yet ever since a white dragon made its lair on the island of Granville, active mining has been confined to lands held by the House of Carnegie Aid. A century ago, a formidable dragon chose the Viscount's lands for its lair, and back then, the circumstances were entirely different from those of today. The two domains had long rivaled over the White Dragon and mithril mines, but Alan felt that, despite the Viscount's feud, spreading slander about the king and the boars was truly despicable. With a curious tilt of his head, the Lord asks why he's receiving such attention. The Viscount, eyes bright with pride, eagerly announces his youngest daughter has just triumphantly completed the appraisal ceremony. Alan had always believed his daughter was the same age as Masha, yet the Viscount suddenly remarked, with a hint of relief, that fortunately, his own child lacked any trace of talent. Carnell provokes Granville to erupt in anger. He slams his fist on the table, stands abruptly, face flushed, and passionately declares, "The Viscount too will one day have a gifted child and fulfill his noble duty." Confusion clouded Alan. He couldn't see why talent would be viewed negatively. To a commoner, talent was a treasure, a reason to aspire. Yet the Baron's hint about a noble's duty eluded him, the answer just out of reach. If every aristocratic child arrived in this world blessed with talent, neither Mash nor even Sirena would have stood the slightest chance of advancing. After all, these nobles live worlds apart from the toil of common farmers. Come autumn, a year will have passed since Alan began serving the Granvilles. The boy, now 9, cloaks himself in a cape spun from the breath of the dead spider mother, a rare garment that offers subtle yet steadfast protection against harm. The thrill of his newfound status filled him with insatiable excitement. Only after decimating 10,000 goblins did his level at last rise, propelling him to a whole new realm of power. Today, Alan faces Tavaria's most formidable mage warrior. As he enters the battlefield and braces for combat, his opponent appears, a colossal, armor-plated ant armadillo towering 3 meters tall. Alan calls out to Tama, but quickly realizes that this method barely works anymore. The taggers falter, so he chooses a different path, shifting his strategy without hesitation. The butterfly's magic can reliably put even C-ranked monsters like goblins to sleep. Though not guaranteed, it's a clever tactic and works well for hunting elusive foes like the white stag. While the beast remains lost in slumber, the boy seizes this fleeting chance to deliver a decisive blow. Yet instead of examining the wounds inflicted by the tigers, Alan climbs atop the colossal ant with determination, for reasons far more daring. With an attack strength of 438, the young man clings to the hope that it will suffice. Yet, as Alan makes his move, the blade falters, unable even to pierce the neck. Clearly, nothing but a sharper dagger will do here. Yet just as the monster begins to awaken, the boy refuses to let it break free. With unwavering resolve, he delivers a devastating final blow to the ant-like abomination. His hard-won victory earns him a reward of 3,000 experience points. Yet a fresh obstacle emerges. The armor shields the boy, preventing his hands from reaching the precious stones, rendering all his painstaking efforts utterly futile. Determined to hunt the orc, Alan sets out at night, knowing the beasts must sleep. Under cover of darkness, he finds the orc deep in slumber, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Alan releases a pack of tigers to gain the upper hand, but the orc quickly regains control, using immense, nearly superhuman strength to defeat all 3 predators with a single devastating blow. Tirelessly, the young man set tigers free one after another. In due course, the tide turned, and the orc finally fell in defeat. For this achievement, Alan earns 1,500 experience points. Clarity fills his mind. He now knows precisely whom he must defeat in the battles to come. This time, his skilled hands deftly extract the magic stone. Alan paused, pondering how many more stones he would need on the path ahead. He had already conquered the notorious bridges known as the Sea Bridges, managing to avoid every lurking trap. For the boy, this felt like a true triumph. Suddenly, a vivid memory flashes in Alan's mind, a time when a mere 15-year-old academy student bested him. The sting of that humiliating defeat makes him acutely aware of his own frailty. Graduates of the academy, who so closely resemble the knight commander and his deputy, no doubt possess strength far surpassing Mihail's own. Even the vice principal suffered defeat at the hands of 5-year-old Sirena. Truly, graduates from this academy hold remarkable sway throughout society. No more than a single % of the population, They are rare indeed. Driven by this knowledge, Alan is certain he must hone his skills further and acquire even more formidable equipment. Fueled by determination, the young man aimed to defeat 2 orcs at once. Earlier, Alan had slain a tough armored ant armadillo and 15 orcs, boosting his experience points to an impressive 25,500. Such a breakthrough was once unthinkable. Hunting goblins only earned Alan up to 25,000 XP. Now confident, he knew he could defeat 40 orcs in a day, a feat that would net him a staggering 60,000 XP. November lurked on the doorstep. Cecile warned Alan, not a single rude word about the teacher. Today, he had earned the rare privilege of studying alongside the girl, a special reward for a year of diligent effort. As the young man approaches, the professor looks up with a curious glint in his eye, asking if Alan has any questions. Curiosity gleamed in the boy's eyes as he inquired about the circumstances under which magic could be used. Mentioning his own skills as a summoner, he ventured a hypothesis of his own. With his summoner's intellect now ranked at Category S, each new level of mastery seemed to come with increasing ease. Perhaps in the end, it was the mind itself that held the true key to unlocking the secrets of magic. A wave of anxiety washes over Cecil as she questions why the boy needs to know such things when he clearly lacks any talent for them. The teacher, striving for clarity and brevity, patiently breaks down the essentials for the boy to grasp. In short, mastering magic demands a rare and unique gift. After listening to the teacher's explanation, Alan realizes that none of this holds any meaning for him. Cecile unveils a shimmering crystal orb, prompting the curious young man to ask how a summoner connects with the arcane. Ultimately, he faces the sobering truth: magic will always be beyond his reach. Thus, Alan's hypothesis fell flat, and a noticeable spark faded from his eyes, a wave of disappointment dampening his former enthusiasm. Laden with boxes brimming with fresh purchases, Alan paused for a moment at the side. Once more, he had ventured out on an errand for Cecil. After a careful glance to ensure nothing had been forgotten, he made his way toward the exit. On his way home, Alan runs into a familiar face, a man whose eyes shine with gratitude. With heartfelt sincerity, the man thanks Alan for everything he has done for him. The old man recalls nearly being killed by monsters until a young man, Alan of the Granville family, rescued him. Alan humbly says he was just following orders, yet city dwellers grow increasingly curious about the young hunter. A full year had slipped by since Alan had been officially licensed to hunt monsters. In that time, the boy had woven a web of new acquaintances throughout the city. An eerie chime swells, its source untraceable, echoing down the street like a tidal wave. Alan struggles to grasp the chaos as people scatter in every direction, fleeing an unseen threat that has gripped the world around him. Alan rushes to Raven, urgently asking where everyone is going. News spreads. A monstrous, multi-limbed Garsh, a tormented giant, has appeared at the southern gate, sparking chaos and panic across the city. Suspicion haunts the young man, fearing the group plots against him, but only the formidable Knight's commander truly has the strength to face a monster alone. A grave dilemma arises. The commander and his deputy are missing, leaving the boys only one option: evacuate everyone to safety before chaos erupts and events spiral beyond their control. The gravity of the situation dawns on the young man. Countless local adventurers possess little to no fighting prowess, rendering them helpless against such a menacing creature. Determined not to waste time, Alan rushes to face Martigash, a Class B monster, alone. As Raven follows and asks about his urgency, Alan quickly explains he's going to scout the situation himself without slowing down. Chaos erupts as shouts and noise fill the space. People flee in panic as the first wounded appear, prompting urgent calls for the crowd to clear the way so life-saving aid can reach those in need. Brave soldiers form an unyielding wall in the monster's path, desperately holding their ground to prevent it from breaching the city. Without hesitation, a command echoes out to seal the gates at once. A desperate man pleaded for just a moment, his voice shaking as he begged them to wait. His cart was still outside the gate, but his cries went unanswered. The monster was merciless, closing in and claiming him just like all the rest. Towering up to nearly 4 meters, motor guants are living engines of fury, fearsome beasts that show no mercy to anything in their path. Alan bursts through the gates and freezes at the sight of a monstrous abomination. Nearby, a garishly dressed tormentor grips a carriage, inside which a terrified woman clutches a child. The man who pleaded desperately for the gates to remain open is the husband of this unfortunate woman. Rage boils within him at the soldiers' indifference as they do nothing to aid his wife and daughter in their time of need. At last, Alan acts. With fierce determination, he grabs a steel sphere, hurls it with explosive force at the monster, and blasts out its left eye as the projectile rockets through the air and strikes true. At the very least, it certainly caught his eye. Seizing the moment, Alan deftly guided the Martigash spectacle away from the carriage, determined to make the most of this distraction. From a distance, the warriors warned the boy sternly. Provoking the beast could easily cost him his life. The monster erupts in a fury, surging forward with a wild attack, yet its blow slices through nothing but empty air. Alan took the bait, and so did the monster, but the boy was soon in trouble. All his mana was gone. He had used it up 3 hours earlier in a grueling training session, leaving himself with nothing left. The monster swings its massive arm once more, and this time the blow lands with brutal precision. Knocked off balance, the boy crashes to the ground. Alan is suddenly face to face with Martigash, completely defenseless, but instead of attacking, the monster grins widely and bursts into loud, unsettling laughter for reasons Alan can't comprehend. Ellen couldn't make sense of what was happening to her. Was she really laughing at the boy? At that very moment, a thought crosses his mind. His younger brother, Masha, was named after Martigash. Their father, ever the eccentric, never fails to surprise with his choice of the most unusual names. Martha Gargoyne's joyful face glows, while Alan hesitates in confusion. Finally, mustering all his courage, he steels himself. Now, with newfound resolve, he stands ready to strike without hesitation. In a flash, Alan amplifies his agility and defense, weaving skillfully away from his opponent's strikes. Suddenly, he bursts into a sprint, darting toward the far side, away from the looming beast. Frozen in awe, the soldiers gaze at the scene before them, deeply moved by the boy's courageous act. His willingness to risk everything, throwing himself into danger to draw the enemy's attention, fills them with profound admiration. By now, Alan had lured the beast a safe distance away from the city. Summoning Age to the butterfly, he prepared to lull the monster into a deep slumber. The instant her ability awakens, Martigash slips into a sudden, deep sleep. Sensing an unexpected opportunity, the boy reconsiders his plan to attack and, seizing the moment, makes a hasty escape. Upon reaching the dense heart of the forest, Alan halts to catch his breath. Yet a wave of despair crashes over him, and relentless thoughts of failure refuse to let him find peace. None of Alan's attacks faze the monster. Martigash is truly invincible. Yet, determined, Alan vows to grow stronger and take revenge, knowing he won a small victory by luring the beast away from the city, better than doing nothing. A sharp crack of breaking branches shatters the silence, freezing Alan. Paralyzed, he can't look back. An oppressive stillness hangs for an instant, then someone rips a tree from the earth before him with a deafening crash. As it turned out, the threat was nothing more than a mere goblin. However, fear barely had time to tighten its grip before Martigash swooped in once again to rescue the boy. For 3 endless days, Alan wandered through the dense forests, utterly exhausted and drained of strength. Barely able to stand, he finally reached the city gates, only to collapse into unconsciousness the moment he arrived. Soldiers quickly seize Alana and lead him inside as urgent calls spread to notify the Baron. Soon, Alana is in the manor, where attendants rush to give him the necessary care. As his eyes flutter open, the first thing that greets him is the worried face of Sasiel. With concern etched deeply into her features, she leans in and asks anxiously how he's feeling after being lost to an unbroken sleep for 2 whole days. Given Alan's role as Lady Cecile's personal attendant, it was only natural for the young woman to feel a deep and genuine concern for his well-being. Extending her hand, she offers the boy food and water. Still dazed and struggling to regain his composure, he can barely react. Meanwhile, one by one, the other house residents approach the young hero, each stopping by to check on his well-being. Thomas feels relieved when he learns Alan is safe. The butler tells Thomas to meet the bear later, and Thomas realizes he acted without permission. Alan, shaken, now fears the Lord's anger will be openly unleashed. As Alan approaches, the Baron blurts, "What were you thinking?" Alan, regretful, admits fleeing was all he could do. Deeply remorseful, he sincerely apologizes and earnestly seeks forgiveness for his reckless actions. The Lord's retainers assert a true knight must protect the common folk, and the knight's commander sincerely thanks the young man for bravely defending the people on their behalf. The Baron's keen eyes quickly discern that Alan hasn't made a single misstep this time. On the contrary, it is Alan's swift and decisive actions that have spared the city from nearly all harm. Alan receives a velvet pouch with 10 gold coins from the Lord and another 10 from the grateful family whose carriage he saved, amassing a small fortune of 20 gold coins in an instant. Awe and gratitude filled Alan as he admired the Baron's generosity. Eager to replace his worn saber with a real weapon, he vowed that once free, he'd head straight to the blacksmith's workshop. The Lord urges Alan on their next monster hunt not to venture so far into the wilderness. Fortunately, everything went remarkably smoothly, with not a single complication in sight. From now on, the boy swears he'll tread more carefully. Alan eagerly tests his new mithril saber, effortlessly slicing monster hide and reinforced armor. Worth every 25 gold coins, it proves no fiend or fortress is a challenge. The weapon excels brilliantly. Alan stumbled upon a truly astonishing discovery. Every newly summoned monster retains the memories of those that came before it. The fierce battle remains vivid in Hawk's mind, compelling him to keep a vigilant eye on Martigash. The summoner guides his creature as if escorting a fragment of his former self through time-worn paths. Their bond, woven from ancestral memories, blossoms in shared recollections. Each experience, each mistake, forging new wisdom between them. A colossal D-rank bird and savage goblins, both classified among the formidable C-rank monsters, no adventurer could dream of conquering them alone. True terror appears. A deadly Class B monster threatens all humans. Alan's courage drives him forward as he faces these fearsome beings, boldly defying their overwhelming power in this dangerous world. Spring arrived, bringing the second match since the eldest Granville son's return. Though Alan had grown stronger since their last duel, Megan's skills advanced 3 times faster, surpassing him at every turn. All the building's residents gathered to watch as the boys began fighting, fists flying. Some spectators' eyes gleamed with excitement, while others clearly worried about the fighters' well-being. Swords clang as the boys duel skillfully. Suddenly, Island falters. A change Syl notices. Mihai swiftly knocks Island's weapon away, and with a quiet nod, Island concedes defeat. A storm of rage churns within him. Grueling training has molded him, making him far stronger than he was just a year ago, yet victory continues to slip through his fingers. Mihavis received heartfelt congratulations. The knight commander, his eyes shining with admiration, singles out the young man, studying him in thoughtful silence. At length, his gaze shifts, settling intently on Alan. Mihai boasts about his newfound extraordinary strength. In contrast, Malik remarks that Alan still has a long road of lessons ahead if he ever hopes to reach his level. Mikail remains unfazed, certain the boy is a servant of K. Sila. Meanwhile, The girl saunters over to Alan and whispers, tossing a playful remark about how he really ought to practice his sword skills more often. Mikail can't believe Alan fought Martigash. Cecile explains Alan spent 3 days fleeing the monster, then 2 days completely exhausted and barely alive, a shadow of his former self. Sympathy flickers in Mikail's eyes as Thomas, curious yet doubtful, asks if he could beat Martigash. His brother, resigned, just shrugs and says an overconfident junior wouldn't stand a chance alone against a Class B monster. The master remarks that, in this case, his son will have to put in even greater effort. Suddenly, a mysterious visitor steps out of the night to address the Baron. Word arrives that the white dragon has already soared beyond these lands, crossing into distant realms. The Lord can scarcely believe what he hears, shock washing over him. Tales of the white dragon had long reached Alan's ears. For centuries, this fearsome A-rank beast had claimed the mountains as its domain. Legends whispered that anyone who could vanquish it would earn a staggering reward, 1,000 gold coins. The traveler caught sight of the dragon hurtling toward the lands of Carnell. For years, the Lord had anxiously awaited this moment, and now, at last, the winged beast had chosen to emerge on the horizon. Insisting on immediate action, the man urges the commander of the knights to organize a thorough investigation of the Mithril Mines area. First, locating a new dragon's lair is paramount. Only then can they set out to explore the 4 mineral-rich territories. Mighty goblins and fearsome orcs roam freely through the shadowy mountain forests. The journey ahead promises to stretch on for several months. With unwavering faith, the Lord entrusts his fate to the loyalty of his knights. Elation surges within Thomas, as if the very course of history has stirred to life. Meanwhile, Cecile envisions the city's residents, picturing the exuberance that will soon light up their faces. Delight sparkles in Mikail's eyes at the wonderful news. Even so, a flicker of caution lingers. There's always a chance the dragon could return next year. With this possibility in mind, the Baron requested that everything be kept strictly confidential. A new menace looms on the horizon. Soon, the knights will launch a determined campaign to eradicate the monsters, reaping valuable experience with every battle. Time is of the essence. Alan must act swiftly. In July, the boy made remarkable progress. Skill synthesis hit 1,000 points and reached level 5. Summoning also rose to level 5, subjugation advanced to level 4, and a new exchange gift awakened within him. After confirming the white dragon had flown toward Carnell, Alan reflected on his abilities, noting his summoning skill had advanced again. A hard-won achievement after 2 relentless years of unwavering effort. Eager anticipation sparks within Alan as he wonders which D-class creatures he might summon. Yet before indulging his curiosity, he chooses to put the exchange skill to the test. Alan earnestly hopes that his newfound skill will prove just as invaluable as his trusty inventory. Upon testing this new ability, amazement washes over him. He now perceives the world through the eyes of his own creations. Locking eyes with the hawk, he suddenly understood its gaze. From then on, he saw the world both with his own eyes and through the hawk's sharp, penetrating vision. As the bird soars skyward, awe and elation wash over the boy. His heart races in the thrill of flight, his senses mingling with the hawk's as Alan feels he's speeding through the heavens beside it. Gifted with the eagle-eye ability, Alan surveils his surroundings, effortlessly taking in everything unfolding miles away. The falcon flew past the 50-meter range where the boy's control ended, like managing game characters. Only if a summoned creature's intelligence exceeds 100 can Alan link with more than one companion simultaneously. Each summon cost 200 intelligence points. With 1,200, Alan could summon 6 creatures at once. At that moment, he realized intellect's true purpose, having previously dismissed it as an unimportant detail. Seizing the moment to test his luck, Alan prepares to summon fresh D-rank creatures. In anticipation of this day, he has diligently saved up 10,000 D-rank stones, now ready to be used for this very purpose. Everyone except the potatoes. With their intelligence soaring well above 100, Alan found it effortless to strike a deal with them for an exchange. A wave of melancholy swept over him at the thought of never summoning Tomo again. Yet, a glimmer of comfort flickered in his heart. At least they could still talk, just as they did with Guku. A sudden realization strikes Alan. These creatures comprehend commands, which means he can direct them through subtle exchanges. From now on, his creations possess the ability to track and hunt prey autonomously. Eager to prove himself, the young hunter put his ideas to the test. The first challenge emerged in the form of a menacing spider. Though his initial assault fell short, his own creations rose to the occasion, dispatching the enemy on their own. Next, an entirely independent squad of summoned creatures joins the operation. The task of tracking down enemies falls to Horo and Guka. Horo will patrol the area under the cover of night, while Guka stands vigilant during the daylight hours. Hatami's dispersal skills boost allies' chances to evade danger. With Alan gone and no reinforcements, he urges vigilance. The bears will alternate offense and defense, making defeat a distant threat with this adaptable strategy. Now, Alan felt certain. The exchange continued even as he slept. He had assembled the perfect team, one that would tirelessly gather experience for him around the clock, day after day, for an entire month. Alan offers wise counsel: steer clear of strangers, and if someone strikes you, resist the urge to retaliate. To him, possessing such restraint is nothing short of extraordinary. Despite standing beneath the gaze of 8 pairs of scrutinizing eyes, not a trace of tension or anxiety stirs within him. In these moments, Alan seems to be steadily transforming into a figure of awe-inspiring power and commanding presence. At last, the young man found himself unshackled, able to wield his newfound agility with boundless freedom. His gaze shifted toward the distant mountain, where the white dragon lay hidden in silent anticipation. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. He suddenly saw a new way to turn the exchange to his advantage. In the quiet village of Sirena, tension rises as Drago, gripping his battle axe with a single star on his attire, faces off against Sirena, a masterful swordswoman whose 3-star rank gleams with authority. Masha isn't one to lag behind. As a first-class spearman, the moment has come for him to enter the fray. Aelin, now a bird, soared closer as her father noticed the familiar silhouette. She perched by the window, watching Mayura's mother braid her hair while the room rang with Mayura's bright, heartfelt laughter. Suddenly, the clear ring of a falling coin cuts through the air. Drawn by the sound, the woman and her daughter step closer, their eyes widening as they spot a gleaming gold coin on the ground. Determined to bridge the distance, Alan promised to return home monthly with a gold coin for his family. But each visit failed to ease the homesickness that clung to him like a heavy shroud. October stands at the threshold, ushering in the 10th month of the year. Alan is about to turn 10, marking a decade of life. For 2 months now, he has served faithfully within the Lord's household. The Baron addresses the knights, his gaze sharp with anticipation. For half a year now, they have tirelessly explored these lands. With a hint of impatience, he inquires about the progress concerning his precious mithril mines. As the Knight Commander had feared, not a single soul had set foot upon these lands for 100 years. Unsurprisingly, monstrous creatures had multiplied here, turning the region into a den of horrors. Swarms gather not only around the 4 mines, but spill into the very heart of the village where mithril was once refined. The area demands thorough clearing, a workforce must be gathered, and reliable transport routes established. Restoring operations at the nearest mine will require no less than 3 years. The news strikes the Lord with deep sorrow. Despite recognizing that his wish might be impossible to fulfill, he still fervently prays for the night to pass swiftly. The Baron inquires about the situation in the lands of Carnell. The Knight Commander reports that, Due to continued mithril mining in the Viscount's territory, they have drawn the wrath of a dragon upon themselves. Everything centered on mithril mining. Alan felt relieved. He hadn't sent his bird to spy on the dragon, likely avoiding its sharp senses. He knew then he wasn't ready to face formidable monsters like those in Class A. The mine's unbearable conditions leave the Viscount bewildered as everyone watches his every move in anticipation. Meanwhile, the Baron sends his knights to the mines, ordering them to strictly follow his strategy. Alan realized the monsters would soon be hunted to extinction, but he had 6 months left to prepare. On his 12th birthday, he'd leave the estate to begin his journey and embrace the life of a true adventurer. Only 2 years remain, yet Alan is determined to repay the Lord's mercy by opening hearts and illuminating minds wherever he goes. After all, leaving this adventure simply as a knight would never satisfy him. Anticipation crackles within the boy as he awaits the moment with restless eagerness. At the mountain's base, orc and goblin villages spread out, while higher up, ant colonies weave tunnels underground. The goblin king and orc warlord rule their domains, but the main threat is the ant queen deep inside her nest. A daunting mission awaits Alan today. He must rid the goblin village of its vicious inhabitants, for in just a few days' time, the knights will arrive. Encircling the village, the creatures built strong fences and posted alert sentries at the gates. Even goblin children clutched makeshift clubs, never showing weakness in front of their elders. Goblins feast on humans and take their weapons as spoils. Alan planned to let them multiply so he could slowly wipe them out for experience, but the knight's interference ruined his scheme. The young hero must confront every monster in his path, ensuring that not a single one escapes his wrath alive. Ellen expertly unleashes her bears, who quickly decimate the first wave. Goblins sound the alarm, new defenders and archers join, and Ellen realizes that if they start firing from afar, things could quickly get out of hand. Issuing clear orders, the young man entrusts Goku with the vital task of keeping a close eye on their adversary. Meanwhile, he commands the spiders to swat down every arrow that comes soaring their way. The first goblin falls, granting 200 experience points. Encouraged, he defeats more foes and advances, where he soon spots a horde of goblins nearby, their eyes gleaming mischievously. The squad stands no chance against such overwhelming enemy numbers. Without him by their side, survival becomes nothing more than a distant hope. The young man commanded the bears to show no mercy. Escape was impossible. Alan had already sealed every exit. The goblins were now trapped in an unbreakable ring. Once, the boy was frail, lacking the power of 20 bears. Now, with newfound strength coursing through him, he could tear apart any foe in the blink of an eye. Victory rested firmly within his grasp. Suddenly, the Goblin King bursts onto the scene, unleashing a thunderous, bone-chilling roar. This was the moment Alan had been waiting for. A sly grin spreads across his face as he jests that the monarch nearly slept through his own funeral. Alan's creations decimated thousands of naval enemies. No monster rivaled them. The bears, posing no threat, lounged by his side. Still, the king should prepare. The winner would claim a hefty 4,200 experience points. With a commanding gesture, the young man orders his beasts to finish off the remaining goblins and drag their lifeless bodies to the very heart of the village. Considerable effort had been required of Alan, but now his hands brimmed with an impressive array of magical stones. All that remained was to dispose of the bodies of his vanquished foes. The young hunter recalls the ever-burning torch he always carries. This inextinguishable flame, a constant companion in his arsenal, stands among his greatest assets, never failing him even in the darkest hours. Flames flicker to life as Alan kindles the bonfire, setting the goblins' bodies alight. With a solemn voice, he declares their land finally cleansed of the goblin menace. Lacking the knowledge of proper burial rites, the boy knew the knights would tend to the solemn task. Kneeling by the heap of remains, he bowed his head in heartfelt prayer, quietly pleading that a kinder fate await them in the next world. Alan earned 48,800 experience points from this village by defeating 223 goblins, including women and children. For months, he roamed the lands, relentlessly honing his skills and strength each day. Restlessness begins to gnaw at Alan, so, seeking a change of pace, he decides to pay the orcs a visit and see how things are unfolding on their end. March brings a new beginning as Mihai finishes at the academy, a major milestone. Overjoyed, Sassel rushes to congratulate her brother, filled with happiness at their long-awaited reunion. Ellen quickly senses the boy isn't cheerful today. He asks his sister's age, then answers himself, 10, making it seem less like real curiosity and more like a rhetorical question he immediately resolves. Sensing something off about her brother, the girl's eyes widen with concern. Anxiously, she presses him for an explanation, but he remains silent, locked in an unsettling quiet. He turns to Alan with a grave look and challenges him to an all-out duel. Alan is surprised, but intrigued. The thought of dueling again rekindles his competitive spirit as tension fills the air and both prepare for the clash. Alan nods in agreement, yet they part ways for a while, each seeking solitude to collect their thoughts and steel themselves for the impending battle. Cecil leans in, whispering something to Thomas, but his troubled gaze betrays growing concern. For the first time, he witnesses his brother in such an unfamiliar, unsettled state, a sight that unsettles him deeply. The courtyard teemed with Alan's summoned creatures. At peak magical strength, he radiated sharp, unwavering confidence. This year, his certainty blazed. Victory was theirs. The boys charge into battle. Alan, swift as a tempest, tears through the air. His astonishing speed, 1483, doubles last year's record. This time, victory is his for the taking, without a shadow of doubt. Alan's swift, relentless blows meet Mikail's expert defense as he patiently waits. Doubt gnaws at Alan, but his training pays off. He gradually seizes the upper hand, forcing Mikail to give ground. The audience is silent, but the knight captain knows Mikail won't yield. Mikail feels exposed under Alan's gaze, but refuses to surrender. Now, they can only wait to see how this tense standoff will end. For a while, the boys stubbornly hold their ground, yet in the end, Alan is forced to admit defeat. A wave of unbearable despair crashes over him, his heart nearly tearing itself apart from the overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Even with his agility, Alan couldn't land a hit. Could pure sword skill truly cover every weakness? If he boosts speed, attacks lose power. How agile must he become to budge his foe? This dilemma can't be ignored. Despite Mihai's unwavering affection, Alan still feels unfulfilled. Even after investing more effort in their relationship, he craves concrete achievements and milestones he can truly claim as his own. Alan stands expecting a handshake, yet all he receives is a polite nod as I pass him by. It seems a friendly clasp of hands won't be in store for us this year. The Lord watches with satisfaction as his son, transformed by 3 years at the academy and radiating maturity, gratefully thanks him for his heartfelt praise. Beside him, Alan stands, nodding in gratitude. Their duel has just finished, a challenge at the insistence of the Lord's son. Was this the outcome he truly desired? Sizzle's teasing remark snaps Alan from his thoughts. She notes his progress but jokes he's still no match for Mihai, suggesting some fencing lessons. Alan agrees while Thomas quietly considers learning from his own brother too. Without warning, Mihai asks for Thomas, saying he has urgent news. He tells his brother he will serve the kingdom for the next 3 years and cannot return home during this period. The news hits the children like a cold gust, leaving them frozen in stunned silence. With a sigh heavy with regret, Mikail apologizes for delivering such sudden tidings. Curious, Thomas tries to understand the mysterious service, but her brother can't explain. Anxious, Cecile asks when Mihai will start. The answer, as soon as tomorrow, hits her like an arrow, leaving her reeling. Despairing, she turns to her father, searching for words. Cecil warmly clasps his brother's hands, smiling as he says this moment brings him true happiness, for now they are together again. Standing by him, I reassure his sister that he'll write often and promise her the time apart will pass quickly. Before she knows it, he'll be back in just 3 years and everything will be fine. Tears streamed down Cecil's cheeks. 3 years felt like an eternity, far too long and unbearably heavy, especially for someone who'd missed her brother with such aching longing, counting the days in restless anticipation of his return. Alan's thoughts returned to the day Mihai was taken into service after graduating, the Viscount's haunting words echoing as the Baron's strange new behavior filled Alan with growing unease and a deep, persistent sense of dread. The entire household assembled in the grand hall, forming a solemn corridor. As anticipation crackled in the air, they prepared to bid the master's son a ceremonious farewell as he set off to fulfill his duty. Alan inquires about the specific duties the boy is expected to perform, but Mr. Raquel remains tight-lipped, withholding any details. With a reassuring tone, he insists that nothing out of the ordinary has reached his ears. Alarm bells ring in Alan's mind. It all seems deeply suspicious. After all, Raquel has served in the manor for 12 long years. Surely, in all that time, he must have uncovered something. A metallic clatter of armor echoes as Mihai appears, descending the stairs with deliberate, silent steps. Cecile stands motionless, wordless, her throat tight and sorrow weighing heavily on her spirit. With a gentle nudge, Thomas encourages his sister to step forward and bid farewell to their brother, hoping to coax her out of silent withdrawal. Hesitant, yet resolute, the young woman slowly approaches Mikail. Fighting back tears, she promises with trembling resolve to wait for his return. The boy draws his little sister into a gentle embrace, softly running his hand through her hair in a tender gesture. Pride radiated from the Lord as he gazed upon his son. With heartfelt words, the mother inspired her boy, urging him to fulfill his mission with honor and to return home as swiftly as he could. As the butler readied his master to leave, Mihai rushed to Alan, embracing him tightly, and trembling with emotion, begged him to protect Cecile and do whatever was necessary to keep his sister safe. As a worthy heir of the Granville lineage, Mikey sets off to fulfill his duty. Waving after him without pause, Cecile gently calls out, urging him to come back unharmed. Over the course of these 3 years, Alan prepares to leave the estate, while Cecile awaits her entrance into the academy. Yet until that day arrives, the boy remains bound by his promise, to protect the young lady at all costs. 2 months after Mihai began his journey, Alan had wiped out all goblin camps. The Dragon Ridge peaks shone free of menace. From level 30 to 35, battle forged Alan's strength. Now he entered a new village, ready for fresh challenges. The knights will soon arrive, so time is not on our side. A formidable B-rank monster commands this village, a foe the boy has never before encountered. Unfortunately, even from his lofty aerial vantage, he's yet to tally the orcs' numbers. As in the goblin village, Alan signals his team to take their positions, ready to spring the trap with ruthless precision once all are set, instantly annihilating his unsuspecting foes. The young man summons Brown, a steadfast D-rank stone-type guardian, to block enemy archers and the Orc King. Brown, 200 plus 200 power, 0 magic, 180 offense, 200 plus 200 endurance, 100 agility, 140 intellect, 108 luck, plus 20 strength, endurance, absolute defense. Alan proudly announces their first hunting expedition in Orc Village. Creatures charge into battle, expertly slaying monsters without hesitation. Brown excels as the team's steadfast guardian, protecting his companions with resolve. Even this bullet doesn't stop him. The boy can't tell how much life these creatures have left. They fight on fiercely, unfazed by any attack, but if wounded enough, death will eventually catch up with them. With a brisk command, the young man orders the spiders to neutralize the archers, and the tactic unfolds flawlessly. Pleased with the seamless execution, Alan vows to unleash an even larger swarm of spiders next time. Alan and his creation press on, undeterred, toward an army of up to 200 foes. The prospect excites him. After all, what better way to gain invaluable experience than by facing such overwhelming odds? The moment arrives for the squad to strike from the opposite flank. The plan unfolds precisely as intended, yet eradicating the enemy proves far more time-consuming here than it had in the goblin village. Alan had already vanquished 100 orcs, yet the king's trail remained elusive. Retreat was no longer an option. He would have to scour the entire village, cutting down anyone daring enough to block his path. Suddenly, a spark of light erupts in the distance, catching the boy's attention. Instantly, he orders the hero to prepare for battle. His timing couldn't be better. A massive, shimmering magical sphere hurtles straight toward the road. Bewildered, the boy tries to grasp if the figure is truly the Orc King. Bosses should be alone, but magical monsters unsettle Alan. How the young hunter will face this unexpected threat is a tantalizing mystery. Alan stands tense, mind racing to see if the Orc King targets him or Brown. Above, a magical orb pulses, ready to strike either. Sensing danger, Alan quickly tells Brown to prepare for defense. The summoned creature manages to fend off the assault, yet Alan can still sense the intense, searing heat radiating from the magical core. Suddenly, 3 more identical spheres break loose, hurtling straight toward the boy. These magical orbs sweep aside everything in their path, mercilessly obliterating any obstacle. Drained of strength, the young hunter can no longer put up a fight. Refusing to surrender, Alan summons every ounce of strength and launches a ferocious assault. His relentless barrage finally overcomes the orc, and as a reward, the young warrior gains 2,000 experience points. Confidence radiates from the young man. This orc, in his eyes, fully merits a promotion to rank C. Still, with a single devastating throw, toppling the creature would be well within his power. With practiced precision, the boy sends an iron ball whistling through the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it strikes the monster squarely on the forehead. 2 more of these deadly spheres remain poised in his arsenal. Just as Alan was about to retreat, a sudden volley of magical orbs burst forth from the enemy's shelter. The unexpected attack sent shockwaves through their ranks, shaking the confidence of even the bravest warriors. To Alan, it feels as though he's been cast straight into the heart of hell itself, with 100 more orcs looming ahead. With determination blazing in his eyes, the young man abandons defense and throws caution to the wind, launching a daring offensive. Thanks to his ample supply of D-class stones, he possesses the power to summon a staggering 20,000 bears. The potato boasts a remarkable trait. It instantly restores 1,000 points of mana. With every surge of his mana, the boy conjured new bears, summoning them again and again until his magical reserves threatened to run dry. The Orc King enters, his menacing roar echoing across the battlefield and unnerving even the bravest warriors. This fearsome orc rivals the Martyr's Church, both commanding the formidable power of B rank. Compared to a bear, this creature radiates an even greater sense of bulk. By Alan's rough estimation, it stands nearly 4 meters tall. With a single mighty blow, the monster annihilates several summoned bears at once, forcing the boy to frantically conjure, empower, and call forth another formidable beast. The situation is turning grim. The enemies are dispatching the bears far more swiftly than Alan had anticipated. The Orc King's staggering attack range leaves the bears unable to even get close before being struck down. Another magical orb zooms past Alan and destroys Brown. Alan instantly taps his potato ability, boosting his mana by 1,000. As he scrambles for his next move, he realizes he can't just hope the king or enemies will tire first. As the climax draws near for Alan, the enigmatic Knight Commander materializes from the shadows. Taking in the boy's distress at a glance, he instantly grasps the gravity of the moment. In that moment, Alan realizes his grave mistake. Expecting the captain tomorrow, he's caught off guard when the stranger admits curiosity about the rising smoke led him to investigate its source. The knight notices the creatures following the boy and, curious, asks about them. Embarrassed and anxious, Alan blushes, hoping the commander will dismiss these abominations as ordinary monsters. He must reluctantly summon his creations. The knight ignores monsters and confronts orc kings without hesitation. Rumor claims even Martigash would fall, for before them stands the mightiest knight of House Granville. The man boldly promises to handle the orcs himself, leaving everything else for the boy to deal with. A spearman joins the group, taking the opportunity Alan hoped for. Instead of disappointment, Alan is thrilled. This rare chance lets him observe true masters and witness the skill and artistry of seasoned warriors firsthand. The scribe moves with reckless abandon, while the orc king strikes with lightning speed, his attack sweeping across a wide expanse. Without a trace of haste, the commander strides confidently toward the beast and, with composed precision, strikes it. The display leaves a deep impression on Alan. Among the shadows, the knight captain became known as Xenov, the demon of war. Legends of his supernatural strength earned him this fearsome title. Fury raged in the orc king as he attacked with wild strength, but the knight captain met each blow with calm resolve, standing his ground in unwavering defiance, unmoved by the enemy's power or towering presence. No one can rival the spearman. He dispatches every foe with flawless skill, snuffing out any glimmer of hope they might have for victory. Awe fills the young man's heart as he witnesses the orc captain and his assistant display their formidable skill. The way Xenomorph moves reminds him uncannily of the unique ability Sirena once unleashed upon him. The true strength of swordsman and spearman was found to lie entirely in their innate talents. With dazzling speed, the captain vanquished the orc king, never once needing to unleash his real abilities. The battle subsided, and a man approached Alan, requesting assistance in reaching the city. Unease crept over Alan. The stranger had witnessed everything that had unfolded, yet not a single question escaped his lips. Alan requested the captain's permission to extract stones from the monsters. With a brief nod of approval, Alan skillfully used his sword and swiftly completed the task with practiced precision. Should nothing change, new orcs might soon invade the village. For this very reason, Alan firmly believes his choice was the right one. The knightly order is set to take charge from here. With the sun dipping below the horizon, the young man receives an invitation to spend the night in their camp. At dawn, they will all depart together for his baron's estate. The group set up camp, kindled a crackling fire, and began preparing their evening meal. Before long, the air brimmed with the tantalizing aroma of simmering dishes, enticing every travel-weary soul to gather around and savor the piping hot feast. The commander inquired whether Alan had wiped out all the goblin settlements. With a confident nod, the young man reported clearing out a staggering 52 villages, doubting that a single one had survived his sweep. The captain shared the same sentiment. Launching into his account, he spoke of how, 4 years prior, the village of Sirena had abruptly begun delivering an astonishing number of albajirani carcasses. Over time, she managed to multiply the boar harvest several times over, even though the original requirement was just 10 carcasses per year. Thanks to her unwavering dedication, Alan was welcomed into the service of the Granville estate. As the boy neared the city, reports came in of monster corpses missing magical stones. Recently, every goblin village with enchanted gems had vanished, their settlements burned to ashes without a trace. Alan wasn't merely a hunter of game, he single-handedly brought down sea beasts of the formidable ocean rank. What's more, during his duel with Mikail, Alan's mastery shone so brilliantly that his opponent found himself genuinely unsettled. An overwhelming realization hits Alan. All his secrets are revealed, and the priests unanimously swear he has no abilities, sealing this harsh truth with their sacred word and confirming its absolute certainty. Do they remember 5 years ago, when brilliant light filled the room and, as the boy touched the orb, strange symbols appeared on the pillar? No one could decipher them, and even Alan's magic was too weak, so everyone called the boy talentless. The knight captain claims the child possesses true talent. Once he fought side by side with these very beasts, treating them as equals on the battlefield. Clamping his lips shut, Alan resolves to stay silent. Just a single careless word more, and he might accidentally reveal something that would surely lead to even more trouble. Leaning in with a confidential air, he inquires if the interrogation has concluded, and assures the man that whatever they discuss will remain strictly between them. The Baron had long suspected Alan's unusual abilities, noticing his boundless passion for hunting, especially after the raccoon raised his status, and now realized he'd rarely restricted the boy, letting him freely pursue his interests. The knight knew his curiosity would soon awaken, but honor kept her silent. The man assured her the boy could summon the bear within. The boy, meanwhile, sensed something strange and otherworldly in the man's speech. The captain's vow of secrecy serves as further proof, provided the boy follows his commands to the letter and handles things just as he vanquished all those monsters. After all, they are both fighting on the same side. Awkwardness flickers across the boy's face, yet he nods in agreement. The days of trudging through the wilderness in pursuit of experience are finally behind him. Just then, a soldier informs the captain that the hot water is ready. In gratitude, Alan turns to the man and politely requests permission to scrub his back. As the young man turns away, deep scars and traces of old wounds become visible across his back. The fact that the captain survived such torment seems almost unbelievable, a mystery sure to astonish readers in due time. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he asks about the pain. Offering healing magic, the boy is quietly refused. Alan's hunt ended in disappointment. The goal is distant, and he knows he must train harder before facing the king alone. The captain of the knights, as if reading the boy's mind, flashes a knowing smile and asks if he enjoyed the hunt. With a smile lingering on his lips, Alan confessed to feeling genuine delight. Surmounting the trials set forth by the goddess, a surge of joy and exhilaration coursed through him, leaving him utterly invigorated. With just one level surge, all wounds vanished instantly. Yet the commander still had the same facial scars whenever Alan saw him. Alan wondered, could leveling up really be such a difficult feat? Once the man finished his bath, everyone settled in for the night. Still, a handful of vigilant souls volunteered to keep watch until dawn. The next morning, news from the Order of Knights spread that several monster-occupied territories were freed. Restless since their last meeting, Cecil finally saw him, rushed over, and threw her arms around his neck. The Baron was overjoyed at Alan's return. Though Alan disappeared without explanation, no one reproached him. Instead, curiosity grew. What could Alan be planning next? 2 weeks slipped by since the knight captain's daring rescue of Alan. Now, at last, the moment for the second assault on the orc village had arrived. For the second time, the young man triumphs over the orc king, earning 2,500 experience points. This victory comes effortlessly, with not a single challenge standing in his way. Doubt flashed through Alan. Was he destined to win, or would fate betray him? Suddenly, 40 bears besieged the village. Amid the chaos, Alan hunted down and eliminated all the orc mages hiding nearby. Even if the bears fall, the boy instantly recognizes their replacements, while Alan, like a seasoned commander, observes from afar. Ultimately, the boy earns 335,000 experience points, 7 times more than at Goblin Village. After the battle, Alan praised his loyal bears again. Now was the time to gather precious stones. Though he was defeated early, he rallied, avenged the slight, and showed the resilience of a true gamer. With the Orc King's lifeless body sprawled before them, Its true size at last became apparent, a hulking giant far larger than it appeared during the heated clash. For the first time, Alan claimed a B-rank magic stone as his prize. This time, 120 D-rank magic crystals disappeared from his stash. Determined to save diligently, Alan prepared for his 11th birthday in October, having cleared nearly 20 orc settlements since May and reported each to the Knight Captain. The mithril mines were set to open in 3 years, but thanks to Alan's help, the timeline shortened to 2, and now it looks like they'll finally be operating by next spring. Everything is going as planned. Alan must eliminate all orc settlements and, if possible, Armadill's ant nests. As soon as he turns 12, he will be inducted into the Adventurers Guild. Emissaries of His Majesty arrive at the Granville estate, their eyes alight with admiration for the Baron's impeccable domain. Yet behind their effusive praise lurks a question. Does their visit truly carry nothing more than words of flattery? The Lord welcomed his guests warmly, his gaze curious as he inquired about the purpose of their visit that day. The esteemed Lord and his loyal retinue have faithfully served His Majesty from the very day the Baron was granted his title. In deep gratitude, the King wishes to express heartfelt thanks for their unwavering devotion and tireless dedication. The Baron offers his gratitude, admitting he hardly deserves such lavish praise. In a world where genuine compliments are scarce and vanish as swiftly as they arrive, such honest words feel almost miraculous. The messenger arrived with a vital mission, to personally deliver a letter to the Lord from Mikail Granville, his vanished son. Cecil recalled when her brother promised to write often, memories flooding her as he remained silent for half a year. As the Baron clasps the letter in his hands, an ominous sense of dread washes over him. With horror etched across his face, he demands to know the precise moment the letter was written. The reply chills him further. 3 months ago. Mihai's mother begs her husband to hand her the letter, longing to read its contents. The moment the paper touches her hands, tears begin streaming down her cheeks. The truth emerges. Mihai died fulfilling his duty. The master, devastated and in disbelief, keeps questioning if it's a mistake, unable to fathom why such sudden tragedy struck after just half a year. Suddenly, the Baron's voice erupts into a desperate shout. Mikail has just graduated from the academy. Did they really send him to such a perilous place simply because they are aristocrats of low birth? The king's envoy, voice laced with barely veiled menace, inquires whether the Baron truly dares defy the monarch's will. Tears streaming down her face, Mihai's mother is utterly devastated, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before her eyes. The envoy declares their visit at an end, reminding all that many roads still beckon and messages await delivery in distant lands. With a resonant slam, the doors close, leaving a profound silence to settle over the room. Refusing to accept Mihai's death, Alan clung fiercely to disbelief. Yet, as his friend's final words echoed in his memory, a chilling realization dawned. Mihai had almost sensed that such a fate awaited him. Cecil stood frozen, numb and bewildered, lost and weeping uncontrollably as she begged her father for answers. Seeing her distress, the Lord softly asked everyone else to leave them alone. The mother pleads desperately for permission to stay, but gentle hands guide her toward the exit. From beyond the closed doors, anxious voices mingle with the tremulous sobs of concerned staff. Alan couldn't shake the haunting look on his family's faces as they read the letter, a final testament from Mihai. Each word a farewell, as if Mihai knew he was heading straight into death. The Lord solemnly revealed Cecil's noble quest, but outrage filled her. How could she sacrifice her life? As her father pleaded desperately, Cecil refused any justification and stormed out, leaving all arguments behind. It seems fate has chosen the same cruel end for Cecil. The master stands powerless, compelled to send his 15-year-old children into certain doom, obeying commands he is utterly unable to defy. With a gentle knock at the door, the butlers arrived bearing her evening meal, politely urging her to at least take a small taste. Believing solitude would serve the girl best, the Lord decided to leave her alone for now. He would speak with her himself come morning. As time slipped quietly by, Cecil at last surrendered to sleep. Fury surges within Thomas at the realization that he has been kept in the dark. Yet soon, the full truth will be revealed to him as he stands poised to inherit the Granville estate. Morning breaks. Anxiety gnaws at the butler, his thoughts circling back to the girl who hadn't touched a morsel since last night. Now he wonders if perhaps she will finally agree to breakfast today. A worker recalls hearing rumors of the Granville family's tragic fate before arriving. Mr. Granville's parents and brothers died the same way, but no one expected his life to end at only 15. Memories overwhelmed the young man. Mr. Mihai had always helped him in hard times. He thought being born into poverty was the harshest fate. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the room. Cecil had disappeared without a trace. Overwhelmed by loneliness, Cecil believes only Alan cares. Suddenly overcome with emotion, she sharply yells at Alan, demanding he leave her alone and return to wherever he came from. A loud rumble echoed from her stomach. Cecile hadn't eaten a thing since yesterday. Alan turns his pockets inside out, producing his entire worldly stash, a handful of fruit and a solitary potato. At first, a look of disgust twists the girl's face as she surveys the scene, yet hunger soon overpowers her revulsion, and she reluctantly starts to eat. After some time had passed, Cecil's tears welled up once more as Mihai's promise to return echoed in her memory. With a hopeful gaze, the girl asks Alan if her brother was truly strong. Alan nods without a second's hesitation. Never once in all their clashes had he managed to best Mikail. Despair overwhelmed Cecil, driving her to hysteria as she feared her doom. Alan sensed it in her shaking voice as, face buried in her knees, she murmured that this long, peaceful land could still forge true warriors. A moment of clarity washes over Alan as he realizes his true calling, shaping the destinies of humankind. After a moment's thought, Aidan boldly suggests to Cecil that they leave the city together, set aside their worries, and use his small stash of savings to escape and embark on a journey for two. Irritation flickered across the girl's face. Honestly, the situation was beyond her comprehension, and really, who did this Alan think he was, to act in such a manner? At first, the boy intended to wait until his 12th birthday before joining the Adventurers Guild. Cecile insists they'll be studying at the academy, dismissing the cartridge rumor as utter nonsense. Doubt flickers in the boy's eyes as he questions whether a girl like her truly needs to attend such a place at all. With a subtle hint, he lets her know that only she holds the power to choose what fills her life and which path she will walk next. After a moment's contemplation, Cecil ultimately chooses to turn back. Alan instantly senses the shift in her mood. Weary from the long journey, she gazes at him with pleading eyes and quietly asks to be carried, exhaustion clear in every word. Lifted gently into his arms, she buries her face in his shoulder, whispering heartfelt thanks to Alan for everything. Deep within, he is moved by genuine gratitude for her boundless kindness. After some time, the boys return to the manor. Their worried parents rush instantly to their daughter's side. Tears streaming down her face, Cecile breaks down in sobs, desperately begging them for forgiveness. Relieved to see the girl safe, the master's eyes shine with joy. He sincerely apologizes for his harsh words, gently touches her cheek, meets her gaze, and assures her she has nothing to fear from now on. Soon the miners would resume their quest for mithril, and with the fortune this rare metal promised, they might finally break the girl free from the shackles of debt that bound her to the whims of the aristocracy. At last, clarity dawns for Ellen. Now she grasps why Boron was so desperate to complete this mission. Regret gnaws at him. Had he worked alongside the order from the outset, perhaps Mihai might still draw breath today. Cecil remains steadfast, believing her father's words are only grief speaking. She resolutely vows to fulfill her duty. Like her brother Mikail, she never considers fleeing or hiding from her destiny. 6 months after Mihai's death, life at Granville estate returned to normal. The Brotherhood of Night, acting on Alan's orders, destroyed the goblin village as nearby settlers, now hopeful, rushed to restore the mines by summer's end. Unfazed, the father observes as planned, but worries how Carnell will react now that he's lost the mithril profits and his affairs are in chaos. Hence, the Granville family must stay vigilant. March brings a brisk chill as Alan climbs the mountain, convinced Cecil couldn't make it. The path is too dangerous. Yet she was the one who insisted they undertake this monster hunting quest. The young man grasped her desire to grow stronger, yet he knew one thing for certain. The Baron would never allow it. Still, the thought lingered in his mind. The witch's assistance might one day prove invaluable to him. Alan finally reaches his destination, where a horde of monsters, known for hindering mithril mining but offering rich experience, awaits. Among them, the fearsome Medillo ants are the most dangerous, ranking in the C class. More than 1,000 diligent inhabitants bustle inside the nest. The entire colony obeys its queen, who reigns at the heart of the anthill, directing daily life, laying eggs, and constantly replenishing the ranks with new ants. Currently, Alan knows far less about the enemy than he'd like. 1,000 creatures, just thinking of it chills him. He can't count them from above, but one thing is clear. The nest has a single, massive entrance. Despite the awkwardness, Alan knew the ants still had the upper hand even if he slipped in, so he used a familiar tactic. As his first step, he summoned 6 bears to thin their ranks before acting. The world itself taught Alan to fight, but time slips by as battle rages. His skilled creations quickly find enemy weaknesses, yet they're badly outnumbered, with foes closing in on all sides. Strategically, the boy placed 3 bears atop the ant, determined to keep his own losses to an absolute minimum. Bears have an intellect of 130, but their limited capacity prevents them from mastering complex strategies, resulting in frequent errors, while hawks have a sharp mind with an impressive 250 intelligence units. Eager to speed things up, Alan joins the bear and bird, but after a month, the nest remains. Twice weekly, he eliminates 200 foes, over 2,000 by now. Yet, by all accounts, the nest should have been cleared long ago. The most astonishing twist comes days after the executions. The bodies vanish without a trace. Rumors claim the queen consumes them, using their essence to create new subjects. Alan amasses invaluable experience as the ants emerge one by one from the nest, too swiftly for him to handle them all. Faced with this overwhelming challenge, he realizes there's no choice but to reconsider his entire strategy. May brought vibrant colors outside. With the Baron's permission, Alan changed his routine, aiming to clear the lair by fighting twice in a row, determined to finally finish what he had started. 2 months slipped by, and the death toll soared to 5,000. Alan wastes no time on his return. He sweeps through enemy ranks, wiping out 300 foes in a single stroke. At last, silence reigned supreme, a clear sign the young man had thoroughly cleared out the lair. While the main portion of the lair has been cleared, the Ant Queen remains alive. Determined to survey the situation further, Alan commands his hawk and a fleet of other birds to take to the skies and begin an aerial reconnaissance mission. The cave was a sprawling labyrinth of chambers and passages. One bird died, so Alan summoned another. He then deactivated the bears, but this left them in total darkness, rendering them completely blind. A spark of inspiration flashes in Alan's mind. He'll guide them using those vacant, unblinking eyes. Meanwhile, the little animals stumble into the nursery, uncertain but hopeful. 8 tunnels are inspected at once. The boy resolves that if even a single bear suffers harm, he'll instantly summon a replacement. Meanwhile, the perilous section will be entrusted to a swift squadron of biting creatures, soaring to the rescue. Alan directs Holo's attention back to the map. The boy's legs tremble. His mind reels from the tangle of ancient labyrinths sprawled before him, as though he stumbled straight into the heart of a mythical old role-playing quest. Evening blanketed the city, time to return to the manor. But Alana, determined not to waste this chance, weighed the risks, found the Ant Queen without hesitation, and advanced boldly to meet her. Striving to remain composed, Alan faces a formidable opponent, a creature ranked at B level. Only his sharp wits and deft negotiation skills with beings of this caliber grant him any hope of holding his ground. The Queen's chamber lies 5 kilometers from the entrance, fiercely guarded by a squad of 10 vigilant ants. To reach it, the boy must once again rely on his cunning and devise a clever strategy. Trusting Hollow completely, Alan relies on the bird to guide him through the pitch-black cave, where darkness engulfs every corner and not a hint of light remains. The past 2 months had not been wasted. Every ounce of effort was poured into preparation. Now, as his gaze landed on the queen ant, her massive size was impossible to ignore. Yet, curiously, her head was only slightly larger than his own. They resorted to tried-and-true tactics. Meanwhile, the bears wasted no time in casting off their former allies. Some time passes. In the heat of battle, Alan loses several of his creatures, yet, against the odds, they finally manage to rid themselves of the remaining minions once and for all. Losses continue to mount, yet among us, there are still survivors. The Ant Queens will not succeed in wiping us all out so swiftly. Alan commands the creatures to strike at her unguarded belly, exploiting her clumsy movements. For a moment, victory seems firmly within their grasp. After a tense stretch, the Queen is finally defeated. For this hard-fought victory, the boy is awarded an impressive 45,000 experience points. Only 20 souls had been spent on her, an astonishing thrift, considering 100 were the bare minimum for dealing with the Orc King each time. Alan had to spend the night here. Returning to the village was impossible. They wouldn't let him back. With no help from the Order's head, he hoped locals wouldn't hold a grudge, making proof of victory crucial for him. The ant nest reeked with an unbearable stench. It took Alan a full 2 months of relentless work to completely rid just one of these dwellings of its foulness. During this time, he eradicated 5,000 ants. The Queen, it seemed, had managed to lay 4,000 eggs. Perhaps that explained the sheer exhaustion etched across her form. Even monsters require sustenance and strength to grow into formidable beings. Did they truly think sheer numbers would be enough to overwhelm Alan? Once every magical stone had been collected, the moment arrived to press onward into the unknown. A sudden glimmer catches Alan's eye. He spots an unfamiliar stone among the rubble and, fascinated by this unique find, inspects it closely as an intriguing idea flashes through his mind. The next day, the Lord sternly scolds the boy for his repeated absence and lateness, saying he nearly sent knights to find him. If the boy wants to defend himself, now is the time. There won't be a better chance to explain. Alan apologizes, explaining he was busy removing an ant nest on White Dragon Ridge and only eliminated the Queen yesterday, stressing that all efforts were for the prosperity and well-being of Granville's lands. Rage seethes within Syl, her anger boiling over the moment she learns of Alan's deceit. Betrayed, she feels trust draining from her heart, disappointment settling in its place like a cold, unyielding stone. All faith in him shattered beyond repair. Memories surface. None of these people have the faintest notion that he alone wiped entire villages from existence. This time, he resolves to give them undeniable proof of the power he possesses. Alan reveals the colossal Ant Queen carapace, but to his surprise, the Lord and his entourage react with unexpected restraint, far more subdued than he expected, despite thinking such a find would excite them. The Lord, intrigued, remarks that he's heard tales of the Queen's armor possessing an extraordinary hue. Turning to Zainoff, he inquires whether this remarkable armor truly belongs to her. With a hint of regret, the Knight Captain apologizes, admitting that he cannot answer the question. He has never crossed paths with the Ant Queen. The master asks if Xenov truly believes the queen is indestructible. Xenov gravely confirms this, adding that not even the Order's greatest power is enough to accomplish such an impossible task. Astonishment lit up Alan's face, his wonder unmistakable. Meanwhile, suspicion flickered in Cecil's eyes. He couldn't shake the notion that Alan had sneakily painted the shell himself. Attempting to justify himself, the young man insists that the chivalric order possesses more than enough strength to handle the queen. Enaf says this nest holds over 1,000 fierce warrior ants, and its dark tunnels would swallow the unwary. Even the bravest hesitate as the Knight Commander admits no one has ever fully wiped out such a dangerous nest. Their sole mission had been to obliterate the villages of orcs and goblins. Eyes wide with astonishment, Cecil turns to the boy and asks if he truly means what he says. Did he really vanquish all the ants and conquer the entire labyrinth on his own? Yet that's exactly how it happened. With a mere gesture, he summoned his creatures, and they swept through the den, clearing it without leaving a trace behind. Alan prepares to unveil yet another piece of evidence. Producing a handful of small stones, he explains they were discovered inside the Ant Queen's head. Most likely, he surmises, these mysterious rocks are none other than mithril ore. The crowd stands in stunned silence, realizing just how rare and extraordinary such an item truly is. A satisfied grin spreads across the boy's face as he asks, "Will you believe me now?" Xenov can hardly trust his own eyes, yet it seems Alan truly has what it takes to handle them. The Baron assures the young man they'll discuss this later in a better place. Meanwhile, Cecil looks at her comrade with pride, now convinced he has the strength to defeat a B-rank monster. Sometime later, Alan steps into the Baron's chamber. The Baron, without delay, asks the boy to pinpoint the ant nest's exact location. Alan carefully studies the map, traces his finger over the parchment, and indicates the precise spot. News arrives from Xenov. They've managed to locate the elusive fifth mine, and without a moment's hesitation, he gathers the knights and sets out for the site. Alan requests permission to draw a complete map from the nest. Now, in the presence of everyone, not a single doubt lingers about the truth of his words. With a commanding voice, the Baron declares Alan will not be punished, praising his dedication and determination in finding ore. The Lord proudly names Alan the official discoverer of the new mine. This grants him the right to claim 30% of all ore extracted from this mine. Half of all profits earned from mining mithril rightfully belong to His Majesty. The net income remaining after deducting every expense and tax is known as the mining right. In other words, the landowner stands to claim 70% of the profits, leaving Alan with the remaining 30%. Yet, the exact amounts each will receive remain shrouded in uncertainty. Patience is required. Only time will reveal the final outcome. Sensing the scent of opportunity in the air, the young man knows a lucrative deal is within reach. With unwavering confidence, he realizes he has just taken a bold stride toward achieving his own success. October approaches as Alan nears his 12th birthday. Mithril mining resumes in Granville after a century, and plans are underway to explore Alan's cave discovery, with work set to begin next year. With ease, the young man dispatched every ant, leaving no trace of danger in his path. All worries about financial hardship faded from his mind, as if they had never existed at all. Yet an uneasy feeling gnaws at Alan, whispering that something is amiss. Ordinary obstacles fail to satisfy his craving for real challenges. The sense grows stronger. Any moment now, a true trial is about to reveal itself. News reaches the young man that the royal envoy has returned. It appears the Baron has once more become entangled in matters requiring the messenger's attention. Viscount Carnell resurfaces after a prolonged absence, drawing a crowd around the table as soon as he appears. The Lord asked his guest's purpose. Proudly, the visitor said the Granville-run Mitro mine was thriving beyond expectations. The royal voice, then warmly congratulated the Baron on this remarkable success. For years, the White Dragon has terrorized Granville and Carnell, but His Majesty now aims to end this. The Sovereign has issued an edict proposing a division of power along White Dragon Ridge. The rulers must divide power among themselves and finally bring an end to the sorrowful history of these lands. That is why the royal envoy approached the Vice-Chancellor, requesting the preparation of a suitable treaty. The Viscount Carnell had already placed his signature upon the agreement. Now, only Lord's approval stood between them and the final arrangement. A sinister smile curls across the Count's face, erasing any lingering doubt. He is undoubtedly the mastermind behind this devious scheme. With a humble bow, the Baron begs forgiveness, explaining his urgent need to depart for the capital. The messenger bristles at the response, irritation flashing across his face. He senses the Baron is casting doubt on his message. Claiming that the Lord's pride swelled dangerously when he resumed mining mithril, the messenger from Carnell, unwilling to hear another word, silently turns and slips out of the room. The Baron's certainty was unshakable. His Majesty would never stoop to such madness, nor would he ever consent to a decision so absurd. Curiosity glimmered in his eyes as he inquired of the butler whether the order of knights had already set out for the White Dragon Ridge. In response, the butler informed him that the knights would only return in 2 days' time. The Lord resolves to await their return before making haste to the capital to see the king. Young Thomas will be informed of this decision in the House of Lords. Cecil, anxious and worried, approached her father, who calmly reassured her that her fears were unfounded and firmly promised no one would ever take their estate from them. Alan realizes escaping won't be easy, but if he shares the dragon's spine, both worlds could finally end the White Dragon's attacks and find peace from those haunting memories. No one can say when he will return to his homeland. In a way, this decision offers a measure of stability, yet it would have been far preferable had it not involved Count Carnell, an earnest merchant with little taste for such affairs. Should the Baron refuse, any hope for a peaceful life will vanish. Alan ponders deeply, wondering which options might appeal to the Lord's tastes. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shatters the air. Panic erupts in an instant. Driven by rising anxiety, everyone bolts for the second floor, desperate to see if Cecil is all right. As Alan climbs to the top floor, he spots a massive dent in the wall and a lifeless butler below it. Advancing cautiously, he sees several figures struggling to abduct Cecily amidst the tense chaos. Lightning fast, the young man draws his sword and rushes to rescue his lady as panicked bandits scramble for the window. Alan swings at one, but the bandit deftly parries, deflecting the attack with unexpected agility. A fierce clash erupts between them, swords ringing with a thunderous clang that reverberates through the chamber. Up against an exceptionally powerful foe, Alan realizes he has no choice but to summon his trusted companion to the battlefield. First, the young man devours an enchanted fruit, its magic instantly restoring 1,000 points of mana to his reserves. Alan hands the servant a healing herb, instantly restoring another 1,000 points of health to him. With hardly a word spoken, Alan was already provoked by the bandit's taunts. In a flash, he charged, unleashing rapid blows. His opponent reeled, completely unprepared for Alan's electrifying speed. Urgent whispers warn the Lord of an attack and Cecil's attempted kidnapping. Chaos erupts as a bandit throws a smoke bomb. Fearing poison gas, the boy panics. Alarms blare, and everyone scrambles for weapons, readying for battle. Alan spots Cecil. She has fainted. A surge of hope rises within him, wishing desperately for her safety. Yet, even as concern swells in his chest, a creeping darkness begins to cloud his own mind, consciousness slipping quietly from his grasp. A shadowy figure abducted Alan, leaving his mind in chaos and paralyzing his body. Desperate and powerless, he nonetheless felt incredibly lucky for one simple reason: he was still alive. Even with eyes closed, the summoner commands battle with precision, conjuring birds, star 7, mana 0, ATK 5, end 6, AGI int 210, luck 8, whose top skill is perfectly mimicking voices, aided by plus 200 AGI per int bonus. With a swift shift in consciousness, Alan seizes control of the birds. His gaze sweeps the scene, rapidly taking stock of every unfolding detail. 3 people occupy the room, which appears to have been converted into a kitchen. Suddenly, a voice slices through the quiet, breaking the stillness without warning. A man steps into the room and inquires about the presence of the 2 children. One of the bandits points out that the dark-haired fellow isn't half bad with a sword. Maybe he could prove useful to their cause. With unwavering resolve, the man strides to his comrade and stabs him without hesitation, showing that to him, any insubordination means instant, remorseless death for even a single disregard of his commands. The commander strides out of the room, casting a sharp order over his shoulder. Should the boy cause even the slightest trouble, eliminate him without hesitation. Horror fills Alan as he realizes this giant is even more menacing than the other 3. Once the brute leaves, the men discuss uneasily, revealing their boss's relentless urge to kill at every opportunity. The answer likely lies in his time as a soldier. Though his service on the battlefield lasted just a year, the harrowing experiences he endured marked him forever, leaving an indelible scar on his life. The gang harbored no illusions. Without their leader, taking down Zenoff, the elusive knight captain, seemed an impossible feat. With a decade of command beneath his belt, Zenoff is no ordinary captain. An encounter with him promises to be anything but easy. Still, chances are high the bandit leader will find a way to handle him. Rumors spread that Zenoff had wiped out whole armies. Some believed these tales, others didn't. Among the bandits, one thought only fools sought battle, so Dagla's choice to flee seemed especially wise. As conversation drifted above Alan, its meaning lost, but a chilling certainty lingering. A real war raged elsewhere. Though talk faded to chatter, Alan sensed their enemies were many, led by a shadowy figure who ordered Cecile's abduction. With no one to rely on, Alan must forge ahead alone. A chill hits as he recalls losing his mithril sword. Now he has just Drago's dagger and 3 iron balls, hardly enough to offer real protection. Seizing the moment as one of the men makes for the door, Alan swiftly transforms into a bird and darts out of the room like a swift shadow. His first instinct urges him to scout out the precise location of the exit. A stunningly colorful bird catches the man's eye, prompting him to ask his companions where it came from. They guess it's a parrot that escaped from the luxurious home of a wealthy owner. Alan harbors a suspicion. They might actually be aboard a ship. Could it be they've truly drifted out to sea? Yet the boy knows absolutely nothing about any elder Granville. The boy hurtles onward through the air when realization dawns. This ship is truly colossal. Suddenly, a window appears before him. Alan draws nearer, curiosity spurring him to peer outside. A profound darkness blankets the world outside. The sky glimmers with countless stars, leaving no doubt that night has truly fallen. The ship rocked gently as the loudspeaker announced, "Thank you for choosing Beacon Company. We've entered an area of air currents, which may cause some swaying, but won't affect our magical vessel's course." Alan is horrified to realize he's stranded high above the earth, escape impossible as the vessel soars above the clouds. His only hope, if the craft ever descends, he might finally have a chance at freedom. After a quick glance around, the boy darts onward, careful not to draw the gaze of the evicted dog lurking nearby. Remaining unnoticed is all that matters now. While exploring the outskirts, Alan stumbles upon a bustling scene. People are gathered, and there's even a restaurant thriving aboard the ship. The place teems with visitors, but with danger looming, will rescue be possible? Suddenly, an all too familiar, repugnant laughter pierces the air. Leaning forward ever so slightly, Alan recognizes the sound as belonging to Viscount Carnell. Alan had no idea he'd encounter the Viscount here, calmly talking with the royal envoy. The 2 men conversed quietly, deliberating over important matters. chief among them, Cecile's abduction. Amid the turmoil stood the king, who faced trouble after backing the academic faction for prime minister. The justice minister felt his candidate deserved it, but fate intervened with a different outcome. Nestled beside the men, the academic coalition found its place within the wooden chest. As for the deputy minister of justice, it was he who orchestrated the agreement for joint governance. At the same time, they must allocate funds in accordance with the prime minister's directive. Yet, a lingering mystery remains. Has the tiger begun to move? With heartfelt gratitude, the Viscount commends the king's envoy for his unwavering diligence. Owing to these steadfast efforts, the junior nobility now navigates every intricate detail of their affairs with newfound confidence and finesse. For Carnell, all joy lay in watching the Baron's disappointment. He was sure all would go as planned, though any mistake from the Baron could cause trouble. The Viscount notes, this is why they abducted the Lord's daughter. The Baron dotes on his daughter with unwavering devotion, especially since the recent loss of his son still weighs heavily on his heart. They will receive a message assuring them that no harm will come to the young lady. Still, should he persist in refusing to sign the contract, Carnell feels certain, taking action against the girl may serve as a powerful display of determination. Rage explodes within Alan the moment those words reach his ears. Every fiber of his being seethes with hatred for the treacherous Viscount. The messenger warns that if the Lord crosses into their lands to save his daughter, they could sue him for illegal entry, ensuring they retain a strong advantage even if unexpected complications occur. The Viscount never thought they'd dare such a feat. Acquiring Mithril was tough and could change events greatly. Yet Alan still doubted if he could use this newfound fortune for its intended purpose. The Baron found himself in a dire predicament. Now, saving Cecile falls squarely on the boy's shoulders, and there's no time to spare. Just then, the girl begins to stir, slowly regaining consciousness. A soft gasp escapes the girl's lips, instantly drawing the attention of the bandits. One of the burliest men breaks the silence, his voice gruff and commanding. Alan guessed she was still asleep. An incredibly potent substance had been tested on the girl, plunging her into a brief state of medical hibernation. A knowing glance crosses the man's face as he deduces that Cecile possesses no magic of her own. With a gentle tone, he informs the girl that they have already arrived in the city of Carnell. Tears well up in Cecile's eyes, but not a single word escapes her. Her lips are bound tightly shut. The sight only fuels the man's fury. With a burst of anger, he leaps to his feet and, hurling threats, storms towards her. Alan realizes he can't hesitate any longer. The time to act is now. He gathers his determination, summons the butterfly, and commands it to launch a swift assault on the enemy, channeling all his willpower. The bandits stand frozen in shock. Never before have they witnessed a summoned creature. To them, this raging blizzard appears as nothing short of a fearsome demon, a monstrous force unleashed. In a sudden flash of realization, Alan grasps the gravity of his mistake. After all, the butterfly's power to stun and lull to sleep holds no sway over humans. While the bandits remain engrossed in their own affairs, the boy manages to slip free from his bonds. Determination burning in his eyes, he prepares to strike back against his foes. Brandishing the boy's weapon as a trophy, the men attempt to intimidate him, boasting of their control and insisting that Alan hasn't the slightest hope of victory. Yet no one suspects that Alan possesses a rare talent, the power of summoning. With a mere thought, he calls forth towering bears to fight by his side, sending these mighty beasts charging into battle against his foes. Bewilderment sweeps over the bandits as they fail to fathom how these wild beasts manage to appear here. Panic-stricken, they bolt in haste, desperately fleeing the relentless predators that close in with every step. At that very moment, Alan leaps into the fray. The second adversary stands poised, fully prepared for combat. Meanwhile, the young man's strength slowly begins to return. Only one powerful foe remained. He had to be eliminated fast before reinforcements came. Alan, intensely focused and ready, called Brown, who immediately joined, shielding Alan with steadfast resolve amid the chaos. Witnessing the enemy fell the bear with a single effortless strike, Alan realizes a fierce and grueling battle lies ahead. The conjurer summons a worm, spider, and salmon for his assault. Alan commands the salmon to scatter, invokes the worm's strength, and orders the spider to bind the bandit in silk as he targets Cecilia. Stunned, the giant's eyes widen in disbelief upon learning that this child possesses the rare ability to tame monsters, a gift granted to only a chosen few. As the enemy hesitates, Alan strikes instantly, his blade flashing toward the foe's neck. But the blow hardly leaves a mark. His opponent's strength clearly exceeds what Alan's weapon was built to endure. With a powerful leap, the boy soars upward, channeling every ounce of stored energy into his strike. This decisive blow finally secures his victory over his opponent. The loudspeaker crackles to life, announcing the ship's imminent arrival at Carnell. All passengers are urged to exercise caution while disembarking. Alan quickly frees Cecilia, but suddenly Douglas, the killer, appears in the doorway. Seeing them, he lets out a mocking laugh that echoes ominously through the room. Alan tenses, ready to snap at Bran, but before he can speak, Douglas lunges with lightning speed, hitting Alan so hard he crashes into the wall. Douglas's astonishing agility leaves no chance for a reaction. Just as the boy turned to look back, his opponent struck with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the enemy vanished from sight, only to reappear in a completely different spot the next moment. Alan realizes it's time to end it. He commands the girl to flee and save herself, then quickly uncorks a healing potion, feeling a surge of vitality as 1,000 health points are instantly restored to his body. Douglas instantly realized the boy had used the weed. As Carnell shouted for the boy to stop the sealing, it became clear Alan had used Chappie's skill, perfect voice mimicry. Chappie possesses the uncanny talent to flawlessly mimic the voice of any object, provided he knows its name and has heard it speak before. For the boys, this is nothing short of a lifeline. Seizing the moment, one of them commands the spider to unleash its binding web. The clever tactic proves effective. With unwavering resolve, Alan sweeps the girl into his arms and dashes away. Outraged, Douglas bursts with indignation, but a web ensnares him, barring his path and halting his pursuit. As seconds slip away and the web nears breaking, the boy desperately urges Brown to become a wall, their only hope. Exhausted and weak, Brown struggles to respond, but time is running out. Alan dashes to the window and throws it open wide. Turning to the seal, he announces that only about 100 meters remain before they touch down. The landing has already been confirmed. Turning to the girl, he announces that a leap awaits them. With the aid of these mysterious creatures, his strength surges, first rising from 570 to 605, then soaring all the way to an impressive 845. With her condition stable and strength restored, a leap like this poses no real challenge. Frustration flares in the girl's eyes as she loudly protests, but she realizes there's simply no other choice. Clutching her close, Alan leaps through the window, shattering his legs with an agonized scream. Driven by grim resolve, he swiftly takes the life-giving herb, its magic instantly mending his bones and erasing his pain. Beaming with genuine delight, Alan calls out loudly to Lady Cecile, announcing that at long last they are finally returning to Grand Verge. Alan quickly asks if the girl is hurt, his concern evident. Cecile says she's fine and asks about him. The grass cushioned his fall. Suddenly, a landing craft rumbles nearby, and Cecile remembers the animals Alan called earlier. Just as she is about to press for more details, the young man deftly shifts the conversation, speculating that pursuers have probably already been sent after them, which means they'd better hurry. As soon as the ship hits shore, the boys bolt ahead at full speed. Alan warns he'll sprint all out, and Cecil's top priority is to cling tightly to him, never letting go, no matter what. Escaping the hostile lands of Carnell, would be a dream come true. Calling upon his feathered allies, the boy sends out birds to scout the area and gather vital information. This is how he discovers the Viscount deep in conversation with Douglas, the very man Alan had believed dead. The boy observes that, from the outside, it's far too dark for the kids to spot any of the escapees. Douglas voices his doubt, questioning whether anyone could possibly survive a fall from such a height. Carnell suggests searching for the children's bodies. Alan realizes the Count seeks proof of their deaths. If the boys survived, they would face relentless pursuit and ruthless hunts. Racing past the border, the boy flashes the Granville crest. Startled by unescorted children, the guards demand answers. Alan calmly explains that Lady Cecil herself wished to come. Fortune smiles upon the boys as the guards, without a hint of suspicion, wave them inside. It doesn't escape Cecile's keen eye. Alan truly is a master of deception. With the airship soaring forward, the white dragon's spine faded behind, now lost to a distant horizon. Uncertainty clouded Alan's mind regarding the exact location, yet he recalled that a customs post stood somewhere along the ridge dividing the territories. Heading there seemed the wisest and safest choice. Curiosity flickered in the girl's voice as she asked the journey's length, but the suffocating darkness, so complete no shape could be seen, sent a chilling dread crawling up her spine. With a reassuring smile, the young man soothes her nerves, insisting that darkness poses no obstacle to his sharp eyes. Right now, nothing matters more than escaping this city as swiftly as possible. Salvation is near if the boys can reach it, but after hours of travel they pause to rest. Alan helps Cecil to a boulder, and as they talk quietly, Alan reminds him to use the bathroom now since the journey ahead will be long. Alan had prepared food and, with a flourish, offered the girl a tasty sandwich and chilled soda. Curious, she asked where he found them, but he just grinned, urging her to eat and enjoy without questions. As the meal unfolds, Cecil's curiosity peaks. Does Alan possess the rare ability to converse with animals and birds? With a gentle smile, Alan clarifies that he understands only the beloved creatures he has summoned himself. As the boy strokes his bird, it caws cheerfully. The summoned creature's presence chills the little girl, but when Alan asks if she's scared, she confidently shakes her head, expertly hiding her true feelings. With gentle strokes, Cecil caresses the bird, admitting that after these 4 years, she has grown entirely accustomed to its mischievous antics. Once more, Alan lets his consciousness slip into the body of a bird soaring high above to scout the terrain. From his lofty vantage point, he spies Carnell and his retinue, already suspecting the children have survived. The group is deep in conversation when, like a thunderbolt, Douglas suddenly leaps to his feet and dashes off without a word. The boy finds himself unable to catch up. Assuming the man must have already left the city limits, a sense of certainty settles in. He's convinced the stranger is heading straight for the group of boys. Does he have tracking skills? Lady Cecil urgently asked Alan Warren after he convinced her they were being followed and escape was their only option. I saw it, Alan insisted. No time to explain, we're running out. Luckily, the young man had sharpened his agility. Determined to escape the enemy's clutches, he prepared to make his move. Before that, however, he needed to grasp exactly how his new ability worked. With the girls in his grasp, Alan dashes forward at full speed, not pausing for even a heartbeat. The world blurs around them, and she still struggles to comprehend the whirlwind of events unfolding before her eyes. Douglas spun around and dashed off, expertly following the tiny footprints with a true hunter's instinct, while Alan couldn't help but notice his natural talent for tracking. Quickly assessing the situation, the boy deceives Douglas by climbing a tree, causing confusion. His clever ruse works. Douglas completely loses sight of the children, making it unlikely he'll find them now. Curiosity flickered in Cecil's eyes as she asked if he'd join the fight. He shook his head, having realized from a past encounter with this foe aboard the ship that defeating them was beyond him. Cecil, anxious, wonders about their next move, but Alan calmly reassures him that Douglas is off their trail. Now, reaching White Dragon Ridge as quickly as possible is their top priority. With a commanding tone, the boy orders Brown to raise his shield. Crafted from solid stone, the shield now gleams with newfound resilience. Both its strength and durability have surged by 20 points each. With a quick leap, Gellin lands atop the shield, while Braun carefully lowers the boys to the ground. The girl beams with excitement, utterly delighted by this extraordinary adventure. With several kilometers between him and his rival, Alan allowed himself to ease up, settling into a more relaxed pace. Alan knows they'll repeat this routine soon, but tonight the group camps under the forest sky. With 3 days ahead, he urges Cecil to rest. She complies without protest, settling down and quickly falling asleep. Curiosity shone in her eyes as she wondered if Alan would join her in sleep. With a reassuring nod and a gentle, warm smile, he confirmed he was going to bed too, and wished her good night. Sadness briefly crosses her face as she closes her eyes and drifts to sleep. When she awakes, Alan is still awake, watching the night. She softly asks if he has a special gift too, and why he's kept it secret from her. Alan sits motionless, his gaze fixed on a single spot. A blanket drapes across his shoulders, while nearby a bird nestles close for comfort. After a brief silence, his voice emerges in a whisper. No one would have believed him anyway. The girl silently nods in agreement after reflecting on his words, but lacks the courage to revisit the topic. Beside her, Alan sits quietly, his mind swirling with competing thoughts. Should they be caught, any hope for a future would vanish. There was no other path left for them. An eerie sense of déjà vu washed over the young man, as though he had already lived through this moment before. Surely Douglas has limits. Doubts trouble the boy. Maybe Douglas has already given up and vanished. That would be perfect, but Alan feels, with sinking certainty, that fate rarely allows victories so easily. Suddenly, the boy dashes over to Cecile, urgently shaking her awake. The time has come to move on. Sensing the enemy combing through the trees in search of traces, Alan swiftly abandoned his original course and pressed onward without hesitation. Curiously, the young man had taken great pains to leave no trace behind for several kilometers, yet Douglas appeared wholly unfazed by this precaution. Realizing that Alan had seen through his abilities, the man resolved to change tactics. With a surge of resolve, Douglas triggered his tracking skill and dashed forward, relentlessly pursuing the boys with renewed vigor. Alan once more shifts his consciousness into the body of a bird, soaring swiftly toward the enemy's direction. A clear understanding settles over him. Douglas will circle relentlessly, refusing to rest until he seizes upon the faintest trace. At first, the young man found the idea utterly impossible to believe. Yet it soon became clear the man's determination was unwaveringly intense. With such gravity hanging in the air, not a single moment of rest could be afforded to the boys. A faint creak drifts through the air. Instantly alert, Douglas pivots and moves swiftly toward the sound's origin. Alan now finds himself cleaning up behind them far more often, a task that significantly hampers their progress forward. At dawn, on the morning following their daring escape, Cecil and Alan arrive at the White Dragon Ridge, a formidable pass marked by the presence of a customs outpost. As soon as the night shielded the boys from view, recognition blossomed among the group. These were none other than Lady Cecil and Alan. Relief and happiness swept through their friends, overjoyed to see them safe and sound. Desperation drives the boy as he charges toward the post, muscles rigid and trembling, sweat revealing his exhaustion. He bears almost the entire burden, yet even Cecile is pushed to her limits. The boys return, their faces masks of indifference, yet inside, joy bubbles uncontrollably. As they race toward the gates, someone offers them horses, but Alan declines with a grin, insisting that sprinting on foot is far swifter than riding. The guard was left baffled, unable to grasp what the boy truly meant, But such confusion no longer mattered. Alan raced onward at full speed, never pausing for even a heartbeat. Confusion flickered in Seizel's eyes as he demanded an explanation. The young man said his birds lost sight of Douglas. He'd vanished again, using the same elusive skill as on the ship to slip away like a phantom. Not even Hawks, with his legendary falcon vision, could track the elusive foe. A troubling thought crept in. Had the enemy already discovered his fledglings? The boys choose not to remain with the guards, unwilling to put their protectors in harm's way. Among their number stands Douglas, a man who thinks nothing of staining his hands with human blood. Curiosity sparkled in the girl's eyes as she asked why Alan wasn't fleeing. He calmly assured her all was under control. If they ran fast enough, Douglas wouldn't catch them. Alan had promised Mihai he'd protect her, no matter what. That's why they'll reunite. As soon as Cecile hears these words, tears flow. Every mention of her brother cuts through her. With a trembling voice, she sincerely thanks the boy. Though Alan thrives on the thrill of risk, caution remains his quiet companion. Better to prepare for the worst than to regret recklessness. With that in mind, he dispatches a flock of birds to track Douglas's trail. Dawn broke on the third day since their escape. If they kept up this relentless pace, by tomorrow morning they would be back home. With a gentle hand, the boy offers the girl a healing herb, hoping it will restore her strength and help her stand once more. Yet, the shadow of urgency looms. Precious little time remains for them. Suddenly, a scarred fanatic blocks their path, most likely the very same man Alan left one-eyed 3 years ago. With two enemies closing in, Alana saw only one option: eliminate the monster. The boy, determined to protect their mission, inspired Cecil's trust, especially after he had already defeated the Ant Queen. Fate brought Alan face to face with his old nemesis after 3 years apart. He never expected another chance, but now, with no hesitation, he'd seize it and finally claim the vengeance he'd long yearned for. This time, the beast would fall. Hidden behind a tree, Cecile anxiously watches Alan face the towering Martigash with unwavering courage, her heart racing with worry for him as she witnesses the tense standoff, unable to find a moment's peace. A whisper from the past echoes in the girl's mind, Alan's stern warning: never utter a sound, and under no circumstances let the monster notice your presence. The young man must defeat this monster before Douglas catches up to them. Alan's strategy is simple and bold: unleash the full force of his vast army. The battle erupts in a storm of chaos. True to form, the bear lunges forward in yet another savage assault. Faced with a dire choice, the boy refuses to gamble the lives of his entire regiment. At the critical juncture, just as the beast barrels toward the animals, he summons Brown for aid. With the power of bronze at his command, the young man breaks the siege of Martigash. Alan fervently hopes this move will finally be enough. At last, the gambit pays off. Following his signal, the bears spring into action precisely when needed. With ruthless ferocity, they lunge at the monster, sinking their teeth into its flesh. A sudden wave of terror washes over Martigash as he faces this wild, unrelenting onslaught. With keen eyes, the seal watches every event unfold. At last, the nature of magical beast battles and Alan's crucial role within them is revealed to her. Brimming with enough power to bring even the Orc King to his knees, the young warrior faces Martigash, a mere Class B monster. For Alan, dispatching such a creature will take no more than a heartbeat. With practiced precision, Brown activates his shield just in time for the creature's next assault. Yet, in a sudden twist, something goes awry. Right before everyone's eyes, the monster's claws close around Alan, snatching him away. Tension peaks until Cecil erupts, her voice cutting through the charged air as she yells at the boy. Unfazed, he calmly insists everything is under control and urges her to stay put with unwavering resolve. In his mind, the boy defiantly addresses the monster. If entertainment is what it seeks, then let it savor every agonizing second as it kills him, dragging out the torment for its own enjoyment. Alan hastily consumes a healing herb, instantly restoring 1,000 health points. But his respite is short-lived. The monster lunges again, its claws raking through his flesh. Blood pours in rivulets down his legs. In a sudden burst, the radiant martyr grabs him, hurls him skyward, and greedily tears him apart. Paralyzed by terror, Cecile can only stare in disbelief, her mind refusing to accept the impossibility before her. The young man clings desperately to life. Gripping his blade with fierce determination, he strikes, his sword tearing through the beast's remaining eye. At last, the second eye is his. Desperate, the tormented Garsh snaps at the boy, but every furious attempt fails. The boy stands firm. When the monster attacks, he reshapes his fate. Strength rises by 1,040 plus 960. Endurance leaps from 570 to an extra 960. The monster's game had begun the very moment it chose to spare Alan's life. Now, the hour had come to march straight into the mouth of hell itself. Uncertain of the creature's rank, the young man gauges its power, surely less than 2,000 if it couldn't best the Bronovs. With a swift motion, Alan retrieves the life herb once more. Driven by resolve, the young man produced 100 tons of miraculous herbs in anticipation of his deadly duel with Douglas, vowing to press on relentlessly until he reached his absolute limit. A wave of nostalgia washes over, just like in those old games, desperately gulping down potions mid-battle as a formidable boss bears down. Here, Martigash dies. The young man drops to his knees, overwhelmed. For defeating the monster, he earns 82,000 experience points, and after 3 years, finally achieves the vengeance he sought. With anxiety written across her face, Cecil rushes over to Alan, her voice trembling as she asks if he's all right. Alan soothes her worries with a gentle smile, assuring her that he's well stocked with healing elixirs. Tears welled in the girl's eyes from a dread for Alan's safety. Convinced he was lost, she saw his reproachful look and quiet apology for her anguish, clearly shaken after witnessing the monster almost devour him. Yet Alan warns that the end is still out of reach. Letting their guard down now would be a grave mistake. Doom-laden news hangs in the air, for at that very moment Douglas finds them, his fury unleashed, mercy the last thing on his mind. And so, their 3-day contest draws to a close at this very moment. Douglas never imagined Alan could actually best Martigash. Yet, the undeniable evidence stands before him. As the man approached, the boys edged away warily, tension high. Alan had spent all his iron marbles fighting Martigash, and his dagger was still stuck in the monster's eye. With the summoned beasts overwhelmed and nowhere to run, Alan, desperate and cornered, urged Cecile to stay back and solemnly vowed with unwavering resolve to defeat their foe, no matter the cost. Douglas can't help but notice Alan's unwavering dedication, even to the point of self-sacrifice. But instead of admiring him, Douglas feels deep disgust, as people like Alan are exactly those he can't stand. The man lunges forward with a burst of speed and lands a devastating blow, sending the boy flying back, bewildered and drained of his last magical energy, unable to grasp how his opponent pulled off the surprise attack. Douglas swiftly draws his sword, shooting Alan a questioning look and asking if he'll summon his beasts, a unique talent. Though he feels his magical energy fading fast, Douglas only allows a faint, amused smile at the predicament. With measured steps, Douglas strides forward, drawing his sword from its sheath. As he approaches the boy, he levels the blade before him, his voice icy as he declares the time has run out. Suddenly, an explosion tears through the air. Cecil has unleashed her magic. But will her power be enough to save Alan? Alan was drained of magic and strength, leaving the girls to save him. She recalled her father's stern warning. Magic was dangerous, and she was strictly forbidden to use it before entering the academy. Alan, gripped by desperation, shouts at the girl to stop using magic. Yet, the more he pleads, the fiercer her resolve burns to save him. Cecil channels all her power into a blazing orb and hurls it at her foe, but Douglas lands a crushing, unavoidable blow that sends her crashing to the ground in pain. Watching the scene, Alan seethes with rage. With a sly smile, Douglas asks if she truly believed he would keep his hands off her just because murder was forbidden. Turning to the young man, the gentleman inquires whether witnessing his beloved lady's humiliation is truly so unbearable. With a commanding tone, he orders the boy to stand up and come to her aid. Alan vividly recalled Douglas fleeing the battlefield after less than a year aboard the ship. Now, Douglas survived by kidnapping children. A vile business. Only one word fit him: worthless. Fury erupts in Douglas, driving him to strike the boy again and send him flying, just as Alan expected. Watching closely, Alan notes the boy lacks magic, but his ability to absorb words seems limitless. Douglas noticed how extravagantly the boy spent on surveillance and wondered if he'd save for the trip home. Alan just smiled, assuring him not to worry. He had enough restoration elixir for a dozen more like himself. Alan used a strategy to make his bumbling opponent reveal everything. He already suspected Douglas used mana for his abilities, and now another small piece of the puzzle fell into place. Skills come in 3 distinct forms. The first kind emerged when the boy reached his very first birthday, acquired solely through the guidance of a book. These abilities encompass summoning, creation, and the artful combination of various elements. Secondly, Alan devoted himself tirelessly from a young age to honing his talents. His swordsmanship now borders on the exquisite, and his precision in throwing objects is nothing short of remarkable. There were extra abilities the boy never had or would. Even before his changes, Alan saw the ordinary mode, where people gain class skills and some random extra powers from birth. In hard mode, characters get only class abilities from birth with no random talents, and hell mode allows just class skills with no extra perks. Here, everyone has both a base level and extra abilities, giving them a clear strength advantage. Talent is a gift woven into one's very being from the moment of birth. That's why scouts like Douglas are naturally endowed with a heightened sense for tracking. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinary bonus, an innate mastery as a pathfinder. In an instant, the man delivers another devastating blow to the boy. Searing pain floods through every fiber of his being, leaving him utterly powerless against the relentless storm of attacks. Douglas can't help but notice Alan's relentless determination. Once again, the young man turns to the mystical herb of life, its power surging through him and restoring 1,000 precious health points. Despite the opponent's impressive strength, his potential measures only a single star. In stark contrast, Alan possesses a remarkable 8 stars. The thought stirs within him. What greater heights might still be within his grasp? Disgust twists Douglas's features as he glares at his victim. To his mind, the sight borders on revolting. In his eyes, Alan deserves nothing less than to vanish from this world forever. In a flash, the man draws his sword and delivers a devastating blow to the boy, sending him hurtling backward. Blood instantly wells up from the fresh wound. Alan refuses to give up, persistently using healing elixirs. Douglas grows irate and exhausted, wondering how many more life-saving potions the boy might still have hidden. This is precisely what Alan needs. He declares that soon Douglas will have no avenue left for escape. The man seems only half aware of the true gravity of the situation, especially whenever the boy becomes the subject of conversation. The instant his fingers brush the seal, his fate is sealed, a silent death sentence written by his own hand. Nearby, a faint sound ripples through the air. Far off, a bird takes wing, the very one he glimpsed aboard the ship. Near the distant soaring bird, a lone figure races across the plain, raising a dust column. Amid thick haze, his form reappears, a knight in plate armor charging straight toward Douglas. As the man approaches, Alan recognizes him as the knight captain who rescued the children. The wounded bird on Alan's shoulder seems heartened by him, while the captain's sharp eyes note Alan's battered state. The young man urges him to hurry, warning their healing potions are nearly gone. The older man grins, insisting he's moving as fast as age and heavy armor allows, since mad dashes aren't for the heavily armored. Only too late does Douglas realize that Alan had been stalling from the very start. As they approached the border post, the boys released 2 birds toward the estate. Alan writhes in agony, his body covered in fresh wounds from the monstrous creature. Pain jolts beneath his battered skin, each throb sharper than the last, as his vision dims and the world blurs around him. Any trick in the book is fair game when facing an enemy like this. Determination blazes in the boy's eyes. After all, fate has already dragged him through more trials than most could endure. Xenoph strode resolutely toward the ready enemy, swords drawn. Glancing at the exhausted children nearby, he realized that if he'd arrived a moment later, they likely wouldn't have survived to see him. With a resolute gaze, he lets Alan know that the outcome now rests in his hands. Turning to the deserter Douglas, the man proclaims in a commanding tone that, as both knight and army commander, he will crush the enemy into pieces. Now, the true cost of decades of flawless service in some remote backwater is all too clear to Douglas. Rarely missing a chance for a biting remark, he jests that the stench of the local gentry reaches him even from here. A flicker of unease crosses Xenoph's face at the rival's words. Sensing this, the adversary grins and elaborates with relish. Nothing delights him more than crushing arrogant aristocrats like Xenopha. In the blink of an eye, Douglas unleashes his expertise and vanishes with lightning speed into the unknown. Tracking him proves nearly impossible. His movements are far too swift for the human eye to follow. There's no doubt in his mind. The commander of the Knights must be familiar with scouts. After all, he himself once took part in that very war. To slip away unseen and then strike suddenly from behind, that, surely, is the true art of a scout. Unmoved, Xenoph calmly watches the enemy's wild, futile charge. He's sure Douglas survived only by fleeing, and believes rushing into death is foolish. There's no valor in dying pointlessly. He alone survived the battle fighting for the hated aristocrats. Now, every move he makes seethes with hatred for the nobility, and his contempt for the knightly commander and their kind burns just as fiercely. After patiently waiting, he strikes at Xenoph, only to find his blade can't pierce the armor. The battlefield falls silent. Confused, he wonders what technique it is, but the Night's Watch commander explains, it's indomitable endurance. To everyone's surprise, the armor was pierced, but Xenoph emerged utterly unscathed. With a mocking smirk, he comments that Douglas isn't the only one who has endured the pain of losing loved ones. Comrades fell so that the captain of the Knights might live. War is a deadly game where life itself is the stake, and he would never let the enemy escape their destined end. Captain Knight swiftly raises his aura blade, igniting a clash that sweeps toppled trees into battle. A column of dust surges upward, its swirling embrace swallowing everything from view. Over time, Alan begins to notice Xenoph steadily gaining the upper hand. At last, today's greatest rival has been conquered. The boys joyfully thank the knight captain for his daring rescue and set off for the palace. The anxious lord and his wife rush out, horrified by their wounds, and the baron urgently demands to know how they were injured. Gently setting Cecil down, the young man strides over to Lord and recounts every twist and turn of their recent adventures. Thus, the 4-day game of cat and mouse between the boys and the scout Douglas finally comes to an end. Alan managed to seize a B-class magic stone and a rapier, both trophies once belonging to their adversaries, Martigash and Douglas. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he silently thanked the commander of the Knights for such a generous reward. At last, The long-awaited moment arrived. Alan could finally take a shower. For the first time since his rebirth, he had the luxury to soak in a real bath. The sensation was nothing short of blissful. A lingering nobility makes it hard for Alan to adjust to his new reality. His thoughts drift to the whirlwind of his abduction, and with dawning clarity, he realizes surviving it all was nothing short of a miracle. Yet experience was still not on his side. Careful reflection and thoughtful conclusions would be needed if he wished to act with greater wisdom in the future. For now, the wisest course was to begin with the simplest of tasks, locating his clothes. The journal reveals nothing about the experience gained from battling the scout, leaving Ellen confused and unable to reason why. Perhaps the gods in this world don't wish mortals to oppose each other. Realization dawns. It's finally time to face the ram. The patient animal has grown weary of waiting for his report. Dressed and ready, Alan enters the room of anxious onlookers and shares every detail of recent events. The insightful milord instantly deduces that the scheming Viscount Carnell is behind the insidious plot. Alan nods, confirming the Baron's suspicions and admitting he masterminded everything to gain joint control of the Mifromancers, his sole reason for enrolling in the academy and accompanying the royal envoy from the beginning. The lord's wife refuses to believe her husband capable of such an act. Outraged by the accusation, the lord's fury is directed at the Viscount, deeming such behavior beneath true nobility. Without delay, we must head to the palace and deliver a full report to the king himself about everything that has transpired. Satisfaction glimmers in Alan's eyes. He knows he has achieved his goal. The young man realizes the vultures around the throne would block even God from reaching the king. Seeking justice only brings more disaster. Even the Baron seems to know this, his gaze full of hopelessness, and no wonder. Every act of anger demands retribution. Ellen turns to the master, imploring him to first consider her proposals. With a measured nod, he grants her permission to speak her mind. Proclaiming himself Rodin's son, the young man renounces his share of profits from the newly opened Mithril mine and humbly surrenders everything to the Lord. The audacity of his decision leaves everyone in the room utterly stunned. In return, the young man asks only one thing: that the gentleman devote himself entirely, seizing every opportunity and exhausting every means, to secure justice for Alan and Lady Cecile. With a look of astonishment, the master asks if the young man is truly being advised, almost in plain words, to bribe the royal officials. Alan believes this man holds an advantage, one that absolutely must be exploited. Yet the Lord remains firm in his conviction. Acting in such a way would make him no different from Viscount Carnell. Alan knows the esteemed Baron despises deceit, but leaving things unchanged would let Count Victor recover from defeat, and soon he would attack the Baron again. Most days found Alan's father waist-deep in mud, clutching either a spear or a hoe. Even as a slave bound to the plow, he fought for his family with every ounce of strength he possessed, never surrendering until the very end. Now the young man is searching for a lord fierce enough to stand up for his family, someone unafraid to stain his intricately tattooed arm in the heat of real battle. Outraged, the butler demands to know how the boy dares to speak in such a manner to his master. Yet the lord holds up a hand, calming him with a cool assurance that the boy's insolence will not go unpunished. He'll see to that himself before long. Countless thoughts flooded the man's mind as he longed to tell Alan how his own father died when he was Alan's age, and how his grief-stricken mother soon followed, memories pressing at his heart. These estates passed to Volodar's elder brother as an inheritance, but after just a few years, he died. Throughout his life, he had guided the nobility in the virtues of truthfulness and justice. Dollar had intended to walk this path for the rest of his days, but fate forced him to witness a raw young upstart reveal the true face of betrayal. The Baron accepts the young man's proposal, vowing to defend his family's honor as befits a true aristocrat. Ellen's heart soars with delight at his resolute decision. Cecil draws close to his father, wrapping him in a tight embrace. An urge stirs within the boy to share something else, something deeply important. Yet a glimmer of hesitation holds him back, afraid his father might mistake it for just another request. On the eve of his departure for the capital, Alan requests Lady CCL to enlighten him about the duties and obligations of the nobility. Lifting her head with quiet determination, the young woman declared her own demand as well. The boy spoke the truth. Lord's daughter, too, was far from well informed. The Baron nodded in agreement, assuring that the teacher would thoroughly explain everything the children needed to know. Grateful for such confidence, Alan bowed his head in thanks. Announcing that the time to prepare for departure had come, the man instructed the boys to handle all the responsibilities in his absence. Several days slip by after the master's departure. The household transforms as a full-fledged guard force takes residence, vigilant sentinels stationed at every corner, their watchful eyes missing nothing. Curiosity lit Cecil's eyes as she asked the teacher about the many soldiers in the house. The teacher gently assured her safety was their top priority and voiced heartfelt relief and joy at the children's safe, happy return. The girl insists she owes everything to Alan, but he gently reminds her how much she means to him. Their conversation blossoms, filling the quiet with warmth and gratitude. Wearied by his endless wanderings through the shadows of uncertainty, Cecil longed for clarity. The boys, meanwhile, burned with a desire to unravel every mystery that surrounded their noble quest. The teacher insists that all forthcoming information remain secret, never discussed during the Academy's entrance exam. The children silently agree, fully understanding the need for confidentiality. Before their discussion, the teacher unfolds a world map, praises the boys' impressive knowledge, and points out how their own continent, the largest, dominates the center of the map. Yet, this by no means signifies that they are the mightiest or grandest of all. Their kingdom, Latash, stands as but one among many, its northern borders pressing against the colossal empire of Guillaume. Alan observes that the Lord's lands are so insignificant, they don't even merit a mark on the map. After all, the empire sprawls endlessly. Long ago, the empire invaded the kingdom, but those turbulent times have faded into memory, now remaining only as a history lesson told to children within the quiet walls of their classrooms. In this tale, the mystery of the noble debt remains untouched. To uncover its secrets, one must turn to a completely different story. This is the tale of a demon king who once emerged upon a long-forgotten continent. Memories flooded Alan's mind of the moment before the game began, when he'd been faced with the crucial choice of a class. Among the options, one stood out, Demon Lord. To his astonishment, the same terrifying title also existed in this world. He grandly announced his arrival 3 years in a row, sending stern messages demanding every ruler's submission, but none found any reason to heed his commands. Then, quite suddenly, and after a long, forgotten span of 62 years, disaster erupted. The holders of E rank soared up to D, while A-level beasts transformed into fearsome, true S-rank monsters. Countless people, once accustomed to quiet and orderly lives, were swept away as victims during the year of disaster. In just those 12 months, millions perished, a tragedy orchestrated entirely by the Demon Lord's own hand. Still, the teacher wouldn't dare call it fact. At best, it remains speculation, one embraced by the majority. The Age of Terror began under the Demon Lord's shadow. The cataclysm ushered in deep despair as endless enemy hordes invaded the central continent that year, launching devastating assaults across the seas. The rest perished, vanishing from the face of the earth without a trace. Not a single soul survived. Evil incarnate has no need for mortal followers. Subjugated beasts are more than enough to serve its will. The tale sends a chill down Alan's spine. Unfazed, the teacher presses on. The conqueror did not confine his ambitions to the central continents. His relentless hordes stormed forward, launching assaults on two neighboring landmasses as well. In the northwest lies Vaucus, famed for its ingenious dwarves, who, armed with advanced technology, repelled all invasions by unleashing towering war golems to defend their homeland. To the northeast sprawled the kingdom of Rosenheim, homeland of the elves. Calling upon the ancient forest spirits of Rosen, the elves, led by their resolute queen, marched boldly into battle against the demonic hordes. As the looming threat drew ever nearer and the world's destruction appeared unavoidable, the rulers of every nation joined forces, founding an alliance that united the 5 continents into a single fellowship. In swift order, the transfer of both civilians and military personnel was arranged, yet despite these concerted efforts, the situation showed little sign of improvement. In those dire days, ordinary people without special abilities were sent en masse to the front, as leaders hoped numbers would win. Instead, they faced slaughter, and amid the bloodshed, the current ruler's father met his tragic end. Only after a series of crushing defeats did humanity consider creating academies on every continent, where gifted children were trained and prepared for the battles they would face on the front lines of the future. Yet despite every desperate effort, exhaustion triumphed. There was simply not enough strength left to halt the relentless tide of enemy forces. In the end, a quarter of the Mud Empire's lands had been transformed into a barren, lifeless wasteland. The time had come for the teacher to rise and defend the peace and safety of his students. He returned, but none of his comrades had survived the merciless war. Decades slipped by, and hope faded that the demon lord could ever be halted. Yet, even as despair engulfed humanity, the founder god and ruler of Elmea refused to abandon them. From the heavens, he bestowed a beacon of hope upon the world. Her name was Hermios, and she possessed a truly heroic gift. Nowhere in the entire Guillemot Empire had a child with such extraordinary talents ever appeared before. At 12, Germain entered the academy. By 15, he fought on the battlefield, reclaiming lost empire lands. Now, at 22, his unwavering resolve drives him to stand firm against the relentless onslaught. The realization dawns on Alan. These individuals are nothing short of extraordinary, true stars graced with 5-star talents. Their remarkable abilities seem powerful enough to shape the very fate of the world. As the demon army hadn't entered their kingdom, all efforts went to fortifying the front lines. Orders soon came: expand into unclaimed lands and boost crop production to ensure troops always had enough food. As it turns out, the boys' village didn't appear by mere chance. Its very foundation was a deliberate act, intended to serve as a bulwark shielding the world from the dominion of the demon lord. At last, everything clicked into place. The lord had insisted on increasing the boarmite harvest, despite never tasting it himself. Every bit of the crop was swiftly sent to the front lines, destined for the soldiers. The truth about the demon lord, omitted from the kingdom's history and children's tales, was revealed as the teacher remembered when the young man once boldly asked, "What is the true mission of a noble?" Among the foundational laws that gave birth to the Commonwealth of 5 continents, this stands paramount. Every gifted member of the aristocracy must serve a 3-year term in the military. Even royalty cannot escape this fate. The right to refuse does not exist, even for them. Wherever the hero emerges, conditions typically see remarkable improvement. Yet, despite this glimmer of hope, half the young men still fall on the battlefield. Cecile suspects her brother met his end somewhere within these endless fields. A chilling possibility lingers, that she too might soon serve near the Empire's border. Losing half their number is a price far too steep to bear. The teacher, slightly regretful about using threats, admits the undeniable perks of authority. After just 3 years of dedicated service, one can secure a prestigious post in the royal court. After retiring, the teacher, talented in magic like Lady Cecil, was offered a role at the royal castle as her mentor. He solemnly vowed to teach her all he knew until she was ready to enter the academy as a cadet. Gratitude radiates from the young woman as she bows to her teacher. Meanwhile, Alan raises his hand, eager to ask another question. At that very moment, the demon lord makes his dramatic entrance into the world. To destroy the world's old form, a decade after the hero's birth, the boy chose infernal mode, boldly entering a world that seemed to have awaited someone brave enough to walk the path of hell. The Demon King and his legion, the hero, a 5-continent alliance, and a mysterious boy are linked by an uneasy balance, yet every secret is destined to be revealed. November settles over the courtyard as Aaron returns home after a month in the capital, having resolved every issue, exposed all schemes, and brought manipulations to light for everyone to see. At last, the scoundrel is gone. Grateful, the lady warmly thanks her hard-working husband. Meanwhile, the master urgently summons Alan, who quickly finishes his tasks and rushes to respond. The young man sits facing the older gentleman who, with regret, apologizes for his past behavior, admitting he wasn't himself. He says only God knows Alan saved his daughter from disaster, even if this apology is late. As Lord Granville and as a grateful father, he thanks the young man, giving 230 gold coins for slaying Martigash and an extra 200 coins for saving his daughter, deeply appreciating the heroism and rescue. Alan thanks the man with gratitude but feels uneasy about the odd look on the master's face. For the first time, he also notices a third sack full of gold, completely unsure why it is there. Some time later, the man, his face tinged with shame, confesses that he himself had pleaded with His Majesty to release Cecile from her noble duties. Alan burns with determination to save his daughter from hell, an act the Lord may see as just. But despite his resolve, he cannot change the nature of her magical gift. Not even the king can change fate here. Cecile's unique gift promises to be a powerful weapon in battle. The man shivers as he grasps the moment's gravity, then turns to the boy with earnest resolve to make a heartfelt request. Alan had hidden his abilities for years, but after 4 years the Lord was sure he could trust him. Handing him a pouch with 200 gold coins, the Lord said it was the only way he could truly express his gratitude. The Lord insisted that the boy accompany his daughter throughout her time at the academy, never straying from Genia's side and shielding her, even in the heart of the fiercest battles. In the end, the sum amounts to 600 gold coins, a considerable fortune for an aristocrat so impoverished he cannot even afford a taste of meat. At first, he brought him into the hunter's ranks, but now he's planning to assign him as a bodyguard. After a brief moment of thought, Alan reveals that his true talent lies in the art of summoning creatures. The church saw no spark of talent within him, so he chose to keep his gifts hidden from prying eyes. Gratefully, he accepted the honor of escorting Lady Cecile as offered by the trolls, a decision that brought boundless delight to the Lord. Instead of accepting the reward, the young man returns 400 coins and asks for all taxes and duties on his family to be abolished, also requesting the same exemptions for Serena's family. The master grants his consent, fulfilling the boy's heartfelt request. Gratitude wells up within the young man as he offers sincere thanks. Now, with a mind unburdened, he can set off for the academy and the battlefield, free from worry or regret. No longer does he yearn to remain the Lord's servant, nor act as Cecile's aide on her journey to the academy. Now, the desire burns within him to embrace freedom, to live as an ordinary citizen, and only in this capacity is he willing to accompany her. A sword is presented to Inelin, a powerful gesture signifying a heartfelt welcome into Viscount Granville's household. Baffled, the boy stands motionless, struggling to grasp the true significance of what is unfolding before him. As it turned out, the Granville family owed their newly acquired viscountcy to his clever advice, or so everyone believed. In truth, he had simply purchased the noble title with a generous sum of money. In the end, Surrendering all rights to the newly discovered mithril mine to the crown became my only path to justice. Alan is surprised at how quickly the young initiate, encouraged, has mastered intrigue. The boy, eyes curious, greets him, eager to learn what exactly he means when he refers to a guest. The Viscount saw clearly that the boy longed to plunge into a world of peril and adventure the moment he turned 12. Yet the prospect of parting with him so soon cast a heavy shadow of sorrow over his heart. The word guest alone signifies that the Granville Viscount family will forever stand by his side. The dagger, however, serves as irrefutable proof of their unwavering support. For 4 years now, Alan had served them with unwavering loyalty. Now, the man respectfully requested permission for himself and his entire family to welcome the boy into their home as an honored guest. Alan could hardly contain his excitement at the news, his heart brimming with gratitude toward the Viscount. January stands at the threshold. In the picturesque village of Kirini, the story unfolds as a boy, bearing the likeness of Titson, hurries homeward as if carried on swift wings. Joy fills their hearts as the bird returns home, yet no one truly comprehends the identity of their mysterious visitor. Each villager assumes it to be an ordinary parrot, though such exotic creatures are a rare sight in their humble settlement. In a sudden magical twist, the bird transforms into Alan. The boy, to the astonishment of his family, reveals that the little bird's name was Chappie. His family beams with joy seeing the boy after years apart. His parents pull him into a heartfelt embrace, deeply moved and astonished by how much he's grown and changed in the 4 years since they last saw him. The young man keenly observes his siblings, noticing how much they've grown. Mayura, who was just a year old when he left and barely remembers him, shyly peeks out from behind Masha, half hidden and uncertain. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Alan quips that no monster has ever pierced his heart as sharply as his little sister once did. With a stern warning, his mother urges the boy not to linger in the cold, but to hurry and warm himself by the fire. Meanwhile, his father hands him a steaming bowl of fresh hot soup. As steam rose from the bubbling pot and the family gathered for dinner, Alan felt the house had shrunk, but his father laughed, assuring him it wasn't the house. It was Alan who had grown taller. The young man discovers that his family can only afford to eat meat once a month. Yet, for them, this has become an ordinary routine. Alan's brother assures him that he, himself, read the letter. With heartfelt gratitude, his mother thanks him for the money he sends home each month. Yet concern flickers in her eyes as she wonders aloud whether a single gold coin might be too little for the family's needs. Alan, too, confesses his desire to break free from serving his family, revealing his decision to enroll at the academy. The announcement leaves his parents utterly stunned. The young man reveals his family is now exempt from taxes. His father is amazed by their rapid rise, but the youth explains he chose to give the authorities a bag of gold coins instead of making regular monthly payments. Alan announces that there are 100 gold coins here, and that they are free to use them as they wish. Immediately, his parents, voices overlapping in surprise, demand to know how their son came by such a significant sum. His mother's voice is worried. Maybe he should keep the money, as Kadima says, you never know when it'll help. But the boy calmly assures her, he already sold his aunt's conch shell and still has 600 left. The younger brother grows curious about the strange ants. Alan explains they're armored ants, fierce monsters who built their nest by White Dragon Mountain, near goblin and orc villages crowded along the wilds. The parents listen intently, struggling to grasp the extent of their son's newfound power. Warm words pass between them a little longer, yet soon the inevitable moment of farewell arrives. Alan remarks that should he ever need to contact them again, he'll simply send Chappie once more. The younger brother insists that he'll head to the academy at 12, but Alan suggests he ought to grow up a little first. Mayara burst in, excitedly telling her brother she'd decided to enroll in the academy. Mesh immediately dismissed the idea, bluntly saying her lack of essential abilities made it impossible. With trembling hands, the girl offers Alan a letter penned just for him. Regret stings his heart as he realizes how much he wishes he had returned home sooner. Wrapped in his sister's firm embrace, the boy's eyes glimmer with unshed tears. Meanwhile, heartfelt words from his parents urge him to take care and not to overexert himself. March's chill lingers as Alan sweeps the manor courtyard, gathering last autumn's remnants. Cecile approaches, footsteps crunching gravel. Her expression makes clear she finds no joy in being here and is far from cheerful. With a hint of reproach, she chides the young man for abandoning her without even considering her feelings. Yet her grip on the broom remains firm. In response, he calmly explains that it's only until the moment he must leave for the academy. Bewildered by the reasons behind her anger, he can only guess at her thoughts. Suddenly, breaking the tense silence, the girl speaks up at last, her voice trembling as she asks whether he truly intends to enroll in the academy. Now that freedom was finally his, returning peacefully to his quiet village seemed the obvious path. Yet Alan confessed that a different longing stirred within him, a sincere desire to enroll in the academy. Outraged, the girl exclaims that after everything that has happened, he intends to march straight onto the battlefield. The sense of it all eludes her. What purpose could possibly justify facing such deadly peril? Besides, he owes her nothing now. With a pang of regret, the young man realizes events are rushing out of control. Cecile, ever observant, remarks on his strange behavior once more. Suddenly, the rumble of wheels on stone echoes through the air. A carriage has arrived. A jubilant mermaid dashes toward the boy, flinging her arms around his neck without hesitation. The sight hardly delights Cecile, yet the boy still sees fit to introduce them. A sense of vulnerability warned him he might again be hurt. Yet after 4 years apart, Kieran, who had missed him deeply, finally reunited with him and their cherished friends. Their steps slow to a halt as conversation bubbles up between them. Suddenly, Thomas strolls over, a playful grin on his lips. Turning to his sister, he teases her, claiming she somehow always finds herself right in the thick of things. The girl eyes her friend Scalad reproachfully, recalling 4 years since Alan last saw them, even when visiting the village. Dragos jokes that Alan hasn't grown at all and is as tiny as ever. Embarrassed, the boy hastily apologizes, insisting he didn't mean to bother Karina, given her exam prep. Though the entrance exam is 3 years off, Alan wonders aloud if they feel ready for such a daunting challenge. Over the course of 4 years, the boys had grown astonishingly strong. Drago, in particular, had mastered the art of defeating monsters, wielding his left hand with unmatched skill and precision. Eyes fixed on the unfolding scene, Cecile turns to Thomas with curiosity burning in her gaze. "Tell me, what's your take on all this? Is it really true that, in Alan's village, every child is sent into the forest to hunt?" The young man notes only the strongest survive there. Alan wonders if passing the fencing exam will be hard, but uncertainty appears in his eyes when it comes to the general knowledge test. Karina blushes and glances away in embarrassment, unsure. The boy quietly studies her discomfort. Dodging his question, she quickly changes the subject, mentioning that Alan will also be taking the exam with them. The boy shares that the decision was made just 3 months ago. Everything unfolded at lightning speed. With a playful grin, the girl teases him, insisting that as long as he's around, they clearly have nothing to fear. Trust in his friend's remarkable talents had always come naturally to Drago. Meanwhile, Alan offered a sheepish confession, admitting he'd kept this secret hidden from everyone. Laughter bubbled from Karina as she remarked to Drago that Alan had taught him a lesson for good reason. With a teasing glint, she added that his girlfriend had nearly lost before making her exit. To ease the tension, Alan steps forward to introduce someone special, gesturing to a young man and woman, the son and daughter of Viscount Granville, whom Alan has loyally served for 4 years. With genuine delight, Cecile welcomes her guests, making it clear that tales about the young men have long been circulating. Meanwhile, Alan can't help but notice how suddenly the girl's attitude toward the aristocrat has shifted. Introducing himself as the girl's older brother, Thomas casually mentions that he is a sophomore at the prestigious University of the House of Lords. With heartfelt sincerity, he implores the boys to look after his sister. Kirina, utterly enthralled by the introduction, eagerly clasps the girl's hands and, beaming with delight, expresses genuine joy at their meeting. Titles and noble blood mean nothing to her. She eagerly welcomes the chance to meet anyone, regardless of Cecil's aristocratic standing. Their friend arrives with the Viscount, who beams with joy at meeting the famed swordmaster Kiraina. Mila, a young woman, greets them and says she's their new protector, while Cecil observes her notably unrefined manners. With genuine warmth, the Viscount also greets Drago, assuring him that the Granville family will look after them for the next 3 days. Should the boys need anything at all, the staff stands ready to assist them at any moment. Siren bursts onto the estate, eyes sparkling with wonder at its unmatched opulence, thrilled by every detail. In contrast, Drago moves with quiet restraint, politely apologizing to staff and maintaining a composed demeanor. Around the table, the boys engage in behavior that borders on unruly, actions that might be frowned upon elsewhere. Yet, their rural upbringing serves as an unspoken excuse, softening the judgment of those around them. Doubt flickered in Cecile's mind. Was Sirena who she claimed? Alina, unwavering, calmly insisted there was no reason for suspicion. Serena's sword mastery proved she had always been exactly as she appeared. For many years, none could surpass him as the finest swordmaster in the entire kingdom. Remarkable individuals possess a singular bond with their own essence, a mark of true greatness. Sirena leaps onto the bed, her curiosity igniting wild anticipation. What secrets lie beneath the Academy's halls, dungeons full of monsters? Her heart races at the thought of proving herself. She can't wait for the adventure to begin. Drago dreams of one day becoming a knight. Eager anticipation fuels his every step as he looks forward to completing his training. The young men around him live carefree, their laughter echoing with boundless joy. From afar, Alan and Cecil watch the children, uneasy. Cecil whispers, "Is it right to keep them in the dark?" While the children remain unaware of the approaching war, Alan reassures Cecil that all will be revealed in time. He urges the girl to be patient. No matter how they dream of becoming knights or marquises after graduation, all must one day repay the debt of their noble birth, standing with Cecil on the battlefield. Drago can barely contain his excitement, eager to dive in without delay. Meanwhile, Alan secretly hopes that, since they'll be learning side by side, everyone will first take the time to become friends. 3 days slipped by, bringing the moment to depart for the academy. At the gate, Cecil's mother wrapped her in a gentle embrace, her voice trembling with love as she urged her daughter to take care and stay safe on her new journey. At that moment, Thomas approaches Alan and pleads to have his final wish heard. With desperation in his eyes, he begs the young man to help his sister endure the coming battle. Astonished, Alan saw Thomas grasp every detail. The boy, proud, revealed he'd learned of the demonic overlord while reading in the Boyer chamber, secrets most discover at the academy, so Alan knew he must keep this hidden from others. Arms full, Cecile moved determinedly. Seeing this, the young man offered help, but she smiled and declined, insisting she could manage. The Viscount envied his loyal friends, as Cecile's father reminded them he entrusted her to their care. That year, next to Alan, a genius swordsmith and a true magician were born, both his age. Now, fate has brought the three together as they set off for the academy side by side. A strong sense of destiny, shaped by God, stirs within the young man, but he knows human will determines the outcome. Convincingly, he urges the Viscount to trust him. Together with Lady Cecile, they can defeat the demon lord. Outraged by these words, the man protests fiercely. His request was for the girl's protection, not for anyone to pick a fight with her. As dusk falls, the young man runs to the carriage, waving farewell with a bright grin, urging everyone not to dwell on grievances. Cecilia, confident and smiling, remains certain that she will return home no matter what. With determined urgency, Viken pleads with the boy to resist the lure of heroics. He implores him to remain steadfastly at their lady's side, not straying from her for even a moment. The boys leap into the carriage as their journey begins. The city gathers, the Adventurers Guild cheers, and the excited quartet sets out, ready for whatever adventures await within the Academy's storied walls. Within the imperial fortress of Gia, as well as across the northern stretches of the central continent, life unfolds in its familiar, unhurried rhythm. Enchanted ships from around the world glide into the harbor. Amid the commotion, the Spirit King prophesies a new hero will soon emerge, destined to embody humanity's hope and usher in a renewed sense of promise. A sense of unease stirred among some, an unshakable feeling that something was amiss. Driven by curiosity and hope, a group set out, determined to witness this newfound beacon of promise with their own eyes. Soaring above the clouds, Alan and his companions arrive by colossal airship at a grand metropolis, the kingdom of Latash's scholarly heart, designed to train warriors capable of challenging the demon lord. The boys exit the ship, awe in their eyes. Drago especially struggles to accept that they just flew on magical dwarf-made airships, a marvel he once thought existed only in legend. In this world, most magical artifacts are crafted by the skilled hands of dwarves. Rumor has it that the academic city boasts a generous budget, making life in the capital exceptionally comfortable. Upon arriving at the station, the boys behold a colossal train already waiting for them on the platform. Its very presence inspires awe, as if witnessing a genuine miracle unfold before their eyes. Alan approaches the ticket booth and tells the attendant they need to reach the academy. The worker says a ticket costs 1 silver coin. Cecile, outraged, argues that aspiring students should travel for free. After a brief surge of indignation and discomfort, the children finally clutch their tickets in hand. As they board the train, just moments before it pulls away from the station, a flutter of excitement mingled with apprehension stirs within them. A rush of familiarity swept over Alan, as if he'd stepped back into the comfort of his own home. What a delightful surprise to discover dwarves here as well. For a brief, heartwarming moment, it almost felt like he'd returned to his original world. Towering structures now dominate this town, soaring lavishly up to 5 stories high. Suddenly it's easy to see why some scoff and mockingly dub Granville a mere village. The loudspeaker blares an urgent summons for all academy applicants to gather at the gates without delay. In moments, a massive crowd swarms around the entrance. Legend has it that every year, 20,000 people gather here. While Cecil suspects that number might be a touch exaggerated, it's impossible not to notice the sheer multitude of gifted young talents drawn to this place. A contemplative look flickers across Serena's face as she wonders if, among this crowd, a truly formidable warrior awaits, someone worthy to test her strength against. 3 years passed, and as the battlefield loomed, the Academy entrance exam stood as their next crucial challenge. To succeed, they had to reach the 7th level and seize every advantage the city offered. With ceremony, students enter the Academy one by one to register. Before exams start, a surprise assessment tests their abilities, presenting another unexpected challenge on their journey toward achieving their dreams. Awaiting everyone now is the ceremonial evaluation. Sirena first endured such a rite within the temple's hallowed halls when she was just 5 years old. Drago steps forward and places his hands on the crystal, triggering instant results on the left panel. Sirena watches eagerly, keen to see his progress, as the axe-wielding owner promptly announces the final outcome. Drago's stats impress: Power B, Magic D, Stamina B, Physical A, Agility C, Intellect D, Luck C. He's been granted permission to sit for the Academy's entrance exam. Disappointment clouds the young man's face. His nose is unchanged since age 5. Alan senses his friend's unease and realizes the grading isn't linked to age or individual progress. Next was the Sea Otter girl. Power and Endurance, C, Magical Attack A, Normal Attack D, Agility and Luck, B, Intelligence a remarkable S. Alan never thought her intellect could surpass his wildest expectations. Siren takes the stage, ball in hand, moving like an enchantress. Her strength and magical offense are S rank, attack is S, endurance and agility are A, luck is B, and only intelligence lags at C. The girl beams with genuine delight at their reunion in the academy, while inside a pang of disappointment stirs. After all, she has hardly changed since she was 5. Alan's turn arrives at last, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. Yet, with no path left but forward, he reaches for the crystal. The instant his fingers brush its surface, a blinding light erupts all around him. Confusion sweeps over the crowd as eyes squeeze shut, unable to grasp the unfolding events. When the results finally appear, an astonished gasp escapes the young man. In every single category, he's been handed nothing but an E rank. News reaches him, a blow. Their academy, sadly, has no place for one such as him. Despite deciphering the mysterious string of symbols, every trait and stat he possesses remains exactly as it was the day he was born. Confused, the young man considers writing to the rector in the Viscount's name. Outraged, but steadfast in her faith in him, Cecile views this as a simple misunderstanding, not doubting his abilities for a moment. Alan gently reassures her, insisting there's no need to fret if the academy doesn't suit her taste. The academy isn't everything. After all, he can still stand by her side on the battlefield, no matter what. The commotion draws the rector nearer. His unnaturally pale skin glows under the lights, while elongated ears, almost reminiscent of a donkey's, peek out from beneath silvery hair. Every feature unmistakably marks him as a true elf. Eyes fixed on the outcome, disappointment flickers across their faces. The rector hurries to the glow ahead. The young man shows every E trait, and until now, no one has heard even a whisper about the conjurer. Beside the rector stands Hermios, the name reserved for those revered as humanity's final hope, the very heroes upon whom the world's fate rests. Since the academy's founding, the position of rector has remained constant, always led by the same enigmatic figure. Years drift by, yet he continues to radiate an unchanging, youthful vigor. Hermione studies the young man's stats, attack 570, intelligence 1,630, and is impressed that Alan nearly rivals a famed wizard, but to her surprise, he shows no sign of magical ability at all. Suddenly, the boy notices the hero secretly viewing someone else's status. His own stats stand out. Strength 1,040, magic attack 1,620, endurance 570, agility 1,065, intellect 1,630, and luck 1,065. The boys have mastered summoning, crafting, blending elements, amplifying skills, commanding obedience, storing items, swapping possessions, causing destruction, and excelling in swordplay and throwing techniques. Although the young man boasts impressive abilities, curiosity burns within the hero. What secrets truly lie behind the talent of a summoner? Determined, he seeks to uncover whether this youth truly measures up to the academy's exacting standards. Cecil, eager to impress, offered to showcase her talents, but Alan cut her off, fearing it was unwise to reveal too much. Meanwhile, the hero remained unaware that everyone present already knew who he was. Though hesitant, the young man introduces himself as Hermes, insisting he's just an ordinary hero and downplaying any grandeur. Alan feigns innocence, pretending not to recognize the name. Nonetheless, certain traits and abilities did not escape his notice. Curious, the boy politely requested a glimpse of his own stats, eager to understand the caliber of the person before him. The hero vows nothing will impede him. Alan is baffled by Hermios's sudden arrival, but discovering the stranger's abilities feels like a win. As he touches the crystal, brilliant light explodes, flooding the area with radiance. Strength at rank S, magical prowess a solid A. Physical attacks, impressively, S as well. Endurance and agility both shine at S level. Intelligence and luck, though, rest comfortably at A. Alan instantly picks up on the clues. The hero is clearly someone who favors close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, Hermione gently reminds him that now it's the boy's turn to show what he's made of. Alan summons Tyorokai, a tiny mouse no larger than his palm. With a sheepish grin, the boy admits that this is the full extent of his abilities. At last, the truth behind Alan's nickname, the Summoner, becomes clear to the hero. He felt genuine concern about his power to judge heroes but found no magical book, spell, or blessing. Though the boy had revealed himself as a hero 3 times, he withheld further secrets unless absolutely necessary. As the boys walked the academy grounds sharing thoughts on recent events, a satisfied Alan was glad they'd uncovered key information, while Dragle shrewdly suspected Alan had deliberately failed the test. At the academy, every 3rd cadet fails the trials, yet this hardly ensures an escape from the battlefront. At that moment, the rector and protagonist pondered Alan, finding him mysterious and enigmatic. It was clear they would have much to learn about him in the days ahead. The written exam encompasses mathematics, the national language, and the history of the kingdom. Its structure closely mirrors the entrance tests the boys once faced in a previous life. Entrance requires passing a tough exam on floods and monster vulnerabilities. Alan earns the highest score, but all boys are ultimately admitted to the academy. Congratulations to everyone who passed the exam. The forms will be distributed shortly, so please line up and wait your turn. Alan excitedly proposes the group rent a house together, and his friends agree. But before starting their search, they must get adventurer cards, since academy admission and moving in aren't possible without them. The boys arrive at the guild where their adventurer licenses are set to be issued. However, the procedure takes some time, so they must bide their time and wait. Alan, urgency in his voice, says, "We need D-level magic for you now, a hefty dose of at least 10,000. At just 1 silver coin each, the total is only 100 gold. The guild's reward amounts to 10 gold coins, a sum you can easily earn by venturing into the dungeon nestled within the academy's campus." Over the next 3 years, Alan would require nearly 2 million of these stones. Far more than a potent energy source for magical artifacts, this mineral proved indispensable to summoners determined to challenge the demon lord himself. A secret hope stirs in the boy. Maybe he'll be forgiven, even if his actions raise the item's price. Meanwhile, adventurers give the boys special cards, each boldly etched with its owner's name. Asked if he wished to register his party before heading underground, the young man pondered for a moment. After weighing his options, he decided to proceed and agreed to the registration. Curious, Alan asked Cecil if she'd come up with a great team name. Confidently, Cecil said she trusted his judgment and was happy to let him choose the perfect name for their group. The boy calls the team a hardcore player, confusing his friends, who ask why there's only one and what that means. Alan explains it's just a cover story, made up to keep anyone from ever suspecting the truth. Stripped of his inheritance, he now bears the mark of one who risked everything and won, a title the boys wear proudly. Yet in his past life, Alan was hardly the dedicated player who immerses himself until the world disappears. Yet in this world, he possesses a rare 8-star talent, an extraordinary gift that eclipses the abilities of every other hero. Whether he wishes for it or not, destiny now demands that he rise to become the very best. Only then does hope emerge for him to defeat the demon lord and horde. After visiting the Seekers Guild, the group seeks new lodgings and is fortunate to be offered a mansion that perfectly meets all their needs. Spacious enough to comfortably accommodate parties of up to 20 adventurers, this place promises all the room needed to conquer any dungeon. As an added bonus, the nearby dungeon station ensures swift and convenient access. Rent is 10 gold coins a month. Delighted, the young man signs the contract without consulting his friends, who stare in disbelief at his spending but eventually accept his decision in silence. The group settled comfortably in the spacious first-floor dining hall for lunch. Alan broke the silence, saying their search for the base failed, then, turning serious, revealed he had something important to share as everyone listened intently. Syl notes this directly relates to events 3 years from now. Alan then reveals his plan, to join Lady Cecil in confronting the Demon Lord and his vast army, determined to end their reign for good. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirena commits to fighting alongside her comrades. Since half the warriors on this battlefield are hybrids, Drago allows them a few moments to weigh the offer before making a decision. The prospect of becoming a hero himself, if victory was achieved, electrified the boy's imagination. Drawn by such an exhilarating possibility, he chose to join his friends without hesitation. Suddenly, their eyes fall upon a magical book that belongs to Alan. At that moment, a newfound understanding blossoms within him. Alan finally grasps what it truly means to be part of this group. Sirena insists that Alan would never have leaped into battle against the Demon Lord without a carefully crafted plan already in mind. With 3 years stretching ahead, the boy points out, they have time to hone their skills within the depths of dungeons, gather essential gear, and track down a healer to complete their party. At first, the thought felt almost uncomfortably intimate. Yet, realizing that fate had now twined their lives together, Alan musters his courage to share his story, opening up in a way he never had before. He confesses he was born with a rare anomaly, affecting 1 in 100, causing his abilities to progress 100 times slower than others. To overcome this, he needs immense magic stones and a vast reserve of magical energy. A mana restoration ring would certainly do the boy a world of good. It might be wise to hunt one down while they still remained in this city. Now, the reason behind his stockpiling of magic stones became crystal clear to everyone. In short, the coming years promise a mountain of work for every one of them, or as the saying goes, welcome to hell. April draws near. Little ones cross the threshold of first grade for the very first time. Dressed smartly in their festive school uniforms, the children stride toward their classroom, with pride gleaming in their eyes. Out of an initial wave of nearly 20,000 applicants, only 3,000 managed to secure admission in the end, a testament to a daunting selection process. These fortunate candidates were then divided into 100 classrooms, each bustling with 30 eager students. Alan notices a photo on the wall that brings back memories of his first high school day. As nostalgia strikes, the classroom door opens, and Cardiff, their new homeroom teacher for the next 3 years, walks in. He usually oversees the busy Adventurers Guild in the capital. Known for unmatched swordsmanship, fate placed him in their class this year, after a promising new blade master emerged among the students. All eyes turn to Karina, who blushes awkwardly as laughter and playful banter ripple through her friends, delighted to realize a true star is among them. Alan emphasizes the guild's alliance with the 5 continents. The teacher notes their diverse classroom, peasants, commoners, even aristocrats, where within the academy, birth and lineage are irrelevant. All are equals. From this moment on, all titles are set aside, only mutual respect remains. Their new designation, students of the academy. With a sly grin, Alan taunts Lady Cecil, declaring that at last, they're finally on even ground. To further unsettle her, he suggests she drop the formalities and address him as an equal. Unamused by the joke, she gently strokes the boy's head. Yet, her touch holds such intensity that he must summon every ounce of endurance just to withstand it. In that instant, every student's gaze converged on the pair. Regardless of her feelings, Cecile had no choice but to accept the situation, and so, she was urged to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Each day unfolds with 4 lessons, 5 times a week. Every morning begins with a general knowledge test, and when afternoon arrives, the students split into different groups, each one dedicated to nurturing their unique talents. With the summoner group not yet assembled, the homeroom teacher pleaded for an exception on the boys' behalf. From that moment, Alan gained the freedom to attend any class he wished. At long last, the eagerly anticipated day off arrived. The boys are gearing up to test their mettle in a Class C dungeon. Considered among the easiest, these dungeons harbor monsters ranging from rank E up to C. Scattered across the Academy city, no fewer than 10 such locations await eager adventurers. Excitement buzzed through the group as they awaited the adventures their upcoming dungeon expedition promised. Everyone except Cecil. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, the boys received room 205, a cozy space tucked away on the 2nd floor. Cecile expected to go underground, but the entrance to the caverns looked like a luxurious hotel lobby, not mysterious at all, leaving her completely bewildered by what was happening. Thanks to Alan, the boys were splendidly outfitted. Their gear cost 150 gold coins. Cecile marveled at Alan's wealth, joking he had a gold mine. With a grin, Alan admitted he still had around 200 coins left. At long last they discover the fabled number. Yet, the instant the gates swing open, the world itself seems to lose all meaning. This chamber bears no resemblance to a cave. Rubik's cubes whirl hypnotically through the air. The system announces that the heroes have been transported to a dungeon in another dimension. Frozen in place, the children stand motionless, uncertain how to react to the sudden turn of events. Any room might shift into a separate dungeon at a moment's notice, with members of other groups barred from entry. For Alan, the scene evoked thoughts of a private server, a secluded dungeon just for them, where he needn't worry about others discovering his creatures. Still, this relief was quickly replaced by a rush of new questions in his mind. By now, his friends had grown accustomed to his wild antics. The boy radiated boundless excitement, and it would be at least half an hour before he calmed down. Once the system has satisfied all of Alan's questions, it invites the group to venture into the dungeon. At the same time, it urges the true gaming enthusiasts among them to give it their absolute all. The massive gates of the underground chamber opened for the boys, revealing a breathtaking space with soaring vaults, every towering wall shaped by generations of skilled masons pouring their strength into each stone. For Alan, the scene is an exhilarating gathering of game enthusiasts. Anticipation surges as he sends his birds to scout. The mysterious windowless space glows with daylight as vivid as outdoors, heightening the sense of adventure. Alan raised a warning. The path ahead splits in 2. In moments like these, trusting the intelligence of the birds soaring above proves to be an invaluable and convenient advantage. Minor monsters lurk on the outskirts, so the young man clears a path as he hunts them, warning his companions to avoid treasure chests, as those are often cleverly disguised traps. Joining their ranks, Alan now sees detailed info on his teammates. Siren wields a massive mithril sword, Drago a double-bladed mithril axe, and Cecil commands an ancient rune-etched staff. The boy could gaze at this scene for all eternity, utterly captivated. But suddenly, he realizes his eyes have wandered back to the book. Snapping to attention, he warns the seal. Danger is near. The enemy stands right before them. Taking the advice to heart, the girl conjures a blazing fireball and hurls it forward. In an instant, a slime vanishes in a burst of flames. Her reward, 8 fresh experience points. Elation surges through Cecil as she claims her first victory over a demonic beast. Fully immersed in the exhilaration of the moment, she delights in unleashing her magical powers. Alan warns the boys of their unique abilities and urges them to test them. Shocked, they realize they never suspected their talents. and one asks aloud why the academy hid this secret from them all along. There's no time to waste. Battle calls. Two opponents stand directly in front of the boys, presenting the perfect chance to put their newfound skills to the test. Victory came with astonishing ease. Not a single trace of the adversaries remained. Only radiant magical stones glimmered where the battle had once raged. An unstoppable surge of power courses through Cecil as she ascends to the 7th level. With each pulse, her mana regenerates, infusing her with newfound strength and making her more formidable than ever before. The group fought monsters non-stop for 10 hours and could resume later, but for Alan, the dungeon was special. He could use it however he wanted and enter as often as he liked. Determined to face the dungeon alone, the young man sends his summons into the labyrinth while he departs to study. Each level yields up to 200 magic stones daily. The more dungeons they clear, the greater their rewards. With only 5 days left to reach their goal, the boys finally arrived on the 6th floor, where, amid the shadows, an unexpected guest, a strange dungeon inhabitant, awaited, seemingly just a sleeping monster. A lone C-rank monster leads 10 powerful A-rank subordinates. Cecil, familiar with her friend's strength, saw no need to prove it again, but Sirena, unaware of Alan's abilities, provided the perfect chance to impress her. Additionally, there are 35,000 D-class magic stones. Alan juices 7,000 magical fruits, gaining 6 skill points. Now, eager, he prepares to amaze his companions with the extraordinary power of his summoned beasts. Ready for battle, the young man strides boldly toward his foe. The chief's eyes snap open, fury ignites within them, wild and uncontrollable. Staying true to his tried-and-true strategy, Alan sends the bears charging into battle first, ordering them to subdue the boss's underlings. Radiant with joy, Sirena leaps at the bear and hugs him tightly. Meanwhile, Drago's curiosity about Brown is barely contained. His eyes shine as he longs to discover the secrets hidden within that armor. Defeating the boss earns the boys a treasure chest and victory over the first dungeon. As a reward, the hero gets a gleaming steel sword, while Alan, grinning slyly, plots to sell it at the nearest shop. Before long, the boys manage to sell the sword for just a single gold coin. Anxiety flickers across Cecil's face as he wonders whether such a meager sum will be enough to buy even a modest meal. Yet her assumption is wrong. The boys have many interesting trophies. They chat animatedly about new dungeons appearing daily, predicting boss battles will soon become as routine as their mornings. Ziggle suggests conquering 3 dungeons at once, but the boy refuses. Dungeons are treasures, perfect for adventure, and their convenience is remarkable. Whoever created this system was truly a genius. Despite the journey's fatigue, the boys remain unaffected. With their trials over, satisfaction and excitement abound as their improving abilities invigorate and delight them, fueling their spirits with boundless energy. As the girls enjoyed the meal, they seemed almost indistinguishable to Drago. Alan had expected problems, but seeing their genuine happiness felt like the best possible result. In May, the homeroom teacher urgently announces that in 3 months, over summer break, every student must complete the underground labyrinth. Failure means possible expulsion from school. Rules for conquering the dungeon with a party of no more than 8. Only academy students and upperclassmen may participate. Outsiders are strictly forbidden from joining the expedition. Last year, 20 students lost their lives attempting this very task. Do you understand? The children are terrified, still trapped in the grip of shock. The task, Alan suspects, would prove far too challenging for a child completely unfamiliar with the Demon Lord. The boys excitedly hurl their swords at the master, each eager to get the girl on their team. Chaos erupts as everyone scrambles, exchanging desperate glances and rushing to find or recruit a partner. Though Alan isn't an etiquette expert, he knows recruiting requires courtesy. He subtly signals his companions to be polite, but they remain confused and unsure of his intentions. Nostalgia sweeps over him as he recalls vibrant school club days. Eagerly, he invites passionate gamers to join, and together, the group prepares, united by anticipation, to launch a daring boss raid. The young man explains that their quest is for experts in restoration magic, monks, for instance. Together, the four of them have already cleared out 2 Class C dungeons. The students listen intently, genuine amazement lighting their faces as they marvel at the incredible accomplishments the boys have already achieved. There's always something new being added to their routine. Twice a week, expeditions delve into the depths of the dungeons, and participation in at least one of these daring raids is mandatory for everyone. Unchanging rules are always announced beforehand. In the perilous depths of the dungeon, the boy clings to hope, trusting that, amid countless dangers, every adventurer can truly rely on the skills of their companions. The reward will be split equally among the few participants, so each share will be substantial. In addition, there are bonuses, incentives, a benefits package, and professional development opportunities. A sudden surge of inspiration sweeps through the boys, casting a tranquil silence over the room. All eyes turn to one, seeking his guidance and holding his judgment in high esteem. With every passing moment, their admiration for him deepens. Cecile feels a wave of disappointment as no one shows interest in joining their group, wondering if it's because they're being rejected simply due to not having a single monk among them. Lunchtime arrives, and the cafeteria buzzes with activity as students settle in to enjoy their meals. Amidst the chatter and clinking cutlery, an unfamiliar figure approaches Alan. With an apologetic smile, the young man excuses himself for interrupting their meal. He clarifies that they are classmates, and, in an effort to reassure, earnestly adds that he is, in fact, a monk. A young man asks if their group needs another healer. Alan welcomes him, inviting him to join the table for dinner to talk more. The newcomer thanks him, but mentions he typically doesn't eat during the day. The boy is not only a monk, but also an ascetic. Alan finds eating under his watch awkward and gently urges him to relax and enjoy something tasty from the nearby stalls, even if just for a moment. Alan places 2 silver coins in the monk's palm. Before long, the monk joins them for dinner and, over the meal, leans in with a curious glint in his eye. "Tell me," he asks, "how might one quickly amass a fortune in the dungeons?" At last, realization dawns on Alan, albeit a bit slowly, that each of his brothers down in the dungeon now carries somewhere between 40 and 60 silver coins. The sheer amount leaves him stunned. It's a fortune for a guy like him. He nearly chokes on his food at the mention of the price, then, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, timidly asks if he might be allowed to tackle the repairs himself. Introducing himself as Jim, the boy is met with warm and welcoming greetings from his new companions. Enthusiasm bubbling in the air, the group quickly agrees to set off for the cave adventure the following Saturday. Gio's very first excursion begins. The group descends into the labyrinth known as the C level. As soon as the boy's rank rises, an overwhelming sensation washes over him, as if he has just endured a trial set by the gods themselves. As teammates unite to battle demonic creatures side by side, their strength grows in perfect harmony, each one becoming stronger together. Guy still found his companions unfamiliar, yet watching them seamlessly cooperate, some guarding the rear, others advancing, he was struck by how unified and perfectly coordinated they were, moving together as one team. With unwavering confidence, the young man conquered the dungeon. This was precisely the outcome everyone had anticipated under the guidance of a true swordmaster. Another 2 weeks slipped by. The boys had conquered the dungeon in just 3 days, and now, undaunted, they ventured down to the deepest level of a Class C labyrinth. As Boss Alan's henchmen retreat from the boys, Cecil hurls a blazing spear straight at the fleeing enemies. Without missing a beat, Alan summons his tamed beasts to join the fray. A single C-rank opponent is utterly insignificant for these monsters. In the midst of battle, Drago sustains an injury, but the AI swiftly heals him. his wounds knit together as rapidly as those of a wild beast. Alan asks the academy if the boy knows basic magic, but the boy explains he previously spent his days tending the wounded in a church, earning a daily wage of 10 silver coins for his efforts. In Alan's eyes, this job was nothing to scoff at. The pay matched that of a servant in a noble household, making it a respectable way to earn a living. 2 months slipped by before the monk finally mastered these skills. The children, however, won't begin their lessons until next year. With the treasure chest in her hands, won after vanquishing the boss, Gaia's eyes sparkled with awe and delight. Pure joy radiated from every fiber of her being. There, they acquire a butler crafted from pure mithril, and for this, Alan receives 15 gleaming gold coins. The man then splits the reward in half, 3 gold coins for each of them, along with a fifth of all the magical stones. Once the dungeon had been conquered, Gi extended an invitation to the boys, urging them to join the team as full-time members. The boys cheerfully welcome the newcomer into their circle, seizing the chance to observe his features more closely than ever before. Alan also shares the exciting news that they've rented a house, destined to become their shared home. With a warm invitation, he encourages the monk to join them and make it his own as well. With an icy tone, he retorts that he has a place to stay without their charity. Spinning on his heel, the boy darts away, tossing over his shoulder a final remark, that by tomorrow, their paths will never cross again. Cecil confides that fate never destined him to claim a clan or tribe of his own. No family crest adorns his name, and with that absence comes freedom from the duty of marching into war. Yet for Alan, the truth is far more tangled. He sees the healers as vital on the front lines, while the academy only leaves him isolated, a solitary figure, almost a recluse amid its empty halls. Despite everything, Karina still longs to be his friend. At least now, thanks to the money he has, Cecil can finally eat well, a small mercy, since watching him before was truly painful. June draws near. A collection of 60 new type cards now fills Alan's hands, prizes claimed from another realm. On top of that, an unexpected power of awakening has stirred within him. Only one mystery remains. What exactly does this awakening mean? The new creatures, far larger and more powerful than before, were brought to life by the boy spending nearly all his coins on magical gems. After 2 years and 11 months, destiny now leads them to face new heroes. Alan welcomed a new talking doll into his life, Marika. Gifted with enchanting powers, she possessed the uncanny ability to glide through walls like a specter. Eager to test his newfound ability, the boy summons Denka once again. While the creature's usual attributes remain intact, a fresh detail emerges, a brand new line labeled Awakening. Harnessing this unique ability, the creature summons an entire pack of its kin. Seizing the opportunity, Alan decides to test each one's awakening skill in turn. At last, my boyfriend returns, though not alone. By his side stands a new girl, whom he eagerly introduces as Marika. With a hint of excitement, he announces to his friends that she'll be moving in and living with them from now on. The doll-like girl beams with a smile, confessing her delight at meeting mortals. The boys respond with enthusiastic greetings, their excitement bubbling over. Alan's curiosity burns to test every new discovery the dungeon has to offer. He can hardly wait for his next venture into the shadowy depths of the cave. 2 days passed. Today, the Academy welcomed honored guests to inspire the students, Sorgmaster Doberg from Latash, legendary hero Hermios, and Sorgmaster Sylvia, a renowned envoy from the powerful GMO Empire. A chilly distance lingers between Ali and Giratim. The memory of their first encounter left an unmistakable, unpleasant aftertaste. With a sudden burst of energy, Siren springs to her feet, impatience dancing in her eyes as she demands Doberg reveal how to finally put these skills into practice. Once again, the explanation is delivered. New skills will only be taught next year. Despite having repeated these words countless times, The girl remains determined, relentlessly searching for an answer different from the one she keeps receiving. Douberg grows curious when talk turns to special abilities. The girl, determined to grow stronger, vows she'll master them if Alan can. Intrigued, Douberg presses on, eager to learn more about the mysterious young man. With a steady voice, the hero explains that standing before them is none other than the black-haired boy they had discussed earlier, Douberg. A gentle murmur ripples through the hall, curiosity sparking in every corner. The homeroom teacher calls for silence, her voice calm yet commanding. Meanwhile, the man steps forward, suggesting that if anyone has questions for their guests, now is the perfect opportunity to ask. Douberg lifts the sword and places it in the girl's hands, encouraging her to strike and assuring her that focus will unlock a special skill. The veteran warrior offers Sirena a rare chance to learn from his 30 years of experience. As she's about to use the technique, the girl suddenly stops, denounces it as not a real skill, and firmly asks for it to be removed, this time using a genuine ability. The same frustrating pattern repeated. Despite her efforts, success eluded her. Douberg asked gently if she wanted to quit, but suggested that with a year's dedication, she might finally achieve mastery. The young woman insists she can press on. Her extraordinary willpower stirs nothing but admiration in those around her. While Alan and Cecil put their skills to use, she relentlessly strives to catch up with her friends. The remaining guests watch with keen interest as the events unfold. The hero turns to Alan, inviting him to join a training match. Alan appears agreeable, his lack of objection suggesting he has nothing more pressing to do. 8 tense hours had dragged by. Karina refused to yield. Outrage simmered in Alan. Could this old man truly mean to kill her, even after all those grand promises of teaching? Though exhaustion pressed in from all sides, surrender remained unthinkable. After all, Alan had been training relentlessly for ages, while she had wasted precious time in idle chatter. She suddenly leaps up, her voice fierce with resolve, declaring that Alan has a goal he pursues relentlessly. She vows to help him, but only if she can become stronger herself. The teacher encourages her to stay focused and channel all her skill into launching a decisive attack on the boy. Raising her sword with determination, she finally manages to execute the technique known as the cutter. A satisfied smile plays across the man's face. This is a battle he will remember for the rest of his days. For a moment, Sirena manages to remain standing, but exhaustion swiftly claims her, and she collapses to the ground. Racing to his companion's side, Alan draws upon the restorative powers of the life herb. Meanwhile, Douberg resolves to remain by her, pledging continued partnership and unwavering support. Drawing closer to Alan, the hero inquires about his true intentions. Yet Alan, shrouded in mystery, replies that his plans will remain a secret until the day full trust is earned. Excitement fills the air as the group prepares to tackle the C-ranked dungeon on the 3rd floor. The long-awaited day of adventure is here, and Alan is ready to amaze everyone with his new monster. At the boys' whistle, colossal turkeys appear, towering over the group. The friends climb onto their broad backs, and at his command, they set off toward the distant quarry in an unusual procession. The enemy advances at a relentless pace. Now is the perfect moment for Sirena to put her latest weapon to the test. Riding a flying sword, the young woman commands it to slice foes in a whirlwind, delivering a flawless single strike that showcases her extraordinary skill as she effortlessly defeats even the fiercest opponents. Marika joins the boys in gathering stones. Amidst the hectic scramble, they resemble clumsy ostriches far more than gallant cavalry. There's not even a chance here to demonstrate any horsemanship. Descending to the lower floor, the boys marveled at their own pace. Morning hadn't even slipped by, yet they'd already traversed 2 levels and toppled a boss, without ever so much as dismounting from their birds. Alan fixes his gaze on the monk, convinced that nothing but a hefty bag of coins could draw genuine joy from him. Yet, regardless of how much time life grants him, the monk remains steadfast in his fasting. Having mastered the 3 sea dungeons, the group can move on, so Alan proposes a celebration to mark this milestone and officially welcome Gia to the team, just as any esteemed organization would. Nevertheless, she insists they manage without him. His long absence from home has likely left his family deeply worried by now. Alan wonders if his parents live in the town near the academy, but the boy reveals that after he was accepted, a remarkable 7 of his family members decided to move in with him. Isolated from connections, devoid of support, and earning barely enough to get by, each thought of his parents pierces his heart with pain. To make matters more daunting, this monk shoulders the responsibility of feeding 7 hungry mouths. Alan announces that the base is currently looking for someone to handle household duties, so he suggests moving the man and his family in with them. Dumbfounded, the young man struggles to grasp the sudden surge of concern directed his way. Alan attempts to clarify, reminding him that they're teammates, and besides, hadn't he promised all sorts of benefits when recruiting him? Uncertainty clouds the young man's face as he hesitates, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, Cecil breaks the silence with an intriguing suggestion. Instead of splitting the dungeon reward 5 ways, why not divide it evenly into 6 shares? Additionally, 1/6 of the funds will be allocated to maintaining their household and covering rent for the boys' families. In return, Alan will receive his share in magical stones. Curiosity flickers in G's eyes as he asks, "Why Alan?" The girl quietly replies, "Alan needs these K-stones to grow, and Sirena has always provided what he needs. The monk's act isn't charity or pity, it's simply necessary." After a moment of contemplation, she nods in agreement. The boys share that they live just a stone's throw from the station. They ask the young boy to gather everyone, excited to throw a cozy family party to celebrate their new friendship. Before long, GE reappears, bringing along several relatives. All of them are strikingly young. Most are just children. The whereabouts of their parents remain an unsolved mystery. The first to join the introductions is Nina, the younger sister of her brother Gia. With a bright, heartfelt smile, she expresses genuine gratitude to the boys for inviting her today. As everyone settles around the table, the lads raise their glasses and proclaim a heartfelt toast. Cecile encourages the guests to savor each dish at their leisure, assuring them there's more than enough delicious fare to go around. G remarked on the house's surprising spaciousness. To ease the mood, he urged Alan to be more casual, assuring him he saw him as a friend like the others. Alan smiled brightly and readily agreed. G tells how he lost his title and former life, now living humbly with loyal outcast servants. Though their days seem melancholic, he has gradually adapted to a modest, ordinary life. Nina struggled to find her place, but vowed to support her loved ones, while Siren mingled easily with everyone, showing no concern for whether someone was of noble birth or humble background. The girl mingles with everyone around her, conversation flowing from her lips as naturally as a summer breeze. Meanwhile, Alan tells Nina that although she and Karen are now commoners, it wasn't so long ago that both of them lived as serfs. It was hard for Gia to grasp the idea that a boy could belong to someone else. Drago chimed in, noting that Alan had been exposed to such notions ever since he was a small child. The monk once suspected Alan and Cecil were of noble birth. Time proved him right about Cecil, but she dismissed its significance, having grown used to it and insisting it wasn't worth fussing over. With Sirena, there's simply no other way. Her quirks leave the boy slightly bewildered, prompting a question to echo through his mind. How did all 4 of them end up here? Alan shares that their origins trace back to a tiny, almost forgotten town. Yet when he reveals they come from Naval, Gui's astonishment is impossible to hide. The revelation strikes. Cecile is Granville's daughter. Without wasting a moment, the boys dart toward Madame Nina, imploring her to shield them behind her formidable broad shoulders. For a few fleeting seconds, confusion clouds Alan's mind. What's happening here? How did the atmosphere, so warm and inviting just moments ago, suddenly thicken with hostility? Fury boils within G as he explodes, accusing them of claiming to care for his family in such a callous way. By what right do they meddle? They're the very ones who shattered the Carnell family in the first place. Cecil demands to know what business the young man has with this affair. Calmly, he replies, "The former Viscount Carnell. He is my father." Curiosity flickered in Drago's eyes as he wondered aloud if Alan was responsible. With a candid nod, Alan admitted the truth. Last year, a fierce dispute between him and Carnell had erupted over the ownership of the Mitramines. Gi bursts out, insisting that mere words won't be enough to get the boy off the hook. Fresh from hearing the latest from the royal messenger, Gi demands to know exactly what was done to those people. That royal messenger again? Unbelievable. Did he truly escape all consequences? Alan could hardly fathom that Jim was actually Carnell's son. Carnell himself had always insisted he had no worthy heirs. The daughter passed the evaluation with no issues, and to her father's delight, had no special abilities. Later, it was found he had a son who, unlike his sister, would soon become famous for his remarkable talents. In a decisive stroke, Granville confronted his longtime adversary, stripping him not only of his empty Viscount title, but also of any lingering power. Understanding dawned on Cecile. Determined to unravel every detail herself, she resolved to speak with Gia Long alone before proceeding. With gentle composure, she politely asked his companions to leave the room for a while. Granting her request, the boy stays behind, solitude pressing in around him as anticipation coils in his chest. Anxiously, he waits to learn what has transpired. At last, the girl's voice breaks the silence as she begins her tale. She tells how his father, Carnell Daniel, feared as Douglas the Killer, kidnapped her and her maid Alan to seize the mithril mines, using them for blackmail. Only Alan's bravery enabled their desperate escape. The young woman's father appealed to the king, seeking justice for his daughter. As a result, Viscount Carnell and all accomplices were thrown into prison. Carnell's title was revoked, and his estate seized by the crown. The girl understood that Mrs. Carnell languished in a prison cell within one of the royal castles. Her father's involvement in the downfall of the Carnell family was no secret to her, yet she felt no shame in this connection. With a sharp glint in her eye, the girl remarks that if G harbors any doubts about her words, he should set off for the royal capital himself and witness the truth firsthand. She owes him no explanations, nor is she obliged to present any proof. Jai stood frozen in bewilderment, unable to fathom that his father could do such a thing. Only now did clarity dawn on him, revealing the truth of what had truly happened. Completely unaware, Alan never suspected that Carnell was, in truth, a devoted father. According to her, attentive servants had watched over him with great care until the age of 5. Everything changed dramatically after the evaluation ceremony. That very day marked the last time the young man laid eyes on his parents. Exiled from his family to a remote city with only a few servants, he lived his final days in quiet obscurity, lacking noble education and barely supported by a meager pension. When the boy turned 10, a mentor arrived at his doorstep. Joy overflowed in the young one's heart. At that moment, he realized that his father had not forgotten him and genuinely cared about his education for the academy. In that moment, he realized he still belonged to his family, yet last October he lost all support without warning, cut off financially, cast out of the house, and left confused and unsure of what to do next. G began serving at the church, where he met Nina, a young orphan seeking comfort. At year's end, a royal messenger arrived with shocking news. The powerful Granville family had orchestrated House Carnell's downfall. Yet should the boy persevere for 5 relentless years, rather than just 3, bravely battling monsters and fulfilling his noble quest with unwavering dedication, every misdeed shall at last be absolved. His Majesty will restore the Carnell family's honor by naming this young man as Lord. Though his talents lay dormant, destiny now reveals a path meant only for him. This is the tale of the youth. Even his family deserves a place they can truly call home. Over the next 5 years, he will spare no effort to restore their good name. Alan realizes Gaia is also trapped by noble debt. Determined, he reveals his plan. All four should unite, combine their strengths, and settle their debts together, their paths and ambitions now intertwined. At first, G refuses, burdened by the knowledge that they hail from rival families long locked in a bitter feud. Alan insists it's irrelevant. What matters is the team needs him. They've joined forces to unite their strengths and cover each other's weaknesses for a risky mission full of formidable challenges. Cecil recounts how her brother perished merely 3 months after being sent to the front lines. Behind the rampage of these savage monsters lurks a mysterious figure, known only as the Demon Lord. Motivated to surpass him, they all grow stronger. The boy invites the monk to join them, proposing they unite for the coming battle. He then declares he will use Alan for his own purposes without hesitation. Unfazed, the young man insists Gia pursue her ambitions, ignoring the Demon Lord as he seeks to regain his aristocratic status. Inspired, his companion proposes they join forces to strive for a noble title together. Their past before the academy no longer matters. What matters now is their new friendship. Cecile smiles gently, noting she may become the first Granville to live under the same roof as a Carnell. As Guy tries to speak, tears fall silently. Alan gently assures him he's not alone and doesn't have to face his struggles by himself, then sincerely welcomes Guy back into their group, offering comfort and acceptance. A cozy, friendly atmosphere filled the room. The children delighted in hot tea as they exchanged captivating stories with one another. Morning dawned on the next day. With heartfelt sincerity, Gia's family apologized for their behavior the day before and expressed profound gratitude to the boys for standing by their side. An adorable toy boy swoops toward them, warmly greeting the newcomers. Everyone is instantly charmed, and the young man feels a surge of confidence, certain they will find common ground in whatever comes next. No doubts cloud his mind. Should Gia reclaim her title, elation would light up her world without end. For now, though, these are nothing but honeyed promises spun by the royal messenger, whose words skillfully tug at his every vulnerability. Alan must uncover the truth. Can the Carnauts truly make a comeback, or is the notion pure fantasy? At the same time, a restless curiosity gnaws at him. What draws Somov, the enigmatic envoy, to this affair in the first place? GSE's sister, her eyes clouded with worry for her brother, asks if he plans to venture into the dungeon again today. With a reassuring smile, he promises her that everything will be fine. After all, he's heading there in the company of trusted friends. A group of boys gathered at the Class B dungeon entrance, eager to face monsters from rank D to B across 10 increasingly dangerous levels. Clearing 3 such dungeons unlocked Class A, with the fastest run clocking in at 12 hours. At the dungeon's entrance, the inspector asked if there were only 5, warned them about lethal traps inside, and cautioned against recklessness. Alan nodded solemnly, assuring him they understood the warning. Drogo noted this labyrinth had no surprises unlike the last. Alan agreed, saying with 12 floors left, it would take much longer, and hoped they could finish within a month if they were lucky. Cautious of unseen dangers and recalling warnings of hidden traps, Alan gave everyone vials of antidote and insisted they all take it immediately to protect against any lurking poisons on the path ahead. Unfolding a small, worn map of the dungeon, Alan announced that his aerial brigade was currently sweeping the outskirts. The moment they gathered any crucial intel, they would immediately pursue the trail freshly uncovered. United in purpose, they tackled the Class B dungeon. On the 4th floor, Gia gleefully found a massive chest and announced it, but Cecil warned him that unchecked greed can easily lead to trouble. The girl suspected the chest was a monster's trap, not real treasure. Alan quickly told Morica to investigate, urging her to reveal its true nature and any deception. The fairy eagerly agreed without hesitation. With utmost caution, she glided toward the chest and gently lifted its lid. As expected, the chest instantly transformed into a colossal beast. Alan immediately recognized the monstrous form as a B-class mimic. With unwavering resolve, Alan commanded Maritza to strike at the beast schizo. Lifting her arms high, the fairy summoned her magic, invoking a mighty spell upon the monster as though fate itself had sealed its doom. In an instant, the mimic was destroyed, and the boys received 20,000 gold coins. Drogo was stunned. It was a B-class monster. Alan explained, magical power is directly tied to a person's intellect level. Marika Allen shone with genuine progress as the fairy smiled, revealing the spell's 6-hour restoration limit. Gia dismissed this as minor, insisting the real wonder was the astounding possibilities now within their reach. After the mimic battle, they claimed a gleaming mithril spear, worth about 50 gold by Alan's estimate. Returning to Drogo, Alan warned him. The monster behind them was slowly but steadily catching up. The young man spun swiftly, unleashing a signature move that sent his whole body into action. His axe flashed, slicing the monster in two as onlookers watched in stunned, silent awe at the incredible feat. Drogo triumphantly shouted that this was exactly how it should work, beamed with satisfaction at mastering the skill, and joined his accomplished friends, who congratulated and teased him that it was better late than never. Bliss radiated from Drogo. He proclaimed no dungeon could daunt him, and shouted he never wanted this feeling to fade. Alan took note, suspecting the boy's abilities might have unexpected side effects. In the 7th month of that same year, the boys ventured down to the lowest level of the Class B dungeon. Gio's astonishment spiked when he discovered that the dungeon's boss, too, was ranked as a formidable Class B. The siren quickly noticed that towering, full-grown boars prowled near the leader, not adorable piglets, but the very same hulking beasts once butchered in the village. The B-class monster Sphintus grandiosus, nearly 5 meters tall at the shoulders, stood before them. Drogo was awestruck by its size and wondered if they could even carry its meat out of the dungeon. Alan resisted the urge to relax, convinced it was still too early for complacency, even though the numbers suggested this creature posed little threat. The team's stats, too, hovered at an impressive level. Alan had always believed that only summoners could receive blessings from summoned beasts and strengthen their own abilities, yet to his astonishment, he discovered that others possessed similar powers as well. Predictably, given the standard difficulty, he felt certain they would catch up to his 42nd level in the blink of an eye. With a surge of energy, Gia unleashed his formidable defense, boosting the endurance of every group member by 3%. With resolve gleaming in her eyes, Cecil declared she would go first. Raising her hand high, the girl intoned, "Flame Spear," and unleashed her spell with a surge of fiery magic. A barrage of offensive projectiles streaked toward the monster. The awakening skill, however, could be invoked only once per day. The absorption skill inflicts damage 3 times greater than that of an ordinary strike. With a swift command, Alan ordered the Ostercall squad to advance. The team surged forward, unleashing their expertly honed skills with remarkable precision. A piercing shriek tore from the wounded beast, echoing across the battlefield. Alan shouted to Siren to strike down the boar and cut its throat. Siren agreed without hesitation. As the beast fell, she raised her weapon resolutely, ready to end its struggle. With a swift, decisive strike, she brought down one of the formidable Sphintus grandiosus. The victory earned the team a generous reward of 24,000 experience points. Giddy with excitement, the boys boasted that even B-rank fighters no longer posed a threat to them. Karena, bursting with enthusiasm, shouted that together they could chop down anyone who stood in their way. With a swift gesture, GA unleashed a wave of group healing, instantly revitalizing every squad member within a 10-meter radius. The magical restoration didn't stop at the team. It breathed new life into all summoned creatures as well. All at once, the young man's gaze landed on a chest made of gleaming silver. A rush of excitement overcame him, and he insisted they absolutely must take it along. Peering inside, they discovered a brass knuckle, forged from legendary orichalcum. Alan remarked that the alloy was as tough as mithril. Jaya, curious, wondered if anyone would try it on, then grinned mischievously and suggested selling the armor, confident it could fetch at least 100 gold coins instantly. Alan once said he thought Geo worked for his family, while their son just loved wealth. Suzil added that unlike monks who shun riches, Geo was their opposite, a greedy, sanctimonious soul craving treasure. Alan saw conquering his first B-class dungeon as a triumph. Noticing the vast growth ahead, he realized that even at his normal pace, he could greatly increase his power with so many new possibilities before him. Yet the overwhelming might of the demon army remained far beyond their grasp. Driven by this daunting reality, Alan felt a relentless determination to sharpen the abilities of each and every one of his comrades. Most importantly, this trial requires him to rise by his own strength. While a Class 1B dungeon gate yields 200 magic stones, splitting a summoned portal core 3 ways lets each team claim 600 stones. In a month, they could earn 740 C-rank magic stones and 425 gold coins. But when he tried to buy 310,000 D-rank stones from the guild, he was disappointed to find only 50,000 in stock. Wanting to save time spent crossing the city, he considered buying a carriage. He also realized he needed a watch to keep track of time while exploring underground without getting lost. As the 8th month began and students left for holidays, the academy fell silent. Carrying a small basket, the little bird set out for its home in the village with the sweet name of Sirena. Alan's family enjoyed a rare moment of peace at home. For a moment, he almost believed he was back in his childhood haven, but true comfort and a real home still felt far out of reach. Astonishment flickered across the boys' faces as Alan's voice pierced the silence. Glancing around, they realized Uncle Hurt stood close by as well. With a friendly nod, he explained that he was speaking to them through the bird. Popo had a rare gift, transmission, which let Alan's voice instantly enter the minds of anyone within 3 kilometers, seamlessly infiltrating their thoughts and accessing any information, real or imagined. Their father, curious, wondered aloud if Alan understood the unfolding events, amazing the room. Alan's younger brother offered to read the letter, and Alan added they'd also received messages from Drogo and Sirena for their families. Uncle Gert awkwardly pointed out that Alan still lacked experience in reading and writing. Unfazed, Alan replied that he could always ask Masha for help when he needed it. The father remarked how fortunate it was that the locals there were also warm and welcoming. Meanwhile, the uncle exclaimed that Aylan's incredible talent had always left him utterly amazed. The younger sister, regretful, said Mayuri lacked the talent to help, while Alan suggested she could support their parents, especially since he was often called away. Hearing this, the girl smiled warmly and vowed to support them in her brother's place. Meanwhile, the father announced he'd been appointed elder by the leaders of the new pioneer settlement. Implementation would begin as early as the following year. Alan congratulated his father wholeheartedly, believing it was only natural. After all, his father had driven the search for a decade, making this decision seem nothing short of inevitable. Uncle Gert assured them he would be joining their journey as well, urging Alan not to worry. He only needed to pass the news along to Karina. Relieved, Alan agreed with a nod. Thinking his parents were now in their 30s, he felt it was time to settle. As they neared the hunting grounds, Alan saw that with his father's new status, he too should learn to read and write. Before long, the bird reached Granville. With a gentle knock on the window, it offered a polite apology for the disturbance and introduced itself as Alan. With heartfelt gratitude, the man thanked Alan for delivering the message and earnestly asked him to continue looking after Cecile. Alan voiced his hope that, after 5 years of flawless service, a chance might exist to restore his family's tarnished name. The man declared that, should His Majesty the King decree it, then nothing would stand in the way. Whether true or not, rumors of Carnell's son having healing powers sparked hope. If real, surviving battle would earn him and his family rewards and privileges most could only dream of. Many aristocrats send their children to war, and rare healers are common in noble families. Among commoners, such healers are scarce and usually tied to the church, so elves even send healers from afar to help by special agreement. The elves focus on awakening the vanguard, not serving entitled aristocrats. Using battlefield healers for personal gain opposes their purpose, a truth clear to most but incomprehensible to the nobility. It's no surprise healers often remain on the battlefield until their last breath. Alan stood frozen as the man explained, Carnell took his child from their family solely because of her rare, extraordinary gift. Most likely, he believed that the boy had forever lost both his family and his zest for life, that neither love, care, nor proper upbringing mattered to him anymore. Alan merely remarked that it was indeed a grim and troubling tale. In that moment, Gia realized the royal messenger had sent him to the battlefield solely out of authority, viewing him as just a conveniently timed healer. The man agreed instantly, without hesitation. Jerry was truly good-hearted, caring deeply for his loved ones, carefully saving so his family never lacked, no matter the crisis. Even if deceived by a royal messenger, Alan would pursue justice without hesitation. The man, eyes curious, asked Alan if he could be trusted with the task. Alan replied by asking his lordship's intentions. The man then asked if the royal courier named him among suspects in the Carnell family's tragedy. Alan expressed his gratitude, noting that their duel was still some time away, so there was no need to rush. With that settled, Kirina turned her attention to Gia, asking how they might lend their assistance. Trogo wondered if they should treat the king's envoy as an enemy. Alan urged caution, since the envoy's promises were uncertain. The seal advised patience, suggesting they wait for news from her father to learn the truth. A pale shade swept over Gia's face as he expressed his deep gratitude to the others. With a quiet confession, he admitted the urgent need to provide for his family, then vowed to pour every ounce of effort into conquering the dungeon. September dawned, ushering in the reign of autumn as the summer vacation quietly drew to a close. The boys gathered, united by a single goal, to challenge the formidable Class A dungeon. Curiosity sparkled in Karina's eyes as she wondered aloud if any clues even existed. The guard replied, his voice heavy with seriousness, that only 1 out of every 10 squads ever made it that far. To his surprise, only 5 stood before him. He asked if they were with the swordsmen, recalling rumors calling them monsters. Warning them with a cautious tone, he advised they should stay on their guard. A suspicion haunted Alan. The final boss lurking in the abyss had to be a Class A monster, a breed he'd yet to confront. All around him, the world felt uncharted, every shadow whispering of mysteries still untold. Seeing Gio's slumped shoulders and dejection, he knew only Gold's familiar chime could revive him. They pressed on, taking no captives. No one had ever ventured into a labyrinth like this before. Alan sent scouts, but none returned. Monsters and traps killed them instantly. For 2 sleepless nights, Gia was kept awake by companions' snores, unable to pass the first level, while Karina stayed distant from her beloved. Relief swept over Alan as he realized that only those immune to sleep were by his side. No need to fret about anyone dozing off. The deeper they ventured, the more frequently B-class monsters began to cross their path. Fate led them face to face with the towering Orc King and the hulking Cyclops. With dazzling skill and unyielding courage, our heroes vanquished the beasts in the blink of an eye. Slaying a single orc earned them a staggering 20,000 experience points. Next, a formidable Cyclops awaited, an enemy who had to be vanquished. The towering beast attempted to shield Drogo, but in an instant the man was sent flying backward. Gio muttered discontentedly as he healed the boy. Before Drago could react, the ostriches and the sea lion unknowingly stepped on a hidden stone slab, triggering a cleverly concealed trap to everyone's surprise. Gia cried out as Cecil and Drogo vanished into a spatial trap. Her voice broke with despair as she begged forgiveness. Alan urgently asked Sirena to stop the rampaging Cyclops, and she leapt into action without hesitation. As Alan flipped through his book, he pondered the chaos from their disappearance. With only 3 squads nearby, he decided the search was urgent and quickly summoned his unit to the scene. He gave Marika a few precious items to deliver to the couple. Without hesitation, the ferry rushed off. Within half an hour, Alan received word. Everything had been found. Savage monsters encircled them. Drago, his wounds bleeding heavily, fought with fierce desperation to shield Cecile. Without hesitation, Alan commanded all the sisters to rush to their aid. Alan ordered Kieran and Gia to grip the ostriches tightly. Summoning a divine gust of wind, he propelled them forward at breathtaking speed as they raced to provide aid. Cecil confidently unleashed her powers on their foes as Marisha wondered if she'd use the Leaf of Life. Cecil replied that, for now, restoring her mana reserves was a much higher priority. With a fierce cry, Drogo hurled himself forward, fighting with every ounce of strength. In that very instant, the beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Alan and his companions finally arrived, briefly wondering if they'd forgotten anything. Cecily beamed with joy as Drago sensed their approach amid a flurry of excited fairies. Grateful, they thanked their enchanting guides. Unease swept over Jaya. Alan turned to him with a warning. Don't just stand on the sidelines. Irritation flashed in Jaya's eyes as he retorted that it was nothing. After all, he had only just come close to killing his own comrades. He sincerely apologized to the boys. Alan had saved them all. After a pause, they moved on as Alan warned them about hidden traps ahead. One wrong move could catapult them all the way to the moon. September had drawn to a close. Today, at last, the boys felt fully prepared to venture down to the lower level and meet the boss himself face to face. Only now did Gia recover from his failure, a turnaround made possible by his younger sister. Meanwhile, deep in the lowest levels, the boys recoiled in terror as they stumbled upon an A-class monster. Alan couldn't help but notice that the monstrosity had grown to at least 10 meters tall. With a hint of uncertainty in his voice, Drogo wondered aloud if their blows could possibly reach such a giant. Ellen realized their luck. Their first Class A creature wasn't a devastating dragon, but a hulking armored beast with strong defense and less dangerous attacks. Against a dragon, they'd flee, but with this foe, they could stand and fight. The boys' stats climbed relentlessly higher. Flipping through the pages at a brisk pace, Alan mulled over whether they should hold back and give him time to figure things out. Alan possessed a remarkable ability: substitution. Within a 50-meter radius, he commanded control over every target. Beyond that, he had mastered the unique skill Shark Oil and unlocked a new power known as diffusion. With a sincere apology to Cecil, Alan announced that he would be taking the lead today, just as planned. This was the day he intended to unveil the extraordinary technique he called the Force Blast. Confronted by these tiny, glittering objects, the monsters faltered in confusion, unsure of how to react. Alan quickly realized that these shimmering projectiles would unleash devastating damage across a wide area. As meteors thundered above and explosions rocked the battlefield, Ellen showed unmatched skill, defeating a dozen kings in one dazzling strike and earning a staggering 200,000 points for her breathtaking triumph. He recounted a harrowing tale. One of them had nearly cost him his life once. Both Cecil and G stood equally stunned by the revelation. In the very next instant, the boss emerged from the swirling haze of smoke. Cecil and Drogo charged into the arena, determination blazing, but the beast nearly crushed them with a single earth-shaking blow before suddenly spinning toward Sirena and launching a relentless assault on her. The boys stared in stunned silence as anxious Cecile asked if this was planned or if Alan failed to arrange the switch. All feared for Karina's safety, until, to their astonishment, she emerged unscathed from under the boss's arm. With a shrug, she called the challenge trivial, a grain of sand. Alan exclaimed she was a true atlas in a skirt, while others gaped, and Gi quietly took the chance to heal himself. In that very moment, Drogo managed to whisper to his ostrich, signaling that the time had come to approach the boss's head. With a fierce shout, he charged forward at full speed, hurtling straight toward the enemy. The moment Gia drew near, he lunged forward with explosive force, launching a sudden assault. In perfect sync, Sirena unleashed a blazing red flower, its flames curling hungrily as they descended upon the beast. With a determined shout, Alan declared he'd charge ahead with Cecil, but firmly ordered no one to touch Siren or Drogo. Cecil loftily replied she didn't need his reminders, as she already knew exactly what to do. Through their combined might, the boys unleashed a devastating assault on the monster. At last, its strength gave out completely, and it collapsed to the ground, unconscious and utterly spent. The giant wolf fell, defeated, granting a bounty of 480,000 XP. The group erupted in triumphant shouts, their victory so complete that it seemed impossible to feel greater joy. Alan seized the Class A crystal, feeling a surge of raw energy in his fingertips. Meanwhile, Gia, intrigued by the treasure chest, studied its plain wood, puzzled that such riches were kept in something so ordinary. The moment the boys laid hands on the orichalcum halberd, a wave of suspicion swept over them. Had they been duped? But Alan swiftly quelled their doubts, assuring the group that Drago now possessed a truly formidable weapon. Cecilia nodded in agreement, observing that the once mighty mithril axe now stood powerless before such fearsome monsters. With a heart full of gratitude, Drogo bid farewell to his trusty weapon, whispering a final heartfelt, "Thank you." The possibility of such events unfolding amid the chaos of war had long lingered in Alan's mind. Driven by urgency, he knew he had to strengthen his abilities and acquire even more formidable equipment. Out of nowhere, a shimmering cube materialized before them. A congratulatory message echoed, celebrating their triumphant conquest of the A-class dungeon, and a certificate was presented to commemorate their achievement. Curious, Alan asked about the symbol on the certificate, noting its resemblance to a guild card. Cube explained that conquering the 5 A-level dungeons would unlock access to Y-class dungeons. Amazement flickered across the boys' faces as they wondered if Y-rank monsters would appear. Gio hoped for rare treasures unlike any before, marking the end of a summer filled with thrilling dungeon adventures with friends. Alan turned 30 in October, just as the holidays ended and he returned to work. At the academy, students proudly credited their victories in tough dungeons to the invaluable guidance he provided. The others soon noticed that only 3 were missing, concluding that fear must have driven them away. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with awe. Alan and his team had conquered an A-rank dungeon, an achievement few could boast. All eyes turned toward Karina, their gazes acknowledging her as a true master of the blade. Conquering an A-class dungeon was a feat far beyond the reach of most graduates. She truly stood apart from the rest. Cecil asked about the consultant's afternoon plans and possible appointments. Alan replied he would devote the time to weapons training, as it had been far too long since he enjoyed practicing his swordsmanship. Sirena proposed a duel with Alan, but he graciously declined. His summoned beasts were deep in the dungeon, prowling for trophies, and replacing them at this moment would have been far too costly. The swordsman swiftly grabbed Sirena as she challenged Alan. Meanwhile, Alan faced Rifle, who loudly reminded him they were partners today. Alan immediately agreed. During the battle, Alan struggled to avoid thinking about Mikail. After 3 hours, the swordsman told Karina her Class A dungeon win was expected, while she was honestly surprised he had any skills. Alan was sure the teacher would win easily, though he was intrigued by facing a worthy foe. Suddenly, the instructor told Karina and Alan to report to the rector immediately, as they had been summoned an hour earlier. The boys exchanged surprised glances. Curious, Alan asked Sirena why she looked at him so strangely, insisting he'd done nothing wrong. As they walked, he spotted an elf he hadn't seen since the entrance exam. The teacher, recalling he'd heard about the boys earning a dungeon certificate, curiously asked about their future plans. Alan quickly answered that their next goal was to clear the dungeons assigned to Class Y. The young man noted that the university town boasted as many as 4 such places, meaning their search wouldn't take them far. Once that task was done, the pair would set off to journey through the kingdom. Alan inquired about his teacher's own accomplishments during his years of study. The man replied with a wry smile that none of his instructors had ever managed to earn a grade higher than an A. For decades, the vast underground labyrinths remained untouched. Dobrik was the last to brave their depths. Following him meant making history, but Alan dismissed the challenge, claiming such feats were trivial to him. The teacher pointed to a tower emerging from the mist, its outline sharpening. The children stared in awe at its unique design as the elf warmly expressed his joy at welcoming the game's bravest and kindest adventurers. His suggestion was simple: outwit the sage and snatch the key to the answer they sought. Intrigued, Sirena couldn't resist asking, was he truly an elf, or were those pointed ears just clever fakes tacked on for show? With a flare of irritation, Alan snapped at the girl. He hastened to add that her curiosity was understandable. After all, he had roamed the world for thousands of years, yet had worn the mantle of city and academy leader for a mere 43. Alan thought they looked like insects, which might explain the man's mysterious expression. He wondered if the structure was an ancient elven relic, older than any other building in the city. A man stepped forward, announcing a special assignment reserved for those who had conquered the Class A dungeon. With an inviting smile, he encouraged them to join the Academy's martial arts tournament, set to take place in a week's time. Joy lit up Siren's face, while Alan looked disappointed. Surprised, he asked about the news, having just heard it. The teacher explained only second and third year students could enter the tournament of 16 swordsmen. In this place, only true weaponry commands respect. Sorcerers and scholars typically find themselves unwelcome. Yet, in recognition of their unique contributions, an exception was made just for them. Distinguished guests worldwide, including Latasha's royal family, will attend. Alan noticed Drogo's combat skills surpassed his own, making Drogo ideal for participation, and Drogo has already conquered his designated trial dungeon. With a sharp glance, the man said only those with at least 2 stars could join the tournament. Alan, despite his impressive stars, mused that entering such a high-level contest wasn't an option for him. With reassuring words, the man insisted he had recommended Alan's participation so his talents could shine. Instantly, Alan caught on to the cunning motive behind the suggestion. It was a sly attempt to gauge his abilities. In his eyes, an elf who had already lived 1,000 years seemed far too inquisitive. Declaring that only fools would take part in such antics, the boy insisted he'd much rather watch events unfold from the sidelines. Alan admitted that revealing his summoner powers was too costly, and swordsmanship alone wouldn't suffice. He'd lose early. For him, entering mattered only to improve his skills. Otherwise, it felt like a pointless waste of time. The man declared that if he won, he'd be able to challenge Dobrik himself. Ellen pointed out that Sirena would need better equipment first. To that, the man replied that they were actually on their way to register the girl right now. On the eve of the 16 Swordsman tournament, distinguished guests graced the clan hall with their presence. Amidst them stood none other than Cecile's father. As his gaze drifted to Gia and Ninoan, a curious resemblance to Viscount Carnell flickered in his mind. With measured caution, he turned to His Majesty and inquired whether the revival of House Carnell might be within the realm of possibility. Bound by a solemn oath to resolve the issue, Gia received a response from the king, sealed in an ornate casket. Inside was the kingdom's highest honor, given to restore the proud legacy of the Carnell family, provided he served flawlessly on the battlefield for 5 years. However, extraordinary courage or acts of heroism could earn an early release. That was the deal. The boys were thrilled. The document bore the signatures of Granville and Hamilton. Suddenly, the real Hamilton appeared, the very same classmate with whom Gia had never exchanged a single word. Claiming to act on his father's behalf, a man closely tied by blood to both the Granvilles and the Carnells, he made his presence known. When asked if he came from that dynasty's elder branch, Alan noted top nobles rarely cared about commoners' issues outside their lands. Riefel then wondered if Alan was really just a simple peasant. The young man assured them that the Hamilton family would look after their loved ones as long as they fulfilled their duty on the battlefield. Grateful, Gia thanked him, then curiously asked what had motivated them to offer such support. Nobility, he declared, lies in taking responsibility for one's actions. Guided by duty and honor, he had acted without hesitation. His fervent wish was for the children to grasp this truth. Though the royal envoys and all involved kept silent about whose orders they obeyed, every one of them acted for the honor and welfare of the royal family. To be precise, it was the Crown Prince Dauphin who goaded Latache into action. As the king's nephew and foremost heir to the throne, his authority looms large. Not even the king himself can move against him without irrefutable proof of wrongdoing. Alan suspected the real mastermind behind Cecil and G's abduction could easily disappear. With the king old and sick, it seemed only a matter of time, 5 years at most, before a prince took the throne. Uncertainty gripped him, unsure of his courage to seize this rare chance. Gia thanked him, admitting hope persisted despite slim odds. He vowed to uphold noble honor, while Cecil gently told Nina her brother was truly remarkable. The man reminded everyone that the tournament of 16 was just a day away, urging the group to focus all their attention on what lay ahead. Sirena nodded in agreement, her expression resolute. The following day, the academy buzzed with excitement as fierce passions ignited. A martial arts tournament had begun, bringing together those students soon destined to face the Demon Lord himself on the battlefield. The man drew Alan's attention to the Crown Prince, as Sirena swiftly defeated her opponents. The announcers noted her dominance was expected. A true swordmaster like her could easily outmatch a spear wielder and win. The girl's rapid rise drew attention, sparking rumors she'd already cleared an A-class dungeon. Cecile said Doberg was her last obstacle, while others reminded her not to forget the vital lessons she'd learned. Emboldened by newfound resolve, Cecil challenged Doberg as anticipation filled the air. Admitting her impressive journey, he acknowledged her progress, and Sirena noticed the remarkable strength Cecil had gained. Introducing himself with arrogant flair, the man proclaimed he was a hunter of monsters, a slayer of demons, and much more besides. With a bold smirk, he goaded Sirena, daring her to strike him if she truly possessed the skill. The girl charged into battle, her every move a testament to her skill, yet Doberg effortlessly parried each attack. Meanwhile, Sirena stood frozen, unable to react in time. 2 master swordsmen clashed, their blades singing as they danced through a whirlwind of steel and resolve. With a forceful shove, Doberg sent Sirena stumbling back, boldly demanding whether that was all she had. She stood frozen, stunned by the sheer power of his blow. Once again, Doberg pressed her, asking if this was truly the end. Cursing under her breath, she lunged forward as her opponents unleashed their powers, shaking the battlefield. Amid chaos, Sirena vowed never to surrender, but collapsed. Doberg claimed victory, urging her to grow stronger for her friends and people. Many had foreseen such a turn of events. Sirena was rushed to the infirmary, her injuries grave and almost certainly fatal. In a desperate bid to save her, Alan used the legendary life leaf, placing all his hope in its miraculous power. Rising to her feet, she admitted defeat. Despite pouring every ounce of strength into the fight, not a single blow had found its mark. Alan simply remarked that both his skill and equipment far outmatched hers. He gently assured her there was no need to worry. Just a year ago, no one expected her current strength. Encouraged, he urged her to grow even stronger and aim to defeat Doberg next year. The siren nodded. Suddenly, the Crown Prince of Embel appeared behind her, praising the spectacular battle and how much the guests enjoyed it, then eagerly expressed his strong desire to speak with her. Vikar emphasized what a profound honor this was for him. Embel offered his heartfelt approval, adding that he hoped to witness the same unity displayed by the alliance. The knights informed the master that, from this point on, they themselves would stand guard, asking him to wait outside. Imbele reassured everyone that the meeting was strictly unofficial and invited the Viscount to take a seat. Tension flickered across the man's face. Suddenly Alan turned toward the Viscount and invited him to take the seat that had been carefully prepared in advance. Inbal turned to the servant, her curiosity piqued, and inquired about the origins of the mysterious boy. The servant assured her that all was well and invited the Viscountess to take a seat. With a courteous gesture, he then took his own place. A sudden attack troubled Alan, raising questions. Despite the tension, Commander's vigilance kept Cecil and the others safe. Yet the mystery persisted. What did the prince want from the Viscount? The prince admired how the Viscontis excelled in ruling Granville, with a sword master in the family, mithril mines vastly expanded, rivals overcome, and their legacy now permanently etched in history. The man noted he avoided discussing extermination. The prince nodded, observing that this unique decision, supported by House Carnell's return, directly related to the impersonal decree signed by His Majesty. Imbel, fully committed and aware a brutal battle with the Jemmute Empire's top champions lay ahead, declared this ground destined for the Master of the Blade and Carnell's heir. No better choice existed for the kingdom. Silence surrounded Alan until the Viscount urgently asked the prince for a pause. Curious, Imbal wondered why, since the Viscount was one of the Alliance's loyal supporters. Professedly, everyone was expected to accept the king's decrees with gratitude. Yet now, the very champions of the kingdom were the ones suggesting they have their presence on the front lines. Alan quickly saw that powerful factions shaped the land's fate. The Alliance, supported by the guilds, King, and Granville, opposed the Royalists, who included the Crown Prince and Carnell. The Viscount faltered, speechless. Imbal, curious, asked if giving away his daughter troubled him. Then, almost dismissively, he added he had no reason at all to worry about the monk. Approaching the Viscount, Alan pointed out that this was truly a rare opportunity to steer the course of events on the front lines toward a brighter outcome. Astonished by the sudden turn, the man froze as the prince sternly demanded his authority to interfere. Unfazed, Alan calmly asserted that as the group's leader, he had every right to speak up. The prince inquired whether he truly led them or was merely a master of the sword. Alento assured him, remarking that leadership isn't always granted to the strongest alone. Tension was obvious in the Viscount's uneasy demeanor. With regal gravity, the prince proclaimed Alan as the devoted guardian entrusted to watch over the young lady. Alan nodded in solemn agreement, vowing without hesitation to go to any lengths to fulfill his sacred duty. The Viscount said they would humbly obey the king's will, then glanced at the young man, who seemed eager to thank him for allowing him to accompany the Viscount's daughter to the front lines. After 3 months, Alan's enhancement skill reaches level 7, instantly granting 2 summoned creature stats a 1,000-point bonus. He also makes great progress on the Class A dungeon's 2nd floor, discovering several treasure chests. Now armed with weapons and armor forged from orichalcum and adamantite, they appeared more formidable than ever. Each also wore rings, enchantments gleaming, that enhanced their powers even further. The first month of the new year dawned. bringing with it the long-awaited day when they would finally confront the dungeon's final boss, a menacing foe at the heart of the labyrinth they had painstakingly cleared over the past weeks. They hesitated at the entrance, anxiety clear. Alan broke the silence, questioning their fear. It was their 76th boss battle. Drogo, barely audible, muttered that this monster was unbelievably fat. Before them sprawled the mightiest boss of the dungeon's depths, an A-rank dragon. Towering and formidable, the beast slumbered heavily, its deep breaths rumbling through the chamber as the party quietly debated their next move. Noticing the monster was alone, Gian cocked an eyebrow and wondered aloud where its companions had vanished. Drogo, his gaze fixed on the creature's oddly quivering belly, ventured a guess. Perhaps the beast had already feasted on its own minions. Cecil turned to Alan for advice. Alan, unwavering, vowed to accept the challenge, sensing deep down that this was the defining moment, the most crucial point of their entire journey. With the crucial battle looming ahead, he decided it was time to review his deck of cards. As he spread them out before him, a quick glance at his companion's stats caught his eye as well. Alan vowed to launch the first strike, warning that the monster would retaliate with fire and urging everyone to stay alert. His friends supported his decision, ready to face the looming danger together. At last, realization dawned on the boy. Cecile's warning had been unmistakable. Speaking the names of her spells aloud was strictly forbidden. She made it clear that these meteors were no longer just illusions, but genuine stones from the sky. He quickly conjured numerous tiny energy bombs that hovered above the monsters, then unleashed their explosive force, sending a powerful shockwave crashing down on the unsuspecting beasts. As the smoke cleared, the creature's scowl deepened, and its fierce gaze fell on the boy who struck it. Scanning the group, it sneered, demanding how 5 weak children dared defy it. The friends froze, stunned by its words. Astonishment flickered across Sirena's face upon discovering the dragon's command of their language. In contrast, a wave of relief washed over Cecil, who reasoned that such a brilliant mind might naturally trigger some form of automatic translation. The dragon tilted its head, curiosity in its ancient eyes, amused by their naive luck at meeting its flames so young. Alan's eyes hardened. Without pause, he ordered, "Energy blasts, now!" Thunderous explosions echoed as the boys urged the dragon into battle, but he emerged from smoke, glared irritably, and rebuked them for interrupting his speech. Time to teach these insolent mortals a lesson in manners. In a sharp voice, Alan declared this was collective responsibility in action. The boys, just cogs in a larger machine, had to accept it. He quickly ordered Fran to start the treadmill, signaling it was time to head for the base. In a heartbeat, the ostrich darted across the field with breathtaking speed. Alan, filled with admiration, couldn't help but praise his feathered companion's impressive sprint. The dragon lunged, jaws wide and claws outstretched, eager to snatch the ostrich-bearing Drogo. Yet, with a swift sidestep, the nimble bird evaded capture, leaving the furious beast all the more enraged by this cunning escape. Sirena attacked the beast with all her skill, but barely scratched it. Alan, surprised by the weak result, instantly realized the creature was protected by an extraordinary physical defense. Startled, the dragon wondered if it was a joke, just as a bright spark flared in its jaws. Alan shouted that flames were coming and urged the boy to activate the protective barrier immediately. Flames swept over the battlefield. Cecil, alarmed, shouted to her companions as they shielded themselves from the inferno. Amid the chaos, Ellen found the strength to awaken her self-sacrifice skill. The dragon, intrigued, observed the unusual technique. Curious, the siren asked Alan if direct hits were safe for her. He confirmed her suspicion, warning that a second blow would likely be fatal. As the dragon gathered strength for another strike, Sirena lunged under its claws, attacking its talons with fierce force, while Cecile raised her staff high to summon a fiery spear from the flames. Suspended midair, Maria hesitated until Alan firmly urged her to unleash the Shih Tzu. There was a real chance it could work. Even the ferryman conceded, Riley remarking that such a stunt would surely drive him mad. As tension rose, Gia saw the dragon hold its fire longer than ever. Alan froze, anxiety-stricken as the impossible happened. A chilling suspicion crept in. The beast was amassing even greater power. Muttering curses, he grumbled there was no time to summon his warriors and urged the boy to flee into the shadows, as the dragon unleashed a devastating torrent of flames at that very instant. With one relentless sweep, he erased all Alan's creatures. Stunned, the boy watched the dragon destroy Forteco in one blow, a chill creeping down his spine as he realized SSL and Gia would be next. The beast inhaled menacingly, ready to attack. Alan shouted in frustration, unable to summon his spell, his anxious gaze flicking between Karina and Drogo as he desperately tried to understand what had happened to them. Without warning, the dragon fixed them with a piercing gaze and, wasting no time, lunged forward in a ferocious assault. Startled, the boy's ostriches sprang into the air, racing across the battlefield at breakneck speed. Cecil spun to Gia, asking what made him hesitate, snapping Gia back to focus and tap his abilities. Bitterly, Drago reported Fran's death, while Alan vowed vengeance and stressed that their survival now mattered most. The dragon laughed and drew another deep breath for its next attack. G gasped in disbelief at its stamina. Drogo urged Sirena to get up, while a weary Cecil admitted to the boy that she lacked the strength to go on. Confident, Alan announced everything was under control. He'd calculated the timing and was sure he could catch up to the beast, though a tough battle awaited. The dragon eyed them shrewdly, asking if they were truly ready. Tension overcame Cecil, echoed by Drogo's support. Alan turned to the boys, ordering them to stay close. Spotting Siren slipping aside, he quickly asked what was capturing her attention. No answer came to his question. Alan's gaze drifted to the girl, a somber aura hanging heavily around her. The boys watched, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Siren sprang into action, rushing at the dragon with reckless abandon. Alan screamed in terror as the bewildered beast tilted its massive head, incredulously asking if she really craved death that much. His attack shot straight toward the girl who was rapidly closing the distance. Stunned, Yahaya cried out that the strike had landed perfectly. Gently, Alan lifted a clover and remarked that it ought to be eaten. Not even this could halt Sirena's advance. She lunged at the dragon with breathtaking speed, her sword flashing as she severed its limb in a single, lightning-fast strike. As she landed, a massive dragon's claw crashed beside her, the beast snarling in pain. Emptiness filled her gaze. Alan wondered, had she unlocked a hidden ability? She had clearly pushed far beyond her usual limits. A piercing shriek erupted from the creature as Irene spun. Cecil urged the boys to watch not her fighting, but the dance she performed. Drogo noted she'd done something similar at just 5 years old. Alan agreed, calling it just one of her extra abilities, and was puzzled by their surprise, until, seconds later, the same astonishment crossed his face as he truly saw the siren's unique powers for the first time. The cause of this bizarre surge, instantly adding 3,000 points to her stats, was a mystery, as was the new regeneration ability. But when he saw it restored 1 health point per second, everything suddenly made sense. Roaring in fury, the dragon bellowed disbelief. How could she, a mere mortal child, think herself special? With blazing eyes, it struck her aside with its tail. Siren crashed down but sprang up, sword gleaming, ready to fight. With determined force, the girl dashed at the dragon, her eyes now empty and hollow. The beast drew a deep, rumbling breath, preparing to engulf her in a torrent of fiery wrath. Before he could finish speaking, Siren lunged forward, slamming her fist hard into his gut. Without missing a beat, she followed up with a powerful kick square to his jaw. The monster, utterly helpless, screeched at the top of its lungs. With a thunderous crash, the creature slammed into the ground and instantly erupted into flames. Victorious, the boys had slain a rotund dragon, and for their feat, they earned a staggering 1,600,000 experience points. The boys stood frozen in astonishment as the dragon they had just defeated began to dissolve into thin air. Drogo, his bewilderment plain on his face, couldn't help but ask if this dragon's heart, too, had been concealed within its belly. Alan recognized this as the most formidable foe they had ever faced, and for their victory, they earned 3 times more experience than from any previous boss. Alan glanced at Siren, who lingered on the group's edge and asked if she still walked with them. With a faint, enigmatic smile, she met his gaze and said that by slaying the dragon, she had become one herself. Surprise showed on their faces as Gia admired the extraordinary skill, while Alan grew embarrassed, recalling he was the only one without this unique ability. Curiosity sparked in Cecil's eyes as he wondered how the girl had managed to activate him. Sirena admitted, with a hint of bewilderment, that she couldn't quite explain it herself. Everything had simply happened on its own. Jaya's eyes caught sight of a chest materializing at the very center, an astonishing treasure they had to unlock before anyone else. Gleaming with pure gold, the massive chest dazzled in the light, its sheer size both intimidating and captivating. Alan exclaimed he'd never seen anything like it. As Kiri opened the chest, she looked astonished. A tiny ring lay inside the huge box. Nervously, Kale suggested maybe size didn't matter. Perhaps this little ring was just what Alan needed. With eager anticipation, the young man slipped the ring onto his finger, convinced it would restore his mana. Reality, however, fell far short of his hopes. The adornment offered only a faint recovery, no greater than Siren's humble ability. Shirogo remarked that, even so, this was preferable to having nothing at all. She nodded in agreement, pointing out that it became especially valuable once a skill, unlocking the ability to trade health points for mana, was acquired. Curiosity sparkled in Cecile's eyes as she asked Alan if they'd defeated the dragon. He smiled, admitting Sirena vanquished it, though he helped. Then he asked what had prompted her to take on such a daunting task. Lost in thought, Cecile mused aloud that with bloodshed already done, perhaps it was time to face her own white dragon. Curious, Yaya asked if she meant the Carnelian dragon from Granville who had visited them before. Drogo declared with contagious enthusiasm that he could already picture just how happy everyone would be. In response, Siren confessed her secret longing to drive a shard of iron straight between his ribs. Alan declared they wouldn't slay the white dragon. Cecile, curious, asked if they'd name the sanctuary after him. Alan said their victory was a miracle, made possible only because the siren's power worked at the perfect moment. He added that even if they killed him, he doubted Guy would get the prize, leaving the boy confused. Ellen explained these lands were now royal domain to clarify. This land was worthless, no one would defend it. Resuming mithril mining raised questions, but gifting it to Gia was a calculated message to the White Dragon, asserting who truly ruled these territories. A sly, confident grin spread across his face as he declared they would squeeze every possible advantage from this affair. Cecil couldn't help but be impressed by Alan's sharp insight and uncanny foresight. Gia was sure her father picked the wrong opponent. The boy insisted they'd rely only on their own strength, reject luck, and, determined, vowed they wouldn't leave the dungeon even for spring break. 3 months had slipped away, yet the team still battled their way through their 3rd A-rank dungeon. In this very moment, another fearsome monster fell before them, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Sirene was astonished to find her rank had risen. Announcing her arrival at the 4th tier, she wryly claimed her life felt complete, while Alan noted her rapid ascent only intensified her sense of disillusionment. Astonishment flashed in his eyes as he struggled to grasp how he and his friends, only 13, had already reached the pinnacle, yet Siren and his companions had done just that. All had reached level 60. Drogo warned that if advancing further was impossible, their chances of escape were grim, but Alan reassured them, insisting alternative ways to salvation still existed. At first, it made sense to draw upon their extra abilities to strengthen themselves, as well as to seek out more powerful swords and rings. However, fortune only smiled on them once, rewarding their efforts with a golden chest. Drogo, baffled by their inability to level up after constant growth, and Sirena, frustrated by the unfairness, struggled to cope, while Alan remained optimistic, convinced that hope still remained. In countless online games from his previous world, updates would raise the level cap, so it was strange this world never had such changes. He was sure there was a secret to unlocking the next level, he just had to find it. Curiosity gnawed at him. Had Doberg reached the legendary 60th level too? With only 2 years left before battle, Alan had to uncover secrets to strengthen his team, as 2,600 Academy students became seasoned second years. The teacher announced to the class that they would be staying together for another year. However, 3 seats remained open, soon to be filled by new classmates. Students hurried down the hall, excitedly chatting about new classmates. At the back, Alan and Siren sat quietly until Siren exclaimed in shock, "A newcomer had ears just like a donkey." The teacher quietly requested silence, announced that the 3 newcomers were from different continents, and welcomed them to introduce themselves to their new classmates. A strikingly beautiful elf stepped forward, enchanting the room. Bowing gently, she introduced herself as Sophia Luna from Rosenheim, smiling warmly as she graciously asked everyone to simply call her Sophie. Next, a rather stern-looking elven man strode onto the stage. Announcing himself with a formal flourish, he declared his full title and emphasized his role as the personal guardian of Princess Sophia Luna, the heiress to the throne. The class sat in awe as a real high elf joined them. Her radiant skin mesmerized everyone, who'd never met an elf before. Amid whispers, someone wryly noted the irony. Their rector was also of elven descent. In the midst of the exuberant celebration, Sophie quietly observed the boys. Suddenly, her eyes locked with Alan's. He happened to be gazing at her at that very moment. Observing this, the girl underwent a striking transformation. Her demeanor suddenly burned with a newfound boldness laced with astonishment. Such an odd reaction made Alan wonder, could this truly be her first encounter with someone with black hair? Alan shot her a mischievous glance, a spark of playful boldness flickering to life in his mind. If she craved a fight, let her not hold back. He was more than ready to twist her ear, no matter if her bodyguard was more than 13 years her senior. A petite, sun-kissed girl burst from the crowd, her impatience clear, as she cheerfully asked to introduce herself. Her melodic voice and bright smile revealed she'd traveled far from the dwarves' Balkus Empire. Merle, with a bright smile, introduced herself as also 13, instantly winning everyone over with her honesty and charm. Alan thought that if he had a daughter, he'd wish for her to be just like this remarkable girl. Observing that Alan's group had the fewest members, the instructor reasoned his workload would also be the lightest. As a result, all newcomers were placed under his care. Smiling, Sophie noted how eager everyone was to hear his thoughts. Alan agreed and suggested discussing it over lunch, while also considering inviting 3 more people to join their group. Whether there were 5 of them or 8, it made no difference. The amount of experience gained remained unchanged. Yet one question still nagged at him. Did these 3 even know of the Demon Lord's existence? Some time passed after classes ended, and the boys gathered in the cafeteria. With a few polite exchanges, Alan introduced himself and cheerfully named his companions. He explained they entered the dungeon daily, a well-known fact. With curious eyes, he asked his companions if they'd join. Sophie smiled brightly and agreed, noting she'd already conquered the sea dungeon at Academist Rosenheim. Her gift of spirit sorcery intrigued the group. Formal, always the archer, noted its value to the team. Merle, eyes glinting mysteriously, added that her own rare power was extraordinary, control over demonic stones. Alan was truly astonished. He'd never suspected this, and wondered if it was due to their race's odd trait. Meanwhile, Cecil leaned in, asking if a spirit mage actually uses spirits under their care in battle. Curiosity twinkled in Sophie's eyes as she probed for the truth. Alar, however, offered only a reserved smile, explaining that the matter was personal, and, for now, he wasn't ready to share any details. Meryl admitted her desire to join as well, though personal reasons held her back. She pledged to offer whatever support she could. In 2 years, she needed to become as strong as possible. Sophie wholeheartedly agreed with this resolve. Alan realized the boys already knew about the demonic lord. Excited at the chance to grow stronger, they eagerly welcomed the newcomers. United by a common goal, Alan felt sure they were on the right path. And so, they settled in with the boys. In Alan's eyes, a shared gift for lightning-fast decisions created a powerful bond between him and Sophie. One day, a stranger approached Alan. Noticing how seldom the rector made an appearance, the young man confessed his concern for Sophie. As a fellow member of the royal family, though several years her senior, he felt a particular sense of responsibility for her well-being. Turning to Alan, he implored him to protect her, vowing that by doing so, Alan would earn the respect of all Rosenheim. Moved by the promise, Alan accepted without hesitation. 4 days later, fate reunited them. Alan, glad he'd rented a mansion for their unexpectedly large group, seated everyone and gently reminded them that within the academy, all were equals. No lords or commoners, only peers. Sophie brushed off the remark without a second thought. Cecile couldn't help but notice how swiftly their paths had crossed. Confirming with a nod, Alan suggested everyone take their seats at the table before the food lost its warmth. As the boys ate, the elves bowed in prayer. Alan, amazed by their devotion, listened as Sophie softly explained that their extraordinary powers came from sincere prayers to the King of Spirits. Spirits, beings mortals believe will one day become gods, inspire hope as they pray for their king's ascension. Curious, Cecile asked Merle if she had ever joined in these devout prayers. Word spread from the girl. Digrag had declared their prayers were meaningless to him. As the true master of the dungeons, he alone commanded their devotion, and it was him they worshipped. Countless ingenious devices sprang from his imagination, each more remarkable than the last. Now, these inventions are seamlessly woven into the enchanted tools of the gnomes, tools so vital, life without them seems unimaginable. Intrigued, Sophie asked Alan whom he trusted. Hesitant, he admitted he trusted no one, until Gia revealed he honored Almisha, goddess of creation, who granted healing magic and relief to the church's followers. Taruku asked if their destination was really a Class B dungeon. Uncertainty spread as the group, unexpectedly ahead, wondered if their arrival would only complicate things, while the boys marveled at the others' progress. Sirena, grinning slyly, admitted she'd gladly do it all again, even blindfolded. But Alan reminded her time was short. They had to clear the Class A dungeons and reseal the entrances before July. Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Cecile wondered aloud where they could possibly find so much time. Alan, with a confident nod, proposed they split into 2 teams and tackle the tasks separately. As their party grew, they split into 2 uneven groups. Cecil, Yaya, and Sirena tackled an A-rank dungeon, while Alan, Drogo, and the newcomers were assigned to the less prestigious B-rank category. For 6 months, Alan and Drogo tackled B-class dungeons, but now needed to catch up. Alan, always strategic, planned to use their many summoned creatures to support both teams, now joined by himself, Drogo, and all the new recruits. The newcomers were quickly welcomed and added as friends. Alan ensured they were ready for the journey. Merle was captivated by the mystical summoner class. and Sophie was intrigued by strength being quantifiable in numbers. Drogo's eyes widened in astonishment when he discovered that Sophie and Formal were already 48 and 67 years old. Sophie burst into cheerful laughter, explaining that elves live for centuries. With a sense of ceremony, Alan officially welcomed them into the ranks of Ostra Calaria. He couldn't help but recognize an extraordinary, genuine talent in that boy. Gratitude welled up inside Alan, compelling him to offer heartfelt thanks to her. The group advanced according to plan. Alan warned Merle not to rush and to stay vigilant. Though uncertain, she nodded and accepted his advice, and despite his warning, they remained in full control of the situation. Sophie pleaded desperately with the water spirit, and moments later, a wave of vitality restored the group to perfect health. Merle stood frozen, unable to believe what he saw. Sophie observed that wind magic excelled in healing and support spells, yet lacked the sheer power of the abilities wielded by monks and full-fledged sorcerers. In that instant, Formal deftly drew his bow, skillfully channeling his expertise, and struck the monster with unerring precision. Meanwhile, Sophie reassured everyone that, if the need arose, their support would be unwavering. Drogo voiced strong confidence in the boys, relying on them. Meanwhile, Merle, anxious she couldn't help, had her worry visible. Alan gently reassured her she needn't worry, since she couldn't bring her golem anyway. Merle insisted that if only she had some gallum, no foe could possibly stand against her. She'd even managed to defeat a dragon. The boys overheard her bold claim and couldn't hide their astonishment. With pride, Sophie declared the Bauca Empire the greatest military force, vowing to show the Demon Lord true conquest. But Alan calmly reminded her that exporting golems abroad was still strictly forbidden. With shining eyes, Sophie told the boys their talents were extraordinary, and it was an honor to fight beside them. Alan replied that ultimately the state determined who would be sent to each front. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he wondered aloud why he had been chosen, unable to see anything remarkable about himself. Sophie, however, explained that the prophecy of the Spirit King had named him the Beacon of New Hope. Intrigued, Alan asked about the prophecy. The girl said the Lord of Spirits, usually silent, spoke 10 years ago, declaring that soon a jet-black-haired boy would be born, fated to reveal the darkest of traits. Alan suddenly realized he'd been sleep-talking. Instantly, Sophie joked it sounded like a true prophecy. Someone with midnight black hair would clear the clouds, dispel darkness, and bring everlasting peace. Sophie is certain her dream will come true, and she'll see the future unfold. The boys exchanged confused glances. For Alan, it felt like game over. To him, the prophecy seemed pointless, as he believed he already knew the truth. Alan realized Winnie was already inside, so both the rector and hero knew the prophecy. Urgently, he told the boys to rush through the level 5 dungeons and forget them. His friends eagerly agreed. Midway through April, a bird once again graced the Granville residence. The father wondered aloud if perhaps this was Alan. The boy nodded, confirming his suspicion. With a graceful step, Marika approached and declared herself as Alan's personal fairy, sent to aid them in every possible way. The boys couldn't hide their astonishment. After an awkward greeting with the fairy, the children approached the enormous boar, awed by its size compared to usual wild pigs. When one wondered aloud if it was good to eat, Alan indignantly declared that eating it would be like betraying friends. Curious about the cargo, the father asked more questions. Alan explained it included weapons, tools, and equipment acquired with Sirena and Lady Cecile, leaving his parents truly astonished at Lady Cecile's involvement. Tears filled Uncle Gerda's eyes, moved by Siren's concern for her father. Alan's father, surprised by the weapon's crimson hue, raised his brows, and Alan quickly explained it was colored by Calcom. Father stood bewildered as Uncle Gerdas boasted about his prized mithril weapon. Alan smirked, noting boar hunting didn't start until autumn and there was no reason to bring such ancient gear now. Gratitude shone in Father's eyes as he thanked Alan, admitting he was worried about the cost. Alan reassured him, secretly smiling. Once they earned 2,000 gold coins a month, no one would worry about pennies again. By then, Alan had 20,000 gold coins in the treasury, so all were shocked when the council cut down the tree. When Marika arrived, Alan told the ferryman to hunt a large boar. Marika did so, and July ended in Alan's world. Amidst the chaos of battle, Sophie commanded the boys to fall back. She had an extraordinary power to unleash. The moment her comrades withdrew, she summoned a majestic spirit into the fray. Towering over the girl, the spirit introduced himself as Noichi, a mighty earth guardian. By the pact forged with the king of spirits, he bestowed upon Sophie a surge of power. Thus began the clash between the mighty spirit and the subterranean beast. Unleashing the power of shards, the spirit struck with a rapid flurry, each thunderous blow finding its mark against the monstrous foe. The monster shattered into pieces, leaving the boys awestruck. Excited, Drogo called it a true stone-throwing machine. Such an amazing feat could only be Sophie's hidden talent, a dazzling show of her formidable spirit. A bright smile lit the girl's face as she celebrated her flawless success, a sign of newfound strength. Drogo noted these powerful abilities could be used only once per day, but their impact was truly astounding. So, when he remarked that even the official persona could use a golem, Merle couldn't stop daydreaming about how wonderful it would be to have a golem of her own. Alan readily agreed with her enthusiasm. Formal vowed to use this ability only if Princess Sophia Luna's life was at stake. Drogo wistfully wished for it, but Ellen replied he'd never have it. He was already gifted with formidable strength. On the eve of summer break, Alan and Sirena were summoned to the headmaster's office. Alan wondered if the director would again urge him to join the tournament, while Sirena watched events unfold, wearing a mysterious smile. The rector announced to the boys that today he wished to introduce Alan to someone special. Suddenly, from the shadowy gloom, a middle-aged man emerged, a genuine smile lighting up his face as he greeted them warmly. Sirena joyfully exclaimed this was the legendary hero from the illustration. Alan recognized Hermios, relieved to see him safe. As Hermios approached, he noted that Alan had retained all his kindness. A casual suggestion lingered. Call him Hermie, like his friends. Alan wondered why he'd really come. With a chuckle, Hermie admitted he couldn't remember when their friendship had first started. Alan hardly thought twice when the director announced plans to invite the boys to a martial arts tournament. Instantly, Sirena eagerly accepted the challenge and demanded her name be added to the list of competitors. Alain confidently asserted that a single siren squad would be more than enough for the task. Still, the rector's curiosity was piqued. He had to ask why Alain ultimately refused. The young man declared there was no need to prove himself or compete with anyone. His plate was already full with other matters. Meanwhile, the rector turned to Luna and asked whether Sophia had mentioned the prophecy of the Spirit King to Alan. Alan, astonished, admitted the revelation was new to him. The headmaster, also unaware of the prophecy's meaning, still spoke firmly. Only Alan had the power to save their world from the Demon Lord's rule. Now aligned with them, the rector insisted uncovering the summoner's full abilities was imperative, no matter the cost. Alan was astonished by the rector's sudden strategy shift, openly revealing his intentions without pretense. Opting for caution, he adjusted his opinion to avoid conflict. Alan suspected the prophecy might be true, but uncertainty and fear of exposing himself kept him from sharing such critical information. Alan sensed the rector's acute awareness, as if the walls themselves eavesdropped. The whole mission felt doomed, a death wish. Alan kept quiet, knowing the tournament had no benefit for him, but unable to voice it. The rector leaned in, curiosity in his eyes as he wondered if Alan prioritized personal gain. Meanwhile, Hermios twirled his ring absent-mindedly until it slipped off and hit the table with a sharp, metallic clang. He cried out that his enchantment was lost. Sirena saw the ring's restoring power and joyfully declared it was the ring Alan had long sought, but the boy, scowling, promptly ordered her to be quiet. Hermione noted that his fear was not unfounded. After all, losing the ring of the King of Spirits, the very ring he earned by saving the entire elven army, would be a foolish mistake. Silence lingered as Hermione, noticing the boys' repeated trips to the dungeons, wondered if they sought something specific. He suggested consulting the elders. Alan politely declined, saying such advisors were useless to him. Hermione boasted that his ring was a true rarity. No treasure hidden in any dungeon could compare to it. Alan's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed Hermione to reveal how he could be so certain of its uniqueness. Hermione, mysteriously, said it was a secret, and if Alan stayed silent, she couldn't reveal it either, irritating her companion. Unfazed, she added Alan was kind and would tell them everything when the time was right. The reason was simple. The master of the dungeon knew nothing about such matters and could never hope to craft a ring of magical power. He openly admitted his ignorance, giving Alan the chance to see the truth for himself. Noting that weapons forged from orichalcum were relatively easy to come by, after all, the dungeons existed for precisely that purpose, he cautioned against pressing any further. In his opinion, it was wiser to leave matters there. Alan imagined Marrow seething with jealousy over his chat with Di Gregg as rumors swarmed the guild, intrigue filling the air. Amid it all, Alan questioned aloud why anyone expected the gossip to ever stop. Hermione clarified that their group numbered 8, adding ominously that some of them might never return from the endless underground labyrinths. With a piercing gaze, he asked if Alan was truly prepared to sacrifice these companions. Grateful for the hint, the boy asked what Mios had to do with it. Mios explained the rector offered him the chance to face the tournament champion since Master Swordsman Doberg was unavailable this year. Should he lose, the ring would be his forfeit. The terms left Sirena visibly astonished. Curious, Alan asked if he could examine the ring himself. Hermes, without hesitation, agreed. Ellen noticed how quickly his mana restored, sparking envy in her. Hermione, eyes curious, asked if the young man understood his power's magnitude, while Ellen realized the boy had already gained remarkable knowledge. Grateful for the chance to examine the ring, Alan confirmed its authenticity without hesitation. Sensing Alan's certainty, Germaeus leaned in, curiosity sharpening his gaze. Would this proof alone be enough to convince Alan to join their cause? To claim the ring, one must either defeat the hero or appeal to the sleeping king. For Alan, the choice hardly existed. He detested disturbing those at rest. So, declaring he would dispense with any preamble, he joined their ranks without hesitation. Without missing a beat, Alan launched into a barrage of questions, eager to uncover every forgotten detail of the battle. Hermione, meanwhile, couldn't help but remark that this boy was truly capable of anything. Alan felt certain he was making use of the grass of endless restoration. Hermione, however, pointed out that 2 months still remained before the deadline, a detail that surely meant he was already plotting his next move. With a confident glint in her eye, Sirena announced she had at least 10 different strategies ready to go. In response, Alan quietly advised Hermione to prepare herself for the possibility of surrendering the ring. In his mind, Hermione wouldn't shed a single tear over the loss of the ring, not even after he had disgraced her before the entire kingdom and honored foreign guests. Alan explained he was forced to join the tournament with Sirena, not by choice, but the hero influenced him. Drogo, curious, asked if Alan had indeed expressed hope for humanity. Cecilia arched her brows in surprise. Seizing the moment, Sophie pointed out that this was the perfect chance to showcase Alan's strength. Without hesitation, the young man replied that he had agreed only for the sake of the ring. G leaned in, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and asked the boy if any ideas had taken root on how to best their team's mightiest warrior. Alan nodded with confidence, yet admitted that achieving such a feat would demand extraordinary effort. For this reason, Alan would spend the next 2 months in complete solitude. The surprise announcement came with a simple explanation. He wanted to reach the next level, and self-improvement required total focus. Cecil noted summoners need magical stones and wondered where to find one, but Alan explained it's impossible to get them from the academic city's dungeons or to buy them from the guild. Thus, a bold plan formed: to journey through every city, seize every magical stone, and claim the most valuable equipment. The boys could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect. He urged them to quickly clear the 5th Class A dungeon, assigning his summoned beasts as guards for their safety, while he devoted himself to meticulous preparations for the upcoming assault on the elusive Class Y dungeons. Only 4 Level A dungeons remain in the city, all now behind them. As anticipation grows, the group prepares for their first venture of this kind. Sophie notes the significance of what awaits in unfamiliar territory. Sirena, curious, asked Alan about his strategy, and noted he'd also face the dungeon. Alan confidently assured her he could manage, then reminded Sirena to stay alert and keep her auxiliary skills sharp. The girl boldly proclaimed her inevitable victory over the hero. Meanwhile, Drugo reminded them with a grin, "Don't forget, the hero will never fight both of you at once." Alan admitted he first had to overcome a minor obstacle. Sirena noted her own obstacle had said the same, then, with a mischievous glint, confessed she looked forward to facing Alan, maybe even more than the hero himself. With a wave and a promise to reunite after the holidays, Alan left. Over 2 months, he gathered 28,000 gold coins, all of which he eagerly spent to buy 1,000,000 enchanted E and D stones. They secured 100,000 sea stones, shocking the market. By the end of the holidays, his mastery rose to the 7th level, letting him summon B-rank monsters. Power so great, it even sent chills down his spine. In October, on his 14th birthday, the boy came home to friends eagerly asking if he'd conquered the 5th underground labyrinth. He simply nodded, making his triumph clear. Jaya couldn't help but notice. Alan no longer looked like a child. Sophie's astonishment was impossible to hide. How had Alan managed to defeat Boss Danju A on his own? A wave of unease swept over Sirena. Just before the tournament began, they attended an unusual academy lesson on the Demon Lord's history, learning of legendary battles between hero and dark sovereign, an endless clash between light and shadow recounted throughout the kingdom. Among them, 4 will fulfill their noble destinies, 3 guided by the legacy of their noble blood, and Sirena moved by the unique force of her own remarkable nature. Only inner conviction reveals if one should follow their calling. Some become adventurers or knights, and though others think they want to help, they're often just overestimating themselves. Despite the relentless efforts of the mighty to restrain the gifted youth, the battlefield remains littered with bleached bones. For those who have chosen to devote themselves to the art of war, the Academy unveils a special course. At that moment, Alan realized how Mihai had survived, which dampened his excitement for the tournament. Still, he and Karina prepared to represent their group, hoping for strong support from their classmates. Days passed. The crowds returned, anticipation high. In his debut match, Alan easily defeated a third-year opponent, earning his first victory and shocking the audience with the unexpected ease of his triumph. Cecil noticed Alan hadn't drawn his weapon in ages. Some even claimed they'd never seen it. Meanwhile, Drogo had no idea if Alan had secretly stashed a new device specifically for hunting heroes. Hermione keenly noticed Alan deliberately hide his true power, boredom clear on his face. He never expected the situation to change so quickly, and soon the final round awaited them, demanding hardly any effort. The battlefield shook as Sirena appeared, commanding attention. Whispers swept the crowd, all marveling at Alan's strength. When Alan faced Sirena, their showdown mesmerized every onlooker. With a spark of intrigue in her eyes, the girl eagerly suggested he bring along his beast, She simply couldn't wait to lay eyes on it. Alan paused, contemplating her request. Why not? Indeed. Memories of the battle 8 years ago flooded him with nostalgia for their fearless days, when Siren vowed to accept only victory, and Alan matched her fierce determination with a spirit that burned just as brightly. With unwavering determination, they plunged into battle, trusting their skills. Siren declared their foe would have no time to summon monsters, but when she tried another ability, her power failed at the crucial moment. Regret flickered in Alan's eyes as he realized he'd urged her to use her hidden skills. Sparks flew as they clashed. Serena's sword mastery dominated, though Alan's strength and quick reflexes helped him hold his own. Her words showed her growth in strength. Alan gave his all, fighting with passion, while for her, the duel was pure joy. Spectators watched in awe as Alan held his own against a true swordmaster. With cruel curiosity, the Siren asked where Alan's beloved creature was, her intent to kill clear. Surprised while reading, Alan sensed her unwavering resolve. Without mercy, she announced it was too late and unleashed a mysterious skill. The boy barely had time to register her strike before it landed squarely on his face. That move alone was powerful enough to topple even Class A monsters. Karina couldn't hide her amazement. Despite the blow, he remained firmly on his feet. The moment she moved forward, his sword flashed to her throat with lightning speed. In an icy tone, he reminded her the game was far from over. Though Siren simmered with anger, she ultimately conceded defeat. Alan emerged triumphant in the Academy tournament, stunning everyone with his victory over the master swordsman. Cecil, curious, asked if anyone else saw the phenomenon. Drogo wondered if a summoned beast's power could stop the attack, but the group was uncertain. They didn't know what kind of creature had been summoned. She insisted she hadn't imagined it. When Karina struck him, a fleeting shadow crossed her vision. Meanwhile, the girl greeted Alan, who acknowledged that it had been a battle well fought. Alan gently reassured the girl, urging her not to be disheartened, noting Doborg would face this year's silver medalist. With a mischievous glint, he asked if she wanted revenge for last year's result. With unwavering confidence, Siren reaffirmed his claim. If the spies spoke the truth, he too had reached level 60 and held the same sword. Whether this was a blessing or curse was uncertain, but his signature candor showed. Predicting her strikes proved simple, yet it was the unexpected skill that would tip the scales in this battle. A fleeting shadow of surprise crossed Siren's face. Noticing her sudden unease, Alan asked what had unsettled her again. The weight of realization pressed upon the young woman. Her strength would no longer grow. For so long, Dobert had remained stagnant, locked at the same level without advancement, and now she too faced the same unyielding barrier. Alan nodded in confirmation. Before she could say a word in reply, he suddenly stepped closer and playfully tapped her on the forehead. With a gentle reassurance, he promised they would surely find a way out together. He urged them to treat this as yet another obstacle waiting to be conquered. Scanning the arena, his eyes landed on Doberg and Hermios. Turning to the young woman, he promised to reveal to her what it truly meant to stand at the very peak. With a gentle smile, Hermio remarked that even adults carry the responsibility of bringing little ones back down to earth whenever their egos soar too high. The hosts thrilled the academic town with news. The legendary swordmaster Dioberg, driven by generosity, would battle the undefeated tournament finalist Siren in a one-of-a-kind event. Doberk and Karina ascended onto the arena side by side, the thunderous cheers of an exhilarated crowd echoing around them, eager eyes tracking their every move. In the tense crowd, Cecil battled nerves and doubts about their Siren's chances in the duel. A man whispered that no student had ever won the special matches. Cecil and Alan exchanged worried glances, their anxiety growing. Ellen noticed that he had even handed over his own wedding ring to Sirene, hoping to enhance her agility. As a result, the girl now possessed 2 rings, each one boosting her speed by a staggering 1,000 points. Drawing his sword with a flourish, Dober solemnly declared himself the champion of the downtrodden, the scourge of entire tribes, and the devourer of fire itself. Excited, he called out to Chiron, eager to see her progress. The girl's trembling betrayed her nerves. Alan guessed Doberg, viewing his rival as a mere student, would avoid using his advanced techniques. For Sirena, this was her true moment to shine, a veritable star hour. As the crucial instant arrived, she shouted the name of her skill, "Limit Break!" Instantly, a tremor ran through her entire body. Sensing the danger, Alan saw their peril. Instantly, Siren lunged at the enemy, weapon gleaming, but Doberg swiftly parried her strike, his thunderous blade flashing in defense. Sirena's sword struck swiftly and relentlessly, but Doberg dodged every blow with astonishing agility. Ellen, bewildered, wondered how he could outpace the famously fast Sirena. Clearly, some hidden secret was at play. Doberg noticed Siren's impressive progress, but suddenly kicked her, scoffing, "Still not enough!" She was knocked back, yet the life-giving grass's magic quickly restored her strength. Tension crackled in the air as the boys grew increasingly uneasy. Alan noticed Domberg just beginning to calculate her next move, a realization that sent a chill down his spine, for things already seemed as dire as they could possibly get. The moment Sirena swung open the door, the man swept his hand through the air, hurling a massive blast of earth straight at her. The force sent her flying backward, and as she tumbled to the ground, a furious curse escaped her lips. Seeing her lying silent and still in the arena, Dobrek demanded an explanation and ordered her to rise, warning she'd die otherwise. As Siren barely coughed in response, a blazing, powerful aura suddenly enveloped her. Alan couldn't hide his awe. In that instant, Siren unleashed her, quote, "limit break," her gaze turning hollow. Doberg, bewildered and desperate to understand, stammered, unable to grasp what was happening. As light as a feather, Siren darted forward, launching wild, unpredictable attacks at the man. Stunned, Doberg couldn't help but ask if this was truly her special ability. The boys in the group shouted out boisterous words of encouragement to the girl, urging her to defeat the hero. Druho, beaming with excitement, declared that at long last, her moment of reckoning had arrived. Amazement flickered in Hermios's eyes as he watched her deftly handle the task. Not only were her abilities steadily improving, he noticed, but she also seemed capable of regenerating her own health. The girl attacked Doiberg with a whirlwind of fierce blows, forcing him to dodge desperately. Astonished, he struggled to grasp the source of her extraordinary strength and overwhelming power. At last, Doberg failed to dodge one of Siren's 1,000 relentless strikes. Her blade sent him soaring through the air, hurling him far across the arena. Tumbling over the hard ground, he finally came to a motionless stop. Dust settled as he lay on the ground. Stunned silence in the air. The crowd gasped. Mr. Doberg had fallen. A group of boys erupted in joy, delighted by this astonishing turn of events. Sophie, astonished, asked if Siren had really won. Meanwhile, Alan spotted Doberg lying on the ground, whispering something inaudible. Despite Alan's efforts, he couldn't understand Doberg's faint murmurs. At that very moment, the fallen hero defied his defeat, eyes blazing with stubborn hope. Turning his thoughts to the ancient gods, he declared with unwavering resolve that all was not lost, and surrender was simply not an option. Leaning on his sword, he slowly rose from the floor as a whirlwind of dark, unfathomably powerful energy began to spiral around him. Alan was stunned as he realized Doberg had used his own extra ability. Noticing Siren's power lingering but not yet spent, he wondered anxiously if she still had a chance to win. As Doberg slowly got up, Siren lunged at him like lightning, ready to strike, when suddenly Doberg cried out sharply, raising his sword high and shouting at the top of his lungs. The sight left Sirena momentarily unsettled. Dobberg unleashed a technique known as the breaker blade. Guided by sheer instinct, Sirena managed to parry the blow with her own sword. To her astonishment, fine cracks suddenly snaked across the blade, spreading in the blink of an eye until the entire sword crumbled into dust. Stunned into immobility by the shock, the girl found no time left for thought or action. Dobrik's sword effortlessly sliced through Sirena's weapon, its steel gliding as if through air. Victory in reach, he prepared to end the duel, while Sirena stood stunned, struggling to comprehend the impossible outcome. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appeared behind the girl, instantly halting the terrifying assault. Watching from the sidelines, Alan couldn't mask his astonishment at the sudden turn of events. Hermione smiled warmly and asked about the man's occupation. Instantly, doubt gripped him. Was he really planning to harm the students? The question lingered as Dobrig snapped out of a trance, freezing in confusion. The change in Dober was unmistakable. Never before had he surrendered so swiftly to a newfound skill. The depth of his immersion in the duel with that girl was nothing short of astonishing. Lowering his sword to the earth with deliberate care, he knelt before the siren. Startled, the girl recoiled and asked in astonishment what scheme he had in mind. Dobberg lowered his gaze, conceding that victory belonged to her alone. Kirino, stunned by his admission, stared at him in disbelief and quickly demanded to know what he meant. In silence, Dobberg extended his weapon to her, apologizing for the broken sword and offering his own blade. Clutching the sword tightly, Siren tried to make sense of the situation and questioned the reason behind such unusual generosity. To everyone's amazement, the announcer said Dioberg conceded, awarding victory by points to Master Swordswoman Kirin. Kirin looked truly surprised as the whole stadium erupted in thunderous applause, celebrating her win. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Dobberg had supposedly won. Yet the truth soon followed. He was actually defeated soundly by a girl no older than 13 in that very match. Excited chatter buzzed through the crowd. Everyone had anticipated a far fiercer battle. Yet as the girl rejoined her companions, the boys eagerly vied to praise her, marveling at how brilliantly she had handled herself. Despite all the gentle words offered to her, sorrow clouded Siren's heart. Clutching the recently gifted sword close to her chest, she released a heavy sigh, burdened by yet another bitter defeat. Alan hesitated, wondering if the unusual end to the fight had something to do with it. Still, he dismissed the thought. Surely a sensible person wouldn't lose their composure so easily. As Alan scanned the crowded stands, Hermione asked if he really worried that much about his girlfriend. Alan admitted he did, then turned to the hero, eyes grateful, and thanked him for saving her soul before anyone knew it needed saving. With his eyes closed, Hermione confessed that so far he hadn't noticed any significant changes himself. Assuring everyone there was no reason to fret about Dobberg, he suggested the man simply wasn't accustomed to losing. A troubling thought began to gnaw at Alan. Could his sudden illness be linked to that single persistent worry, the one that had plagued him ever since acquiring his new skill? Standing tall before the crowd, his golden weapon and armor gleaming, the host began his speech with a flourish. Today, he proclaimed, the residents of this city of science would meet a true hero, a living embodiment of hope for all humankind. Sword in hand, Hermione greeted the world with a friendly wave, his face alight with a radiant grin. The crowd erupted in wild excitement, enthralled not only by his commanding presence, but also utterly captivated by his striking good looks. Casting a glance around, Alan realized there was nothing shameful in his actions. After all, everyone reacted the same way whenever the local golden boy became the topic of conversation. He knew a hero stood for more than a warrior. As the demon lord's legions slaughtered thousands and hope faded, a hero would rise like a savior, appearing just when the desperate people needed them most. At just 15, he found himself thrust onto the front lines, where he would remain until the age of 24. Because of this unwavering presence, ordinary people came to know him as humanity's last hope. With a broad, gleaming smile, Hermios meticulously adjusted his attire, radiating confidence. Meanwhile, Alan scowled in silence, lost in thought, uncertain whether these enthusiastic shouts truly brought him any joy at all. Struggling to control his emotions, he knew he'd soon wipe the hero's confident smile and steal the ring. Hermes glanced at Alan, advising him to relax. This tournament would soon make him a global legend. A sigh escaped Ellen as she pointed out that this was the last thing he needed right now. Offering words of encouragement, Hermione's reassured the boy that escaping his own fame was impossible. Sooner or later, he would have to grow accustomed to it. With icy composure, Alan declared that he had no patience for pointless gestures. If Hermios surrendered the ring without struggle or protest, no harm would befall him. Germio burst into laughter, calling it a clever joke. With a sly grin, he said he'd lost track of Alan's futile tries. No matter Alan's effort, Germio assured him, defeating a true hero would always be impossible. Alan once believed that reaching the pinnacle meant every further effort would feel futile, stripped of all meaning. Determination blazing in his eyes, Alan boldly proclaimed that every action he had taken was necessary. At those words, Hermias's smile returned, spreading once more across his face. Tension filled Alan's team as the headmaster waited for the duel to begin. With a subtle shift, Hermes became stance, eyes sparkling with anticipation, inviting Alan to display his skills while remarking on the intrigue of the moment. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet seemed to vanish, exposing a swirling cloud of dust across the arena. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward Alan with lightning speed. Stunned by the sudden events, the young man froze in uncertainty as Alan swiftly raised his sword, expertly deflecting the hero's strike and unleashing a surge of air that whipped across the battlefield. The audience watched in awe as Alan deftly parried Hermios's fierce attack. Whispers spread. Many felt the hero should have shown restraint, since such a powerful blow against the boy could have ended disastrously. Stunned as everyone else, Alan's grip on his sword quivered. Turmoil brewed in his mind. How could Hermios wield such demonic power without resorting to any special technique? Astonished, the hero stepped back, noting the situation's comical turn. On closer look, Alan's techniques closely mirrored those he used when fighting Sirena. Bewilderment clouded his mind as he tried to grasp how Alan managed such remarkable self-control. Furthermore, he couldn't help but notice that, despite Alan's impressive string of victories, no additional skills seemed to surface within him. With a curious glint, Hermios gave Alan a questioning look, seeking answers. Alan replied with a sly, innocent smile, knowing Hermios hadn't detected any monster-given enhancements through his evaluative gaze. The revelation struck the boy as genuinely valuable. Alan stared at his conscription cards spread before him, while Hermiosa nodded in affirmation and offered a soothing reassurance, gently urging him not to shed any tears. In that very instant, a wild frenzy took hold of him as he surged forward, launching relentless attacks at Alan, who could barely dodge the ceaseless onslaught. Without relying on any special abilities, Hermiors instantly noticed the immense struggle Alan was facing. He advised the young man to reflect deeply, warning him of the hell that might await him if he continued down this path. The audience murmured, puzzled by the organizer's odd choice. Surely a true swordmaster would challenge the hero more. Alan saw their speed was matched, yet Hermiosa was clearly superior in swordsmanship. The time had come for Alan to make his move. In one swift motion, he snatched up the card and summoned Doradora. Halmeos watched in astonishment, captivated by Alan's bold action. A colossal dragon suddenly appeared on the battlefield, swooping at Hermios and catching him off guard. Meanwhile, Alan quickly seized the moment and launched a rapid flanking assault. The revelation stunned Hermos. Alan mulled over how the hero might react to the news. Meanwhile, the spectators recoiled in terror at the sight of the dragon. Yet for the beast itself, joy bubbled up. Finally, the long-awaited feast had begun. The crowd erupted in terrified screams as the dragon emerged onto the arena. Some branded it a monster, while others, overwhelmed by fear and despair, could not hold back their tears. Hermione mentioned her wound in passing, barely noticing it, but Alan's gaze immediately shifted to her injury as he stood alert, sword raised, his thoughts returning to the scar that once marked a hero's trials. One question still burned in Alan's mind. Just how many more blows like that would it take to finally bring Hermione to his knees? Casting a glance at Alan, the hero noticed a cheerful crowd had already gathered around their little spellcaster, drawn in by his irresistible charm. At that very moment, the dragon looming behind Alan erupted in a furious roar, vowing that he would show no mercy whatsoever to any enemy of his master. Stunned, yet utterly captivated, Saren marveled at the sheer enormity of Alan's beast. Laughter dancing in her eyes, so quipped that she'd always suspected Alan would find new ways to leave them in awe. Jay, bewildered, wondered aloud if this whole clash between hero and dragon was Alan's idea of a sophisticated joke. Cecile simply remarked that only Alan could manage to crack wise in such a tense moment. The hosts struggled to calm the restless crowd until the esteemed rector explained. The commotion was over the summoner's rare power to call magical beasts, a fact that even made the usually composed royal heir uneasy. Restless and eager to witness heroic skills firsthand, Alan lunged forward. Hermione, poised and skillful, parried his swift attacks, silently recognizing his impressive combat abilities while his curiosity remained unsatisfied. With a sudden cry, the boy commanded his dragon, Dorodori, to unleash its newly awakened team skill. Instantly, the mighty dragon began gathering its energy, ready to bring the power to life. In that very instant, Herman froze, a sudden realization dawning on him. A catastrophe was about to unfold. The dragon's maw ignited in a dazzling blaze, and within a heartbeat, the beast unleashed its devastating assault. Fury Flame. In utter despair, the hero buried his face in his hands, seeking refuge from the flames, while the audience, overwhelmed by fear for their champion, watched in pale, captive silence, unable to find a moment's peace. Out of the swirling smoke left behind by the dragon's assault, a figure unexpectedly emerged. Alan's astonishment was impossible to hide. High above, suspended in midair, Hermione barely stifled a cough, muttering a quiet curse under his breath. Astonishment flickered across Alan's face as, to his disbelief, Hermione soared into the sky as well. A collective gasp swept through the audience, their voices buzzing with excitement as they marveled at the hero's extraordinary abilities. With a calm, measured motion, Hermos extended his hand and uttered a healing incantation. Instantly, dozens of faint sparks flickered to life around him, casting a soft glow in the air. News of Hermios's healing magic caught Alan off guard. Clear surprise flickered across his face, yet fortune favored him. This unexpected revelation offered a rare chance to glimpse the true attributes of the hero himself. After Hermios finished healing, Alan eagerly examined his stats. With only 6 abilities unlocked in normal mode, he suspected Hermios might be keeping another surprise hidden. A sudden thought struck the hero. Why couldn't he see the stats of the beasts summoned by Alan? Curiosity guided his slow approach, all the while remarking that, no matter what Alan tried, reaching him would still be impossible. With a cocky grin, the young man remarked that Hermos had landed himself in quite the thrilling predicament. In the same breath, he tossed a small card forward with effortless ease. With a swift command, Alan unleashed his signature technique. A whirlwind of yo-yos spun in a dizzying dance around Hermos, who, stunned, struggled to comprehend the spectacle as it rapidly unfolded. As soon as Alan shouted, "Processor overheating!" a thunderous explosion shook the arena. The already pale audience turned whiter, staring in terror at the hero trapped at the center of the blast. Awe swept over Cecile and Gio, leaving their souls trembling. The girl couldn't help but remark how Alan had chosen an utterly perfect spot for such a dramatic act with the hero. Suddenly, a brilliant flash tore through the cloud of smoke, and Hermios sprang to his feet, standing tall and resolute. Clearing his throat, he informed Alan, in no uncertain terms, that the ordeal had been excruciatingly painful. A broad grin spread across the boy's face as he feigned excitement and pressed to know if the hero would repeat the feat. But before Hermios could answer, the curly-haired Niren suddenly appeared at his side again. Disbelief gripped the hero as fate struck again with a deafening explosion. Chaos erupted. Frantic shouts and cries filled the arena, each desperate to stop the rampage of this unstoppable little monster. Panic broke out with alarmed shouts as rumors spread that Alan planned to kill the hero. The host addressed the academic district's townspeople, urging calm and suggesting they let the announcer speak. The latest explosion left Alan wide-eyed with excitement. Nothing short of spectacular, he thought. His deck boasted an impressive array of cards, each ready to unleash lightning-fast summons. Alan saw a major change. Instead of waiting nearly 10 seconds for each final branch creature, his new ability let multiple beings appear instantly with a thought, eliminating any trace of the previous delays. The mere thought of how many bodies it would require, and in what dreadful condition they must be, was enough to send a chill down the spine. In the span of a heartbeat, all 70 cards would be renewed at once. From that moment on, summoning them became a blur of lightning speed, so swift that any foe would remain oblivious to the trickery unfolding before their eyes. The true key to this art lay in ensuring an endless supply of magical crystals at hand. With his book clasped firmly in hand, Alan's smirk basked in smug satisfaction, convinced that his abilities truly knew no bounds. Such intoxicating advantages flowed from this devilish power he possessed. Rising once more from the swirling haze after the second thunderous explosion, the hero drew a steady breath. A faint smile flickered across his lips as he admitted that Alan had truly left him no other choice. In that very instant, Hermes plunged headlong toward Alan from above, his descent a breathtaking blur of speed. The sheer velocity left Alan awestruck, and for a split second, he was certain the hero intended to strike him squarely on the head. In a heartbeat, Hermios found himself grounded. Sword arched through the air, he swung fiercely at his opponent, but Alan dodged with agile finesse. The blade crashed down onto the arena floor, scarring it with deep, jagged marks of destruction. At that moment, Alan lifted a small card and, beaming with excitement, called out to Caroline that it was her turn to step forward. Hearing this name took Hermione by surprise. Instinctively, her eyes flickered away. Alan played his B-rank beast card, summoning a colossal 3-headed hound to the battlefield. Each head snarled in anticipation, the creature ready to obey Alan's command at a moment's notice. Joined with the dragon, Caroline unleashed her full skills in a bold attempt to defeat Hermios and win for Alan. Panic swept the crowd as the monstrous beast before them filled every heart with terror. With an unwavering smile, Hermios appeared to be single-handedly battling an entire legion of the Demon Lord's army. Effortlessly soaring skyward, he struck one of Caroline's heads, yet, before his eyes, nothing materialized. Astounded, Hermios noticed that these monsters lacked even a drop of blood. At that very moment, Alan's voice rang out, boldly demanding the gatekeeper take vengeance for Carrie's sister. The dragon unleashed a fierce torrent of flames at Hermios as he fell. Displaying stunning agility, Hermios twisted midair, raised his sword, and dove headlong toward young Alan. Stunned, the boy froze in shock, but miraculously regained his grip on the cart with the 3-headed dog. Hermione cursed as the beast lunged at its attacker, and Alan sprang aside, narrowly dodging. With expert precision, Hermios summoned his healing powers, swiftly rejuvenating himself after the brief skirmish. Meanwhile, Alan sat sprawled on the floor, hastily pressing the life-giving herb to his wounds. His injuries were far from superficial. Hermione let out a sharp sigh, breath caught in awe at the conjurer's skill, while the man stood uncertain. Suddenly, astonishment illuminated Alan's face, his features lit with wonder. The hero's sword blazed with dazzling light, his smile vanishing instantly. Gravely, he warned Alan that only surrender could save him. Hermios could no longer restrain the overwhelming force surging inside him. The rector's keen gaze swept over the room, drinking in the crackling silence. Alan's group shifted uneasily, their nerves wound tight. The confrontation was heating up fast, and the tension climbed higher with every passing second. Towering behind Alan stood his mighty dragon and the fearsome three-headed hound. As if eager to further electrify the crowd, Alan turned to the gathered people and declared that they themselves had just heard the hero making a joke. A broad grin spread across Alan's face as he realized Hermiosa's sixth skill was attack-based. Eager, he hoped the protagonist would approach so he could demonstrate how to defeat a formidable opponent like himself. With a swift motion, Hermio brandished his weapon, unleashing the technique known as flawless blade. Instantly, his sword ignited with radiant light, pulsing with fierce, destructive magic. He strode toward Alan, who called forth Dordoru and Caroline with an urgent attack command. But by bad luck, or maybe fortune, the beasts were completely powerless against the threat. Hermione's weapon effortlessly shattered the creatures Alan had summoned as living shields. With Dordoru defeated, and the hero now only a few strides away from Alan, a desperate cry rang out. Alan's life must not be claimed. Alan stood poised, nerves buzzing beneath a calm exterior. Doubt had no place in his meticulous strategy, yet a subtle anxiety gnawed at him from within. All he truly wished for was to see the hero unleash his full strength. As Hermios retreated a few steps from the boy, Alan suddenly unleashed his high-velocity summoning spell. In an instant, a formidable and towering barrier sprang up between them, blocking Hermios's path with impenetrable force. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Hermios hesitated just long enough to miss his chance to block. As he focused on defense, Alan flawlessly exploited his shield and struck at the perfect moment. A mighty burst of magic shatters the arena, thunder cracks, fissures split the ground, but Alan's shield holds. Though his body quakes with effort, he refuses to yield, stopping Hermios's fierce assault. With awe sparkling in his eyes, the hero gazed upon the formidable shield, deeply impressed by its unyielding strength. Alan's voice rang out triumphantly, his proud words lauding both his own craftsmanship and the sharp precision of his remarks. He announced the mirror ready, and a vast magical circle flared, enveloping the shield in radiant light. Hermos watched, eyes shining with wonder, as astonishing transformations unfolded across the field. In an instant, Alan's shield erupted in a blaze of blinding light. The radiance surged forward in a swift wave, turning Hermes' own attack back upon him. The arena trembled and shattered, reduced to ruins down to its very foundations. As the onslaught faded, nothing remained beneath Hermios's feet but the shattered remnants of the arena, wreckage born from his own overwhelming might. Stunned beyond words, Ellen's teammates stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape as if witnessing magic. In that charged instant, Hermios collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, crumpling like a discarded rag doll. Alan raised his hand high and declared, "Only a hero can defeat another hero, or else taste the full force of his own blow." A mirror technique unfolds. It doubles endurance and sends every bit of harm you receive right back at your opponent. Despite failure, the plan didn't work. Alan acknowledged the risk, given the oddities, but his trusty mirror proved key to victory. Pleased, he gave the hero a healing herb, smiling with satisfaction. Silence enveloped Hermios as he lay sprawled across the ground, his gaze lost in the endless expanse above. Alan's mind churned with uncertainty. Was the battle destined to resume, or had this confrontation finally reached its end? Contrary to Alan's expectations, the hero remained motionless on the ground, his expression frozen in astonishment. Silent and vigilant, Alan observed him closely. Finally, Hermione broke the silence. He smiled, confessing his awe and how remarkable it all was, then revealed he'd dreamed of this moment for years, his excitement clear in the sparkle of his eyes. Curiosity flickered in Alan's eyes as he wondered aloud if the hero would really surrender, secretly hoping for refusal. Even as he spoke, Alan warned he was prepared to defend against any sudden attack from Hermione. Rising calmly, the hero brushed off dust, smiled faintly, and cheerfully admitted how scared he'd been. With a quiet spell, he healed himself, silently agreeing that the Spirit King's words had been true. He nodded, saying the outcome would be wonderful. Alan was astonished, so Hermio explained, it meant humanity still had hope for a brighter future. Hermios never truly understood the Demon Lord. Others said only by passing every divine trial could he become the ultimate weapon and surpass all in power, shaped by destiny into the hero and legend the world expected him to be. Defeating this foe seemed impossible. Too many dear friends, loyal and brave, had been lost despite their faith in Hermione's. Yet, a true hero could not give in to despair. He found the situation unbearable, made worse by failing to save 8 close comrades. Once, a man gave him this ring as a last hope, trusting their meeting would be his desperate lifeline. Hermione delivered her words to Alan right there in the arena, their gazes locked in a charged silence. Behind him, his beloved mirror still stood, gleaming silently in the background. Tilting his head in surprise, Alan asked which hope Hermias was referring to. In response, Hermias clarified. He meant the hero everyone called the last hope of humanity. Hermios took a deep breath and accepted the truth. Alan, unaware of the pain, listened as Hermios hinted he'd soon learn. Enduring the brass pipe's trials was far worse than walking through fire or facing a flood. Alan smiled brightly and politely declined with a gentle gesture, suggesting Hermios deserved the honor instead. Since Hermios was so impressive, it was almost sickening, in Alan's opinion. Alan's patience was wearing thin. Tired of endless formalities, he wished Mayani would just hand over the ring and end this charade, especially since the scuffle had already cost him many precious magic stones. A sly grin spread across Permeo's face as he glanced at Alan, silently mocking the notion that the boy believed that was his final move. The words struck Alan like a blow, leaving him frozen in place, as if he had turned to stone. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped Hermios as shadows fell and light flashed in his eyes. Alan and his companions paled, instantly recognizing that Hermios had activated his unique ability. The Academy's rector stood just as stunned, though he quickly regained his composure. Despite his best efforts, the purpose behind Hermios's latest heroics remained a mystery to him. A flutter of anxious curiosity stirred within Ellen. How on earth had Hermios managed to stand after such a crushing blow? The words he had uttered to Doberg only moments before echoed in her mind. He simply had no notion of what it meant to lose. Pages fluttered beneath his anxious fingers as he searched the book, hoping the mirror had mended itself. Yet doubt gnawed at him. Could he face it? The situation worsened, bringing unexpected expenses for Alan. Gathering several dozen fellow Tekos around him, he pondered whether his awakened Tekos abilities could possibly restrain the savage Tormeos. A triumphant smile lit the hero's face as his sword blazed. Declaring to Alan with unwavering resolve that he was closing in, he surged forward without hesitation, charging straight at the boy. A wild grin stretched across his face as he shouted that this would be humanity's most devastating blow yet. Alan froze, alarm flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, the Godslayer collided headlong with Tekko Alan. A deafening explosion tore through the air, shattering the earth with jagged cracks. Against all expectations, Tekko's defenses finally gave way, enabling the hero at last to reach Alan. The young man fought fiercely to repel the assault, then, in desperation, used his awakened skill, self-sacrifice, redirecting some allies' damage onto himself as his endurance instantly tripled. Yet even this failed to shield Alan from the devastating assault. Hermos's unimaginable strength tore both arms from the young man, and in the very next instant he crashed with brutal force into the stone wall behind him. Shock drained all color from their faces. In utter disbelief, they cried out their friend's name, voices raw with despair. There sat Alan against the shattered wall, blood-soaked from head to toe, arms gone, utterly broken. Hermione approached Alan, concern flickering in her eyes as she asked if he was all right. Then, a sly smile curling on her lips, she teased him about how he was holding up after taking a hit from the hero. Alan's eyes flew open in fury as hot tears ran down his cheeks. Confused by Hermios's choice, he steeled himself for the coming battle, ready to rip the ring from Hermios's grasp, even if it meant tearing flesh. Suddenly, a tiny window materialized above him, releasing a small object that tumbled down. There could be no doubt. This was Momoko's awakened power, a celestial blessing. This artifact possesses the extraordinary power to instantly restore not only perfect health and mana reserves, but even lost limbs. Thanks to this remarkable item, Alan's arms were miraculously returned to him in the very next moment. Hermios stared in shock as the boy's arms healed. Curious, he asked if Alan had been hiding elven restoration potion. Alan lied easily, replying that sure, something like that might explain it. Suddenly, within the very same magical frame of the book, Alan's sword materialized, arriving in precisely the same dramatic fashion he had been sent flying by Hermios's blow. In one swift motion, the young man sprang up, sword in hand, ready to rejoin the fray. Amazed, Hermios wondered aloud if Alan could truly summon swords from thin air. Was this another unique summoner ability? Hermione saw Alan knew the gap in their abilities, which made her wonder why he hadn't quit. Suddenly, Alan burst out, astonished, demanding to know what more this supposed hero could possibly want. With a sinister grin, he declared Hermes had already torn his arms off and warned of a bloody reckoning, genuine confusion in his eyes as he questioned surrendering to a stronger enemy. A perplexing logic was evident. The adversary was always meant to be formidable, requiring Alan's full strength to win. Someone asked Hermione what he'd do if, despite everything, he never gained the power to succeed. Curious, he asked how Alan would react if overwhelmed by despair. The boy couldn't understand the question, but when he met Hermios's sorrowful gaze, Alan's anger gradually faded. He realized the hero was utterly sincere. Silence hung as he froze, and a pang of disappointment flickered in Alan's chest. Even frontline heroes weren't always strong enough to conquer despair. At last, the truth dawned on him. Hermios's perpetual smile no longer a mystery. The hero, he realized, pondered endlessly how despair on the face of humanity's final hope would rattle those around him. In this world, ordinary players face a harsh reality that drives many to give up under pressure, with losing hope as the greatest danger. Yet, not everyone came for the same reason. Alan had his own purpose. Determination blazed in his eyes. With unwavering confidence, he declared that if his goal weighted beyond the borders of despair, he would push past those limits without fail. Upon hearing Alan's answer about what lay beyond despair, a gentle smile blossomed across Hermione's face. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she wondered aloud if such a thing could truly exist. Approaching Alan, he inquired about his identity. To the hero's surprise, the young man seemed lost in thought, his mind clearly wandering elsewhere. Alan realized that if the demon lord proclaims himself the harbinger of the end, then by that same logic, Alan must be the herald of a new beginning. With a sheepish grin, he admitted that, in truth, he was still just a novice when it came to summoning spirits, nothing more than plain old Alan. The revelation left Hermios utterly stunned, unable to hide his astonishment. The realization struck him. Suddenly, everything seemed to take on an entirely new meaning. Ellen drew a slow, thoughtful breath, pondering the notion that whatever the question may be, the answer must inevitably follow its nature. Suddenly, Hermios appeared next to Alan, astonishing him. Without warning, Hermios offered a small ring, and a stunned, trembling Alan asked if the ring was really for him. With a gentle smile, Hermione wondered aloud who else it could possibly be. He explained that it was the Spirit King himself who insisted this item be entrusted to none other than the herald of a new era, the summoner, Alan. Frozen in bewilderment, the young man struggled to tell if what was happening was real or imagined, and what the duel's rules were. Most troubling, however, was one thought. Did the amulet of Hermia truly belong to him? Alan convinced himself that everything was fine. After all, there was no point in risking the hero's life just to gain it. Hermio reassured him with quiet certainty. Such worries were unnecessary. Suddenly, he pulls out an identical ring from his pocket and declares it to be his own. With a playful grin, he notes that, it seems, the Master of Spirits has proven to be astonishingly generous. Alan turned pale, worried he had caused their quarrel. He sighed heavily, but Hermione reassured him she would always support him, no matter what path he chose. With a warm smile, the young man said he couldn't agree, seeing no argument. As always, the great hero impressed, leaving Alan feeling outmatched and frustrated by Hermio's plea to save the hero, which stung more than he'd admit. A nearly involuntary, ironic gratitude toward Hermios arose in his thoughts, as the baffling spectacle on stage left the audience stunned. The headmaster watched intently, while students wondered if the boy would admit defeat. At that moment, Hermios burst into hearty laughter, remarking that Alan's actions were exactly what he had expected all along. The announcer proclaimed the end of this remarkable duel, declaring an unquestionable victory for the valiant Hermios. The moment the news broke, Alan's team rushed to his side. Tears streaming down her face, Karina embraced him tightly, unwilling to let go, while Cecile immediately began inspecting his hands with anxious concern. Stepping aside, Jai couldn't help but acknowledge Alan's extraordinary presence. Drogo nodded in agreement, emphasizing how Alan always poured his whole heart into everything he did. Thus ended the school martial arts tournament, with Hermios and Doberg leaping aboard the airship and racing straight toward the front lines. A week passed, leading to a grand award ceremony at City Hall. Amid the bright lights and speeches, Alan asked Karina if it was her second time. Smiling playfully, she corrected him. It was actually her third. As they entered, all eyes turned, tense whispers filling the room as if awaiting an epic showdown. Some murmured Alan was just an ordinary boy, despite the remarkable rarity of his jet-black hair. Wonder rippled through the crowd as they puzzled over why the kingdom of Ratesh still kept him hidden. The logic eluded them. Shouldn't the Five Continents Alliance have been notified about such exceptionally gifted children? Siren noticed Alan's soaring popularity. When the Prince of Arisa saw him, he shouted for Alan to stay, but a nearby knight quickly warned the prince not to provoke the young man. The air whispered understanding, but held on to mistrust. Certain trust was impossible. Alan was surprised to be deemed a threat so quickly, though perhaps it was natural given his power to summon a dragon. The prince praised the remarkable tournament, delighted by the talented participants, and urged the young men to keep serving the kingdom. The eager and proud youths readily agreed. Alan wished the ceremony would end quickly. The crown prince, visibly nervous, suddenly tried to break the tension by praising Alan's courage and recalling the day Alan dueled the renowned hero. With admiration in his voice, he proclaimed this battle the most remarkable in the Academy's long history. Grateful for such high praise, Alan expressed his delight at knowing the prince himself had witnessed the match. The prince suddenly realized Viscount Carnell deserved respect, as only a worthy ruler could have such retainers. Curious, he felt compelled to learn more about the Viscount's remarkable subordinate ahead of time. The Viscount gaped in shock as Alan swiftly apologized, explained the prince was misinformed, stated he was the Granville family's guest, then startled everyone by drawing a small dagger, leaving the room tense with surprise. The knights were astonished to see the boy with a weapon, though it was just a ceremonial dagger with a family crest. Alan explained the priest's kindness in his childhood left him with a debt he could never repay. He agreed to a single task, vowing with unwavering resolve to shield him and his family from any threat, no matter how many enemies appeared, causing the prince and several in the hall to turn pale at his solemn words. The heir acknowledged that safeguarding the nobility of his kingdom was a duty worthy of the highest respect. Meanwhile, within the northern citadel of the Amabel Mountain Empire, a young woman inquired whether Hermios was at home. The hero nodded, admitting his visit was brief. Curiosity lit the girl's eyes, wondering about his true feelings. Hermione softly said that, for the first time in a while, he seemed to have glimpsed a ray of hope. Time flew by, and soon, early winter settled in. December had arrived. At last, the boys reached the uppermost tier of the Class A dungeon. Drogo called out, his voice brimming with excitement. Suddenly, this intricate game no longer felt so daunting. With a quiet sigh, the seal remarked that they had managed to vanquish the colossal dragon, even without Siren's extra powers. The girl hugged Guri, overflowing with gratitude for the griffin who'd saved her, a remarkable B-class summon that had answered Alan's call and was no ordinary beast. The moment Drogo summoned his Class B beasts, conquering A-level dungeons became child's play. Doradora voiced no objections to this newfound ease. Meanwhile, Merle couldn't hide her delight as she celebrated reaching an entirely new level. Alan couldn't help but notice that only the two of them had yet to reach their full potential. The girl, meanwhile, pointed out how his progress lagged far behind what it could be. Suddenly Gaia cried out, pointing excitedly at the golden chest. It struck him that he hadn't seen it for an entire year. Inside, they discovered an enchanted ring, gleaming with promise, said to grant its bearer 1,000 units of mana. Alan sighed wearily, wishing the object were solid gold or calcum, and wondered if he really had to conquer a Y-rank dungeon for this. Suddenly, Siren's attention shifted to the mysterious cube. A voice congratulated the team. Each member had completed 5 A-class dungeons. Now, with their new cards, they could finally unlock access to the elusive Y-rank dungeon. The boys' cards instantly transformed, impressing Drogo and the others. Curious, Alan asked where the Y-rank dungeon was. Cube replied that it was the Yampani Temple, located in the Balkea Empire's domain. Astonished to learn the Balki Empire was a nation of dwarves, Cecil quickly turned to Merle, curiosity shining in her eyes. Merle responded with a confident nod, confirming she knew about it. Though she confessed she had never set foot there herself, she described it as an enormous temple rising in the northeast quarter of the imperial city, the very place where the Grand Dagrag resides. Alan was stunned to learn that the legendary Dai Grey, revered as a dwarven deity, master of underground realms, and creator of the enchanted Rubik's Cube, lived within these very walls. Kieran let out a heavy, sorrowful sigh as reality hit. They might not be able to enter the underground labyrinth. Seeing her friend's concern, Gaia gently wondered if a summer vacation could give them another chance to go below. Alan paused, then asked why they shouldn't just transfer to Balka Academy. Merle brightened at the idea. It felt like home to her. Meanwhile, Drogo wondered how such a move could possibly be arranged. Sophie remarked that she intended to appeal directly to Rector Feodosiel. Given their family connection, she was confident he would find it difficult to refuse her request. The Rubik's Cube said conquering the Y-class dungeon would unlock a door to challenge its master. Fascinated, Gia and Saseo sought clues, while Alan's face lit up, remembering tales of the secret boss. Curiosity sparked in Gia's eyes as she asked the boys what amused them. Degra still ruled the dungeon. Did they mean to challenge a deity? The notion shook the siren while Cecile pressed on, eager to learn their reward if victorious. The Rubik's Cube said only victors would learn the answer from the dungeon master. Curiosity lit Alan's eyes as he realized the cube itself was unaware. Fascination surged, his excitement growing rapidly. With excitement, Alan declared that by next year they'd conquer their first Y-rang level dungeon. His enthusiastic friend embraced the plan, vowing to stand by Alan's side throughout the daring quest. Several days slipped by, and the venerable King Latasha peacefully departed from this world. The entire kingdom seemed to fall under a hush. Daily affairs ground to a halt, and the very pulse of the economy froze in mournful suspension. A profound silence swept across the entire nation, as if the land itself mourned in hushed sorrow. Only a month later, just as foreseen and without a single unexpected twist, the heir was formally declared the new prince. After showcasing his remarkable summoning talent, Alan expected tough challenges ahead, but nearly 2 months passed uneventfully. Each day unfolded as usual, with no notable changes or disruptions. An ordinary day unfolded, marked by routine and calm. Gentle sunlight streamed into the classroom, casting a warm glow as the teacher passionately introduced a new topic to the attentive students. Alan rapidly flipped through his book, summoning new beasts with each page. Nearby, Marika hovered gracefully in midair, exuding calm authority, as the boy gently woke Kurina, who had fallen asleep while reading. Empowered by the ring of magic restoration, Alan could unleash his energy without pause. He had become nothing short of a living factory, tirelessly cultivating magical herbs in abundance. The boys, deeply absorbed in their own pursuits, were caught off guard when a mysterious figure strode swiftly toward them. Suddenly, the door burst open with a sharp clang, revealing an agitated teacher in the doorway, urgently calling out for Alan. He shouted, ordering the boy to gather the entire crew immediately and report to the rector's office. The sudden order unnerved the group, and Alan wondered if bringing everyone was truly necessary. Alan Wunder suggested their predicament might stem from wanting to transfer to the Balkai's empire. The group, with a supervising teacher, went to the principal's office, where the teacher formally announced their arrival. Tension radiated from the director, his posture stiff and strained, as oppressive energy filled the office. His piercing gaze swept the room before he took a slip of paper, silently pleading for Rosen's strength. Quite unexpectedly, the rector addressed the young men, holding a small decree in his hands. He went on to announce that His Majesty, King Latasha, had recently issued an order. Every one of them was to depart for the battlefield. The boys struggled to hide their astonishment. Kirina, curious, asked what it meant, while Gia was completely baffled that, against all odds, every one of them was just a second-year student. The man continued, turning his attention to Miss Sophia Luna, Mr. Formal, and Miss Morale. He announced that the governments of Rosenheim and the Bauki Empire had issued orders demanding the boys' swift return. The news stunned them beyond words. The principal announced that every student transferred here had received the same order. Meanwhile, Alan pored over the decree, his eyes scanning every detail with sharp concentration. He explained the document clearly listed Rosenheim as their destination. Upon hearing this, Sophia Luna, shocked, loudly demanded to know what it meant. Alan's gaze hardened as he observed the fiercest battles erupting across the northern reaches of the central continent. For a heartbeat, the rector stood trapped in indecisive silence. His face drained of color in an instant. Lowering his voice to a whisper, he confessed that this was top-secret information, yet still revealed one shocking detail. 10 million monsters had set out across all 3 continents. Sirena felt disbelief ripple through her. Such an enormous number simply couldn't be real. Meanwhile, Alan pondered the origin of those figures unmarked in red, curiosity driving him to ask who was responsible for counting all these monsters. The rector vowed to reveal all in time. Once the most vulnerable, the central continent was overrun by the demon lord's forces, while Rosenheim stayed protected by Rosen's blessing. Towering golems created an impenetrable border for the Balkis Empire, barring entry. Yet, with hero Hermios' arrival, the man saw the weak rise to claim incredible strength. A month ago, a 3 million-strong army overwhelmed even Rosenheim's impregnable fortress. When Sophie heard of the demonic invasion, the shock drained her face of color and filled her heart with fear. An observer noted the elven army never exceeded 1.5 million warriors, small compared to other continents, and now, with most experienced healers sent to the Giamud Empire, the disparity seemed even greater. According to his declaration, the capital stands little chance against the assault of 3 million soldiers, especially now that 70% of Rosenheim's territory has already fallen into enemy hands. Pale as death, Sophie turned to him, her voice trembling with uncertainty as she asked what had befallen Her Majesty. The director replied that they knew nothing. The message they'd received contained no such information. Fear chilled Sophie as disbelief swept over her. The formal tried to calm her, but uncertainty lingered. Meanwhile, Alan worried, knowing the Queen, at the heart of it all, was actually Sophie's mother. The rector revealed that the remnants of the elven army are currently preparing for a final, decisive battle in the south. According to him, should Rosenheim fall, no force would remain capable of holding the line. Terror sent shivers through Sophie. In a flash, Alan realized the true purpose behind their assignment. Yet confusion gnawed at him. If the invasion had erupted a month ago, why were cries for help reaching them only now? With a flush of embarrassment, the director confessed, "Elves are plagued by excessive pride. Only because of this had their troubles remained secret until now." Bewilderment clouded the seal's mind. How could such a thing even be possible? Meanwhile, Merle turned his attention to the fate of the central continent and the Balkis Empire, his curiosity piqued by unfolding events. Amid the tense calm before battle, the man sensed anticipation as 2 million demons prepared for a ferocious assault and another million waited in reserve, ready to strike at the Balkis Empire. Drogo could hardly believe her eyes. An entire force of 2 million was advancing toward them. The sheer number of demons defied her wildest imagination. Pale as a ghost, Merle barely managed to whisper, "This is a true double blow." Alan noticed the monsters hesitated, seeming to wait for a signal, perhaps regrouping. Growing suspicious, he asked the headmaster if Central Continent elven healers had been informed of the situation. The director confirmed the report, further revealing that they had received orders to return to Rosenheim. With nearly 10,000 people involved, this massive undertaking was bound to stretch over a considerable period. Alan realized the ruler's patience was just a pause until the healers left, ready to invade. Cecil's question lingered. Would the Central Continent have to fight without healers? The thought bordered on madness. The rector admitted he was powerless to change anything since Empire GMAT already had its hero, but Cecil countered that with 50 strongholds on the front lines, no hero could protect them all simultaneously. Gia was relieved the fortresses remained as shelter, but Alan, disbelieving, pointed out only 6 million were left. His eyes asked the burning question, where had the other 4 million gone? The rector agreed with Alan, stressing that the Lord still had 4 million in reserve, newly detected near the Central Continent's shores. The boys stood stunned. Now 6 million were advancing on them. Hazel suggested heading to the Giamut Empire, fearing Latosh would be next if it fell. Gia shook her head, arguing they didn't know the ruler's plans, and that he seemed prepared for the panic already spreading. Terror gripped Sophie, her face paling as she realized everyone longs to protect loved ones. Alan agreed, understanding that Tile had no choice but to save Rosenheim, the path they themselves had chosen. Astonishment flickered across Sophie's face as she shot him a searching glance. The logbook inquired if this was truly the case, then briskly announced that the flying vessel would be ready as early as tomorrow. Silence lingered until Cecil asked Alan if he knew what was behind it all. They theorized the Demon Lord spent years building such an army, now awaiting only his choice of the first target for his reign of destruction. He stated the assault would start at Rosenheim, then sweep into the central continent, and only then target Balkus Empire. Despite appearances, the invasion would strictly follow this sequence, not scatter in multiple directions. Curiosity flickered in Cecil's eyes as he questioned Alan's confidence. The reserve army had already landed. But Alan insisted that if the elves turned the battle, those same forces would soon march on Rosenheim. Moreover, the demonic overlord possesses yet another hidden trump card. Alan keenly observed that the elves' departure from the central continent violated the terms of their alliance. The rector confirmed his observation with a grave nod. Alan noted that the demons eagerly awaited any discord to splinter the alliance. Should division take root, each ally would be left to face death alone. That's why heading north and waiting for fate to play out isn't an option. They must save Rosenheim first. Only then will a glimmer of hope appear for Latoche and the rest of the world. Drogo questioned how they could face 3 million foes. Cecil also doubted how 7 could matter. Yet Alan, eyes determined, argued that even in the worst situations, opportunities can always be found. With sparkling enthusiasm, Sophie exclaimed that Alan was, without a doubt, the one foretold in the Spirit King's prophecy. After witnessing his duel with the hero, everyone realized here stood their beacon of hope. Uncertainty flickered in Alim's mind. Was his bold initiative wise? Perhaps it had triggered the demon army. With inadequate gear, only his hard-earned skills stood between him and disaster. With fierce resolve, Alan declared they must confront the demon lord in his lair. The group rallied behind him, and Saren vowed to save Sophie's mother and Formal's homeland, no matter the cost. Tears of gratitude filled Sophie's eyes as she thanked them. The rector and Formalum bowed graciously. Overwhelmed with relief, Sophie expressed how grateful she was for their help and voiced her deep appreciation and affection. With a heavy heart, Morel admitted she couldn't fight them without her golem. Sophie gently embraced her, promising they would do whatever it took for the sake of their homeland. Drogo noted the real threat was whether the continent could withstand 2 million invading soldiers, especially without healers. However, Alan had already prepared his response to that concern. A spark of curiosity lit up in him. Why not supply Clover to their army himself? The principal, clearly unsettled, hesitated as Alan explained, Clover instantly restores 1,000 vital force to all allies within 50 meters. The man noted a single Clover could heal up to 2,500 nearby people. Gia marveled that even experts couldn't match this, and Alan added he owned 600,000 such Clovers, enough to seal even a large breach. The rector asked if this was linked to the summoner's abilities. Alan said their skills grew with elven healing elixirs. Drogo, surprised, asked Sophie why she'd stayed silent if they'd worked together. The girl realized that without Alan, none of this would have happened. She wondered if this might be an apology for the healer's departure and for Alan being in Rosenheim. Alan praised her. Hope shone in his words as he saw this support as crucial to preserving the 5-continent alliance. Rescuing Rosenheim and defending the coalition inspired everyone, and with luck, they might greatly weaken the Overlord's power. Jaya assured Alan he could achieve anything. Determined, Alan vowed to pursue a happy ending, or, if possible, forge endless stories. When reunited with Merle, he promised to give her 10,000 clovers. Grateful, the girl vowed to treasure his gift above all. He saw she'd need to move the golems, which made sense, and confirmed their plan to leave for the Balki Empire in April remained unchanged. Their strategy is to eliminate the Demon King's army first. Once that threat is gone, nothing will stop them from conquering the Y-rank dungeon. Meanwhile, Cecil insisted he was just a storyteller in this unfolding tale. Tears streaming down Morel's cheeks, she vowed to wait in the empire of Bokvi, sure they'd see her golem's power. The teacher sighed, surprised at their sudden farewell, while Alan thanked him for an endlessly inspiring place to learn. The rector affirmed his unwavering duty, but also longed to serve the people and Queen. Alan thanked him sincerely. The teacher told Drogo his exceptional talent set him apart, making caution even more crucial. The young man agreed, but a true ordeal awaited. As homeroom teacher, he felt guilty leaving his skilled second-year students to face danger. Sirena, for example, had already surpassed him. The final lesson came clear as day. A battlefield bears no resemblance to a dungeon. Extreme caution would be vital if they hoped to survive and return unscathed. Alan's warning echoed. There was no path for retreat. Survival was their only option. Curious, the classmates asked if the boys were really going to Rosenheim. Alan nodded. The students warmly admitted they'd miss them, expressing gratitude and heartfelt wishes for them to take care of each other. A sudden realization struck Alan. Apparently, not a single student had bothered to alert them about the Demon Lord's impending assault. Just then, his eyes landed on the rifle nearby. A man approached, assuring them he'd handle all of the Gia family's troubles. Alan, true to his roots, clarified it was strictly business. Grateful, Gia thanked the stranger sincerely. News from Cecil arrived. In April, the group would head to the Balkus Empire. Saying goodbye to their second home academy brought bittersweet sadness, and Drogo remarked on how quickly everything had changed. Alan emphasized the utmost importance of shielding students from any consequences of the war. Restoring the front line was imperative. With steady confidence, Sirena assured everyone that they could handle the situation right here and now. Alan announced that tomorrow they would be leaving the clan hall. Only the bare essentials should be packed, whatever could fit within their inventory. Cecile added a gentle reminder not to overlook stockpiling enough provisions. News from the battlefield hit her like lightning. Shock and worry flooded her, but though her brother felt sacrifice was needed to restore their family's honor, she valued his life far above any prestige or respect they could regain. Tears filled her eyes as she offered heartfelt wishes for their upcoming battles. Cecil promptly gave the letter to a servant, instructing its delivery, and the servant accepted the task without hesitation. Alan's curiosity was piqued. Cecile assured him she had come to the same decision. Before heading off to war, her brother Mihai had also forewarned their family. Alan sighed and apologized, admitting their orders to the front lines stemmed from the king's grudge against him and his own pride. The boys silently exchanged glances, their unspoken thoughts clear to each other. Everyone agreed it was too late to worry. Their victory over the Demon Lord was nearly certain. Siren's unwavering faith made any threat seem minor, and with him, even the fabled Demon Lord seemed far less frightening. The next day, Alan headed to the edge of the scientific city. Lilith arrived with vital intel on the demon army in the central continent, and eyes determined, asked if it was time to wipe them out. Alan agreed, cautioning that the task ahead would be far from easy and demanded the utmost care. She answered with a determined nod, while the dragon, weary yet resolute, heaved a sigh before plunging confidently into battle. The boys arrived as Cecile announced everything was ready. They headed to the high-speed ship. Sophie sincerely thanked the servants, promising to reunite them with their families, and the servants expressed heartfelt gratitude. As the vessel surged on, Siren wondered aloud about Rosenheim, while Cecil asked how outsiders were received and if trouble was likely. Sophie cautioned them to pass through the city unnoticed, hoods low and faces hidden. A breathtaking continent lies beneath evergreen forests, crowned by the world tree in its capital. Its gracious people revere nature's spirits and strive to avoid conflict, embodying warmth and harmony. The population of this entire continent barely matches that of the Latash kingdom alone. Their destination? A city renowned for its tranquil atmosphere and its vibrant reputation as a bustling hub of commerce. Trog insisted it would be wonderful if their families could already find sanctuary in this place. Sophie wholeheartedly shared that hope. She had every reason to believe her mother was safe, guarded at all times by a steadfast protector. Alan longed for any scrap of news from Rosenheim. Worry for the elves gnawed at him, yet without instructions from above, they were left to rely solely on their own judgment. 4 days later, the group finally reached their destination, the bustling port city of Ganizdo. As her gaze swept over the lively streets, Cecil couldn't help but notice the striking absence of any signs of destruction. The heart of January's winter gripped the land when a watchful guard recognized Princess Luna. With a respectful nod, he informed her that the Council of Elders was already expecting their arrival and offered to personally escort them to the chamber. As the carriage trundled down the cobbled streets, a sudden sight drained the color from Alan's face. Crowds of destitute, starving elves pressed together in the shadows, their hollow eyes following the passing windows. A wave of worry washed over Cecile as she realized their strength and resources were nowhere near enough to tend to all the wounded. In that instant, a cold clarity struck Drogo. Facing the decisive battle, they were far from prepared. Images of countless refugees, deprived of food and shelter, crowded Alan's mind. Siren suggested feeding them with physician's clover picked by the boys. Yet Alan shook his head. There simply wasn't enough time left for that. Eager to grasp the unfolding events within this country, he yearned for swift clarity. GS suggested they split up. With undeniable enthusiasm, the boys leapt from the wagon. Alan assured them that once all matters were settled, he would send them the summoned beast. With that promise in mind, the boys agreed and set off toward the refugee camp. Sophie finally arrived at the grand edifice, her call echoing through its halls. An elderly elf greeted her, eyes bright with anticipation. Without delay, Sophie urgently asked him for news of her mother and the Queen's whereabouts. The man apologized, explaining they had urged Her Majesty to evacuate, but she remained at TMO's front lines. A shortage of magical crystals made contacting her even more difficult. Sophie, beaming with hope, asked if Her Majesty was safe. The man grimly shook his head, barely. He said the TMO faced looming defeat. A massive demon army had already gathered, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Fear drained the color from Sophie's face, but Alan assured her there was still time until tomorrow. Meanwhile, tension surged among the elves as they questioned the human, especially one noting his distinctive black hair. Whispers spread as people wondered if he was the prophesied one. Sophie confirmed it. Alan was the chosen one summoned by the Spirit King. But to everyone's shock, the awaited savior was just an ordinary boy. Alan couldn't help but notice. One of the elders seemed utterly helpless. He kept the thought to himself, deciding action spoke louder than criticism. Instead, he stepped forward and suggested they tend to the elf's wounded arm first. The man insisted he had already received all the help he needed. Yet, despite his assurance, he declared that she was now truly lost. Sophie, meanwhile, urged Lucille to pay closer attention to Alan's words. From his pocket, the boy drew a tiny object, hope flickering in his eyes as he wished for a heavenly blessing to heal every wound. In the blink of an eye, Lucialis Rock was restored, blossoming anew with fierce vitality. The elves stood astonished, awe on every delicate feature, and asked Alan if he had elven elixir. Curious and wary, they wondered how news of this cherished drink had reached the realms of humankind. Alan believed people saw only what they wanted to see, and there was truth to that. He asked the general about the city's wounded. Counting only soldiers, the number was about 10,000. Alan says this elven elixir affects the central square and nearby streets. All wounded there must gather, as the elixir will fully restore both their physical vitality and magical power once used. He pledged to deliver 1,000 such potions to them, commanding his general to ready the troops at once. Lucius, taken aback, exclaimed that not even in the entire world could so many elixirs be found. He wondered if it was an unfamiliar drug, but Sophie interrupted, insisting it was an elven elixir and further details were irrelevant, firmly ordering him to follow Alan's instructions exactly. The young men declared their plan to visit Tiamo for a royal audience, leaving restoration to Lu Qiao. The man, pressed for time, noted the airship risked monster attacks, while traveling by wagon would take at least a month. Alan assured them there was no need to worry, as his team could answer any questions, and his deputies would be available for contact. As he called Lily and Popo, the ferryman interrupted, suggesting they just kill everyone instead. The elf's eyes bulged in terror as he shrieked, sure he saw a ghost. Lily huffed angrily, insisting she was just a fairy summoned by Alan, while Popo noted her temper made her unfit to watch over children. The group was stunned when a bird, speaking clear human language, broke the tension. Popo explained it was enabling their distant conversation. Sophie urged everyone to trust Alan immediately, leaving no room for doubt. Passers-by stared in surprise, puzzled why Sophie had returned. By their logic, she should have fled from a hopeless country. Yet Sophie, unwavering, said giving up or turning back was never an option for her. Amid tales of destroyed homes and lost possessions, faces streaked with tears, a woman tearfully revealed that a beast had devoured her husband and children before her eyes, leaving her utterly alone and without hope. Terror gripped Sophie, but she stood firm, refusing to retreat even for their sakes. Alan insisted leaving was the only option. Without delay, he summoned the griffins as the boys arrived. Soaring high above, Sophie and Alan pierced the sky as she declared her return to save Rosenheim, urging all below to stay hopeful, pray to Great Rosen, and trust in the salvation yet to come. The elves assured everyone that reaching their destination was still within their grasp. Meanwhile, the man issued a command to summon all the captains, determined to restore the strength of their army. Alan firmly urged everyone to hold on as their speed increased. He used the flight skill, aptly named, he thought, which was far more pleasant than a month in a carriage, and let them travel easily even at night. 2 hours later, Sirena spotted something odd and wondered if it was Tiamo. Long noticed countless city lights flare up, while Alan used his awakening skill to see a swarm of monsters emerge from the shadows. The city was under siege, but an eerie truce kept the night quiet, as if both armies chose to wait for dawn. Fortune had timed their arrival perfectly. At the gates, in the tense hush, the princess herself awaited them. Word of her arrival had reached them, but her early appearance was unexpected. An attendant announced she would be escorted to the queen, noting that Sophie had been formally received according to protocol. The queen's eyes widened in surprise as a servant suddenly announced they were not alone. Worry etched across her face, Sophie turned to her mother and anxiously asked if everything was all right. The queen greeted her warmly, announcing Formal's father and family were safe in a shelter. The girl's face lit up with joy, and Sirena noticed how much Sophie resembled her mother. Alan's eyes caught sight of the squirrel perched upon the queen's shoulder, and curiosity flickered within him. Why did it nap so soundly? The notion crossed his mind that perhaps elven sorcerers possessed a rare gift for calming woodland creatures. The queen's curious gaze swept over the children. Sophie introduced Alan as their leader, assuring her there was no cause for concern. Calmly, Alan said he'd come from Latash under the king's direct orders. The warriors exchanged hushed whispers about the black-haired boy foretold in prophecy, yet only 5 children stood before them. Alan had always assumed that only Sophie put faith in the prophecy. The queen offered her gratitude, mentioning that news of his clash with the hero had already reached her ears. It warmed her heart to have him by her side at such a crucial juncture. Observing Tiamo's fragile state, someone pointed out that the city would never withstand tomorrow's assault. Seizing upon the summoner's magic, both the princess and the queen were compelled to seek immediate refuge. Elaine frowned. With unwavering resolve, the queen declared she would remain for as long as a single elf still called this place home. As a true ruler, concern for her own safety paled in comparison to the responsibility she bore for her people. Alan apologized, then asked how many soldiers in the city, including the wounded, could still fight. The answer, 60,000 were able to fight, while another 40,000 were injured. With resolve, Alan assured everyone the army would be rebuilt as before. Determined to fight the demon lord, they prepared to push back, when a voice from the crowd questioned if they truly planned to attack. Alan arrived on this mission to lead a daring assault on unsuspecting monsters amid chaos. Every second is vital. Recovery takes time, and hesitation isn't an option. Sophie assigned Formal to stay behind and ensure Alan's orders are executed instantly. Curiosity sparked in Jaya's eyes as she asked how many elixirs Alan still had. He still had all 2,000. Growing impatient, Sirena, fed up with the endless chatter, demanded to know when they would finally start fighting. Alan noted how inspiring her resolve was. Suddenly, Lily appeared, startling the elves and causing confusion. One soldier, uncertain, hesitantly asked if they were really about to begin a nighttime raid. The queen urged Sophie to stay vigilant. Alan, after calculating with Hollow, revealed 3,000 soldiers encircled the city and suggested a surprise attack on their main camp, confident the enemy wouldn't expect it. The deserted road stretched ahead as Alan summoned animals for protection, suspecting Dora might attack from above. He placed strong boars by Caroline to ensure her safety, confident they could handle any threat. Summoning Harami, Karakul, and Atvin, he commanded each to unleash their unique abilities and awaken the hidden potential within every member. Only then did the squad set forth on their mission, determination burning in their eyes. Eager to prove themselves, the boys honed their skills in anticipation of the looming battle. According to Alan, this confrontation would mark their very first clash against an entire demon army. Alan announced that he and Cecil would strike from above. To the others, he gave a clear command: follow the same approach and act swiftly, with no hesitation. At the same time, he issued a warning: don't overdo it. Agreement reached, Alan and Cecile plunged into battle. Vivid memories flooded Alan. He hadn't faced monsters outside dungeons in ages. Nearby tents held sleeping, unguarded people with no sentries in sight. A month had slipped by since the 3 million-strong demon army crashed into Rosenheim. Like an unstoppable avalanche, the horde swept through elven towns and fortresses, reducing everything in its path to smoldering ruins. Even with the all-seeing White Knight by his side, Alan found not a single prisoner in sight. To wage war, even monsters require supplies, so the townspeople had become nothing more than resources to be consumed. The realization struck Alan. This was a true war of extermination, a desperate struggle against humanity's greatest enemy. With a resolute nod, he gave Cecile permission to commence. With determination, the girl raised her staff and summoned a celestial messenger, calling down a small yet immensely powerful meteor that crashed to Earth and completely obliterated the monsters with explosive force. With a triumphant smile, Cecile proudly announced her victory. Astonishment flickered across Alan's face as he exclaimed that she had obliterated 10,000 monsters in a single devastating strike. Fascinated, the boy called Cecile a marvel. Meanwhile, Karini was strictly banned from using her extra ability since she couldn't resist. Now it was finally his turn to join the game. The monsters barely had time to comprehend what was happening before the boys unleashed their overwhelming power. Alan glanced at the scorched earth beneath his feet, finally grasping the true extent of the witch's formidable abilities. In the cramped dungeon, everything seemed less frightening than expected. Curious, he asked if her power had grown near the void. Regretfully, she admitted she could only use it once per day. Suddenly, the staff blazed, lighting the dark. From its radiance came a horde of monsters. Alan quickly spotted enemy healers to target, and Cecile attacked at once, while the creatures whispered and plotted their next move. A moment of contemplation crossed Alan's face as he wondered if the sudden assault and the enigmatic army of dragons had thrown their enemies into disarray. Now was the perfect opportunity to thin the monstrous ranks even further. As Cecil used his special skill and Alan summoned more dragons, a messenger arrived. A 30,000-strong army from the northern camp was advancing. Instantly, everyone was ordered to ascend into the skies. With a gleam in her eye, Sirena admitted she was just beginning to enjoy herself. Curious, Cecil asked if their raid was over. Alan firmly denied it. Their support would last as long as the elven army kept attacking. The order was clear: launch an assault on the enemy camp to the south. He turned to the lads, eyes bright with inquiry. Were they ready for battle? Eagerness and fiery determination lit up their faces, revealing a hunger for the fight ahead. By dawn, the besieged army had lost 40,000 soldiers overnight. The Queen marveled at the outcome, but thanks to the boys' elixir, the troops rapidly regained their strength. Alan felt certain that chaos reigned within the demon army, leaving them far too disorganized to mount any sort of assault. The Queen expressed heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all elves. Everything was ready. Lavish feasts and comfortable chambers awaited. With nothing left but to relax, Alan warmly thanked her. The knights announced that Tiamo had been saved, but confessed their uncertainty about the fate of the other cities and admitted to lacking a clear plan. Alan, taken aback by their conversation, asked what exactly they were discussing. Following the fall of the elven capital, the Queen vanished into hiding within one of the 4 cities. Despite relentless efforts, demonic spies never managed to uncover exactly where she resided. Yet within him blazed enough strength to unleash a blow on all fronts at once. This marked the final surge of organized resistance from the scattered remnants of the army. Their arrival was invaluable, allowing time to regroup. Alan, exhausted, reported distributing 500 elixirs and stationing summoned creatures in each besieged city, while the monstrous horde grew to over 300,000. Alan poured his blessings and 2,500 Class B stones into the cause, trying to fill the gap, but wondered why their throne room lacked a single crystal merchant, unlike the bustling hubs in other games. The knights sighed in relief, buoyed by joining the battle, but the elf noted they'd only delayed inevitable torment. Alan, his face darkened, could only nod in somber agreement with this grim truth. The demon horde pressed tightly around Tiamo, still 2.5 million strong after countless bloody battles and heavy elven losses. The Queen said halting them, even for a day, meant gaining a crucial chance to survive. Their gratitude was so deep it was beyond words. Seeing the heavy mood, Alan said the war wouldn't end soon, then, grinning slyly, teased if they really thought he'd refuse a reward for a job well done. The boys exchanged surprised glances as the knights stood alert. Alan demanded the magical crystals, claiming any he found as his own. The Queen found this reasonable and agreed to his terms without hesitation. Alan startled the Queen by unexpectedly expressing a wish to meet the Spirit King and asked if this might cause any issues. Embarrassed, Sophie blushed and apologized for not introducing him sooner. The girl glanced doubtfully, unsure if he could handle talking to the great Rosen. Alan, curious, asked about her concerns. The Queen smiled reassuringly, insisting all was well. The squirrel on her shoulder suddenly spoke, declaring herself the messenger of beginnings. Alan was honestly surprised. She introduced herself as the Great Rosen and curiously asked what the boy sought. Alan greeted him warmly. The amazed mermaid asked if he was really their god, earning sharp looks from the elves. The boy apologized, admitting he imagined God differently, then stepped back, gratefully thanking him for the ring. Rosen said the past was over and revisiting old memories was pointless, especially since that's what the hero wanted. With that settled, he fixed his gaze and asked Alan what he now sought from him. The young man boldly declared his wish for a reward in exchange for saving Rosenheim. Intrigued by his request, Rosen leaned forward and asked what kind of prize he had in mind. Gold and ancient relics meant nothing to Alan. His sole desire was to drive his companions into a state of absolute hell. Rosen pondered this peculiar demand, curiosity growing as he tried to unravel its true purpose. Alan explained his friends hit their limit at max altitude due to picking easy mode. In hell mode, points are harder to earn, but there's no cap. Rosen nodded and promised to check it out himself. Silence cut him off mid-sentence. Suddenly someone yanked Island back forcefully. Cecily, curious, pressed for details about the mysterious requests to the Spirit King, while Drago stood utterly bewildered by it all. Rosen confessed that he had sought aid from Almesia, the goddess of creation, only to be told that the established order could not be altered. Upon hearing this, Alan scoffed dismissively, remarking that Rosen was utterly useless. God inquired about the boy's true desire concerning the tiny squirrel. By now, Alan had already discerned that Rosen did not hold any prominent rank among the gods. Alan inquired whether Rosen could embellish his companion's shoulder guards with stars, essentially elevating his rank from an ordinary swordsman to the esteemed title of swordmaster, or perhaps to an even higher standing. As the conversation turned to class changes, Rosen, curious about how long he could keep defying the gods, reflected on his choice to become a demon lord and noted the trouble he'd already caused along the way. In their rush, they ended up crafting a summoner who possessed not 6 stars, but an astonishing 8. It dawned on Alan that such overwhelming power demanded restraint. A summoner's strength needed careful limits. He remarked with genuine intrigue on how fascinating it was, wondering if talents could change, since little remained to pursue. Alan saw a knowing look on Rosen's face, wordlessly confirming it was possible and divinely influenced. Rosen noted that granting talent to someone utterly devoid of it was a far cry from nurturing a spark that already existed. His own strength would fall short for such a feat, so years of his life would be the price he'd have to pay. Chasing such a fate never occurred to the boys. Alan noted their lives weren't endless and suggested sacrificing their experience points, but Rosen warned this would reset them to level 1. Alan agreed to the payment and asked if general skills would be reset. Rosen explained only 1 star could be earned per round, and absent participants would simply not take part. Regret filled Alan for Merle's sake. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but notice Rosen already poised and ready. The deity declared himself a mind reader, and with a respectful apology, Alan insisted he held no requests whatsoever. Rosen clarified that this was precisely why he delved into the boy's thoughts. The boy had a sister named Mayura, and Rosen possessed the power to bestow upon her any 1-star talent the boy himself chose. Alan noticed the unmistakable joy that would soon light up Mayura's face. With heartfelt conviction, he vowed to do everything within his power to save Rosenheim. Meanwhile, Rosen slipped quietly into the embrace of sleep, his mind at peace. Alan announced their departure, admitting they wanted some relaxation. The elves, visibly fascinated, exchanged astonished glances. Rosen and Almesia had been engrossed in conversation, trading remarks for so long. The group insisted that every detail must be meticulously recorded. The elf pointed out it was time for them to accept a new reality. Alan was the chosen one. That morning, Cecil paid Alan a visit. With polite grace, he welcomed his guest, only for her to immediately probe about the supposed negotiations, with the Lord of Spirits conducted on her behalf. A surge of anger from them hit Alan instantly. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Should he confess the truth about being a stranger from another world, or keep such knowledge buried deep? Resolute at last, he gathered his courage and laid everything bare. In a strange new world, he became a summoner, blessed by a goddess and granted a second life. Just yesterday, recalling his past, he spoke directly with the King of Spirits. Astonishment flashed across the boys' faces. Sophie saw Elmisha had sent them a true savior. The young man said the goddess had made no demands or contact, and Sophie reassured him, explaining deities never meddle directly in mortal affairs. Alan realized Rosen was a demigod, able to resolve even the impossible. Jaya felt relieved when Alan refused the title of Lord, while Cecile leaned in, curious to learn Alan's true age. Stunned silence followed his response. Drago, curiosity piqued, asked whether Alan had already been an old man during their childhood competitions. With a steady gaze, Alan replied that age had nothing to do with it. The secret emerged during a rare moment of trust among the close-knit boys. Alan hadn't told even his parents, and Sophie noted he could have kept it hidden, as his determination to conceal it was strong. Ellen laughed, teasing he must have gotten them a secret perk to explain their unimpressed looks. Cecile replied she'd be happier if she knew what was happening. The boy asked if she truly wanted to be a legendary magistra, not just any witch. Curiosity in his eyes, he asked about the name for 4-star level magic. Drogo recalled even God had mentioned it, while Sophie and Cecil, barely containing their laughter, teased that he clearly had no idea. Alan declared it was time to march to war. Ahead was a crucial trial, the test for a new profession. The army would soon battle fierce monsters, with each fight marking a rite of passage. With shields lowered, the warriors strode into the dragon's fury. When the beast fell, awe swept the heroes. Had they truly gained such strength? Grateful whispers among travelers praised heavenly protection. Astonished, the cloaked man didn't hide his surprise. Alan realized reinforcement magic for summoned beasts also aided the elven army. Curiosity in her eyes, Sirena asked when the battle would start. Brimming with confidence in his summoning abilities, Alan called forth Arapon. With a commanding gesture, he ordered Arapon's formidable army to unleash their power and display their overwhelming strength. Drogo noted that a 3,000-strong army commanded respect. Watching as detached observers, they saw the Arapans appear. Alan said only a hero's unique power, unleashed in a decisive strike, could defeat such creatures. The sudden appearance of the Aerotomes caught the monsters completely off guard. At Alan's command, a barrage of acid was unleashed, dousing the fiends in a poisonous torrent that coursed through their ranks with deadly precision. Alan found himself teetering on the edge of divine favor. The last of their sacred stones had been depleted long ago. Now, survival meant slicing open the bellies of monsters, desperately searching their insides for any hope of salvation. A strategic call went out: surround the monsters. Each defeat enriches the war treasury. As chaos erupted on the battlefield, Karana arrived and unveiled a dazzling new skill that instantly commanded everyone's attention. Drogo cried out, urging immediate pursuit. Warriors leaped into action, fighting fearlessly. Meanwhile, Sophia lifted her chin with regal pride and sternly vowed never to forgive them for desecrating her homeland. Upon gaining her freedom, she called out to the Great Spirit. The spirit vowed to reduce all of Sophia's enemies to ashes. A faint rumble of explosions echoed through the air, and in that spectral form, the soldiers recognized their princess. They proclaimed that ants and dragons stood as their allies. Desperation drove them to fight with the same fierce determination that Sophia displayed. The battlefield seethed with chaos, every warrior locked in a brutal struggle to vanquish their foe. Alan's confidence soared as everything went well. No real threats nearby, just trivial foes. The young Araponis excelled, and by tomorrow new eggs would bring a surge, giving him an army of 3,000 Araponies in 30 days. The soldiers watched as the monsters bolted northward, suspicion flickering in their eyes. Could the enemy be retreating to their main stronghold? The taste of victory lingered in the air. Jubilant celebrations erupted as the queen and her army were showered with praise. On that momentous day, the combined might of just 3,000 elves managed to repel every enemy assault across all 4 cities. Overcome with grief, the father wept over his child's body until a cloaked man, J.A., appeared. The father instantly recognized him, and through divine intervention, J.A. restored the child's life. When she spoke, her father hugged her tightly, while Jai finally found freedom. Racked with guilt, he confessed all. Alan praised his courage, yet despite trying, Jai couldn't save everyone. Alan assured everyone the young man did his best. Meanwhile, Knight told the queen he'd soon report on the battle, in which nearly 100,000 monsters were defeated. The queen was visibly astonished. The elves noticed the unbearable heat in the south as, after defeating every foe, their army advanced to the eastern gate, forcing the demons into a frantic retreat back to their encampment. Cloaked in shadow, the elf declared his wish for her to hide herself at once in the nest. Defiant to the core, she refused outright, prompting the elf to exclaim that her stubbornness was utterly intolerable to him. Formal commanded Hetrayuga to show respect to the queen, but received only curses. Alan suddenly recognized Hetrayuga, and Sophie whispered that he was Rosenheim's most powerful elementalist, now speaking to Formal. Lord Getruga, the queen's sentinel and envoy of souls, stood vigilant at her side. Cecile compared him to a Latash swordmaster, and Alan wondered if Getruga stayed back only to be the queen's final shield when all else failed. Surveying the scene, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Surely his protective charms would prove useful now. After subtracting the 70,000 stones promised to Alan's group, they still had 30,000 left at their disposal. Glistening with delight, Siren radiated happiness. Alan, however, insisted that their progress was merely a beginning. An urgent investigation of the southern front was crucial. The summoned troops desperately required reinforcements. News arrived from the elf that air travel had finally resumed. The troops recuperating in the nest prepared to return to the front lines without delay. In 2 days, the war's tides shifted dramatically. The queen, beaming with hope, eagerly asked if Ailan had any elixir left. He assured her a fresh batch was already being prepared as they spoke. Word reached him that already 400 elixirs had been consumed today. He cautioned them. Should the need for more arise, payment would be required in stones. 100 elixirs would now cost 500 B-class stones. Fury flashed in Getruga's eyes. Cecil noted the war was rapidly consuming vital resources. Gia nodded in agreement. The knight turned to Alan, pressing him for details about the enemy forces, eager to hear what he knew. The boy radiated unwavering confidence and omniscience, while summoned creatures watched the enemy intently. Meanwhile, the Lord's army purged 4 cities of hellish forces and retreated north, leaving smoldering ruins behind. The soldiers froze in astonishment. Though superior, something felt wrong. Aaron barked orders for his squad to pursue the fleeing enemy, intent on uncovering their goal and reducing their numbers en route. The elves viewed the plan skeptically, but Alan demanded all warriors withdraw from the nest immediately. United, their strength would surge north to liberate Fortinia's capital. The queen, surprised by the sudden turn, clarified their orders were to attack, not defend. Suddenly, Alan declared he would destroy the Lord's remaining army, leaving everyone present visibly astonished. The lads relentlessly chased the demonic legion north, earning 30,000 precious gems with their rapid rear assault. If this pace continued for 100 days, the 3 million-strong army would disappear completely. In March, counting from time 0, the boys surged ahead with relentless momentum. Alan believed the capital was near, but a gnawing sense the enemy was rallying for another assault made him suddenly freeze. The boys asked if he'd noticed anything suspicious. Alan replied things had turned dire. He'd just realized the enemy's plan. After studying them, Formal firmly declared they couldn't face this challenge alone. Alan delivered the bad news. They had to turn back. At the aeropons, he assured everyone the crafts could handle the strain, while the Queen pressed for answers, asking if a 1,000,000-strong army was marching toward Tiamo. 4 armies lifted their siege, regrouping just outside the cities as they awaited reinforcements. Once united, their resolve hardened. They set their sights on Tiamo. In only 2 days, the formidable host would reach its target. The Queen turned her gaze toward the white llama. Alan quickly realized that the demons had sensed her arrival. Clearly, these creatures were far more cunning than he had ever imagined. Alpha concluded that only a masterful commander could be orchestrating these forces, for their movements displayed an astonishing unity. 1,000,000 warriors, now that was a truly formidable army. All eyes shifted to Alan, who declared his intention to seize Fortenia without delay and then confront the enemy right beneath its very walls. With no other options, battle was the only path for Tiamo. Asked about evacuation, the Queen calmly declared it impossible in 2 days. Instead, they would unite and fight together for their home. Silence cloaked the room. Alan offered his thanks, remarking that he hadn't expected anything less. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit his eyes. With curiosity, he inquired whether the army possessed any scouts. Their skills could prove invaluable. The man estimated their numbers at nearly 3,000. Unconcerned about whether Alan would choose to take them along, he simply requested that they select a leader from among themselves, to whom he would later reveal his plan. That would leave them 3 precious days to reinforce the city's defenses. Understanding the urgency, the man promised they would spare no effort, swiftly mobilizing troops from the nest. With a quiet command, he urged the group forward. When Cecile asked if he was afraid, Alan realized death no longer haunted him since his second chance. Now, only his friend's uncertain fate unsettled him. Silence swept over the boys in an instant. Voices rang out, urging him to consider his own safety for once. But Alan reassured them with calm conviction. There was no need for concern. He intended to protect everyone. The marshal marveled at their flawless coordination. The soldiers threw themselves into preparations with unwavering focus. 3 days slipped by, and the enemy loomed ever closer. Leading the opposing forces marched Katruga himself. The elf relayed Alan's astonishing message. They had already wiped out 400,000 demons, nearly half the enemy's forces. Perplexed, Katruga struggled to understand why their help was still needed. The elf announced the enemy's defeat and vowed to defend the city, but a colossal army of 600,000 demons advanced. Battle erupted fiercely, and Katruga warned their arrows barely slowed the relentless onslaught. With a rallying cry, the elf urged the warriors to defend the queen with courage. Suddenly, a griffin appeared overhead. Alan had arrived just in time, wondering if his spirit still sought Katruga. Alan admitted he was near collapse and needed help. Facing 400,000 enemies after using 110,000 stones, with just 20,000 left and 600,000 more monsters ahead, his situation looked increasingly dire. An unending chain of grueling battles unfolded, pushing Alan and his companions to the very brink of their endurance. Sadly, no magic potion existed to banish fatigue or soothe their mounting stress. Only a little longer, and their ordeal would be over. Fortunately, Alan had his loyal team by his side. Summoning the Arapans, he commanded them to multiply. With a thunderous call, he summoned all nearby. Anticipation crackled as demons awaited battle. Alan declared he'd hunted them relentlessly for 3 days and nights. They had no idea of the fury burning within him. Dorador was ordered to unleash all his strength. Instantly, the dragon spewed a raging fire that incinerated nearby demons, leaving Gethruga frozen in awe at the conjurer's overwhelming power. Alan Held flips open the book. The stockpile of B-class magic stones is dwindling fast. Only 15,000 remain. A thunderous roar shattered the stillness of the battlefield. Alan paused, momentarily lost in thought, then called out boldly to Karina, Cecile, and Sophie, urging them to unleash their extraordinary powers. Raising her staff with serene confidence, Cecile declared that her task was complete. Meanwhile, Sirena and Sophie, silently attuned to each other, unleashed their abilities without uttering a word. Beastly creatures surged into battle against the demons. With a thunderous command, Katuga ordered his spirit to obliterate their foes. From beneath the earth, a colossal gauntlet erupted, shattering the ground as it emerged. The elf shot a sharp glance at the fifth squad and ordered them to deploy their reserve skills. Instantly, they acted, unleashing powerful explosions one after another that shook the field with their force. The battle raged with unrelenting fury. Muscles taut with tension, Alan sensed the onslaught slipping beyond control. Desperation flickered in his eyes as he feverishly searched for his next move, scrambling for any strategy that might turn the tide. Only around 400,000 remained, while Alan possessed a mere 9,000 magic stones. Each minute, the cost of summoning drained 290 units, meaning his reserves would last no more than half an hour on the battlefield. A monstrous claw struck Sirena without warning, knocking her back. Drogo quickly steadied himself, tense and alert, while Gia rushed to Sirena's side and used healing magic to treat her wounds. Alan approached her, concern flickering in his eyes, and asked if everything was all right. With a calm nod, the girl assured him she was fine, then added quietly that her demons were about to descend upon this very row. Doubt washed over Alan as he wondered if entrusting Sirena and Drogo with the daunting A-rank monster task was too much, questioning whether they could truly keep up or if the responsibility was more than they could handle. Sirena and Drogo teetered on the brink, their bodies battered and spirits waning. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught Drogo's weary gaze. A formidable elven warrior raced by, clutching a mysterious satchel tightly in his hands. The scout recounted his chilling tale. Pure chaos reigned within those walls, a veritable hell on earth. Upon reaching the northern gate, he ran into another knight sentry, who, without hesitation, urged him to hurry on ahead. With a swift command, he ordered the scout to toss the satchel into the well, unleashing enchanted stones that scattered over Alan's book, revealing to the scout the secret behind their triumphant strategy. Alan couldn't hide his joy. The long-awaited payment was here. Plans for the money raced through his mind as, in just 3 days, their team had defeated nearly 400,000 monsters during daring raids behind enemy lines. There was no time for trophies. The elven scouts swiftly collected gemstones from fallen foes and presented them to Timo. Alan marveled at the endless wave of enemies. No matter how many fell, more arrived. A melodic tune caught Cecile's attention as Alan excitedly announced they now commanded 300,000 enchanted stones, declaring it the perfect moment to launch their counterattack. At Alan's command, Doridori strode onto the arena. The dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. For the first time, he was about to take part in the spectacle he'd awaited for so long. Fierce jets of dragonfire swept across the battlefield, incinerating demons in rapid succession. Amidst the blazing chaos, Alan found his skills and experience growing with every foe consumed by the flames. With 580 Class B crystals already spent, Alan erupted in fury, his voice booming as he commanded everyone to press on, pouring every ounce of his outrage and anger into the order. The boys couldn't conceal their astonishment, while Sirena unabashedly admired the spectacle before her eyes. Drogo, a bit flustered, gently pointed out that her flames consumed not only their enemies, but also the enchanted stones. The soldiers, witnessing the unfolding scene, broke their silence with uncertain murmurs. Bewilderment clouded their faces as they struggled to grasp whether the demon forces were truly in retreat. Awe struck Katruga and the elves as they watched the breathtaking spectacle, wonder on their faces and mouths agape, while the warriors marveled at the extraordinary power shown by these remarkable humans. Within a few hours, the fierce battle subsided. The Demon Lord's army, once relentless in its assault on Tiamo, lay utterly defeated. Nearly 200,000 magic stones were spent, rising to 400,000 after 3 days of peach cultivation. However, 200,000 charred stones were recovered on the battlefield, offering a silver lining. Tales spread among the elves of how the King of Spirits had not abandoned them in their darkest hour. Out of gratitude for the mighty Rosen's unwavering support, they plucked melodies from their harps and reveled in joyous celebration. The boys basked in the hot spring's warmth, enjoying their well-earned rest. Alan grinned, declaring nothing beats a soak after a good hunt, a sentiment the others echoed, their agreement ringing through the steamy air. The wide doors swung open, admitting a soldier who shuffled awkwardly into the hall and stammered out his arrival. Anxiety swept through the elves, leaving them trembling with fear. One of the soldiers assured them there was nothing to fear, for he stood firmly on their side. Intellectually they understood his words, yet their anxiety clung to them, refusing to surrender even in the face of his reassurance. Utterly exhausted, Alain staggered in to reveal that 200,000 had fled, costing him the title Destroyer of all living things. Yet amid the chaos, 8 of 1,000 remained, unbroken and resolute, refusing to run no matter what. A warm smile lit up the Queen's face as she offered heartfelt thanks for the rescue from danger. She went on to remark that everything was unfolding precisely as the spirit ruler had foretold. Alan had indeed become the true savior of their realm. Alan's sides noted sadly that in such situations, everything would be done so cautiously and discreetly it might go unnoticed. He wondered aloud what would happen if 2 million enemies suddenly launched a surprise attack. The elves fell silent for a moment before Alan, grinning, broke the hush to reveal he'd been joking. Confidently, he assured everyone that victory was certain. There was no room for doubt. Special recognition, he emphasized, must go to the scouts. Their remarkable efforts truly merit the highest praise. The elves fell into thoughtful silence at these words, some of the warriors even nodding in agreement. One among them turned to Alan, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and asked what course of action they would take next in this war. Alan's breath caught at the declaration that they'd now strategize together. The man added that if intelligence was right, the invaders' army in Brosenheim would soon shrink to just 1.7 million soldiers. That's why staying alert is crucial. The Demon Lord will stop at nothing to turn the tide, even going so far as to summon reinforcements. A man asked if Alan meant the 4 million-strong army trapped in sea ice and idleness. Alan, weary from endless skirmishes near Tiamo, yearned for a real battlefield with strong fortifications and solid ground. The man insisted that nothing rivals the fortress of Lapoka for reliability, a true mountain bastion, as impregnable and unyielding as the rock itself. Aladust asked if this was the northern fortress of Tiamo and was promptly told it had fallen to demons. Regretfully, the man admitted he once mourned leaving it without summoning all its defenses. Lingering in Tiamo seemed pointless to Alan now. Decisive action was long overdue. With newfound resolve, he declared that it was time to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. The man assured everyone that he understood the plan, then boldly proposed diverting half their troops to seize Lapolka. Another elf chimed in, noting that 5 days would be needed to gather the forces. Reinforcements emerged from the nest as urgency mounted. Alan warned they had just 5 days to crush the shattered army, making every detail of their battle plan crucial and requiring thorough discussion. Following a brief exchange, they reassured Alan that everything was clear and urged him to get some rest. The boys settled down for the night, yet, in the dead of night, Alan found himself reaching for his phone to call Lily. Explaining his predicament, He confessed his need for her assistance in sneaking somewhere unnoticed. The fairy, taken aback, couldn't help but ask in disbelief if he had truly summoned her in the middle of the night for such a trivial reason. The following day, 3 fairies found themselves amidst towering mountains. One remarked that she could have sworn she'd glimpsed them, all appearing as mere mortals. Before the trio loomed the impregnable fortress of Lapoka. Alan stood in awe as a formidable fortress emerged before his eyes, hemmed in by sheer, towering cliffs. The daunting realization struck him, claiming such a stronghold would be no easy feat. From this vantage point, he was certain he could already glimpse the World Tree, its colossal form looming so grandly it seemed impossible to miss. Disguised as menacing beasts, the fairies slipped toward the fortress walls, remembering Alain's order. No killing, ever. Even if exposed, no one would suspect that summoned fairies hid behind their monstrous forms. Meanwhile, the inner walls of the fortress teemed with monsters. Suddenly, one of the grotesque creatures turned toward the disguised fairy. Calmly surveying her surroundings, she inquired what business the beast might have with her. A stern command told her to deliver the cart quickly to Master Glaster while he was still in a good mood. She wondered, was he just the Snow Fortress overseer, or the supreme commander of all Rosenheim's forces? Silent agreement in her eyes, she departed wordlessly, reminded that he valued his life, so she shouldn't delay. It struck her. Anyone able to brew tea so skillfully must have a sharper mind than they appeared. Blissfully unaware of any safety precautions, he found himself listening as she apologized, confessing her uncertainty about just how life-threatening this might be. Alan could hardly believe the sheer recklessness of such a tea gathering. He froze, stunned by the sight ahead. The fairy, hidden in her costume, also stopped, amazed to spot a small table in the vast hall where 3 demons sat together, their presence both intriguing and unsettling. At first glance, every one of them exuded an air of undeniable authority. Among them stood a figure with a small horn jutting from the left side of his head, while the rest of his face disappeared beneath a thick veil of hair. The second demon radiated stern authority, with sharp features, short-cropped hair, and 2 formidable horns. In contrast, the more beastly third demon exuded an equally commanding and formidable presence. Alan quickly realized the figures were senior demons led by an archdemon. This hierarchy was first revealed 8 centuries ago when Hermios infiltrated their domain and destroyed several. The lesson at school had opened their eyes to this. Curiosity gnawed at him. He longed to know how they were faring. Spotting the approaching fairy, the group remarked with satisfaction that the tea had arrived at precisely the right moment. As one of the demons suggested taking a break, Glazer, consumed by rage, snapped that they'd be better off focusing on uncovering the reasons behind their defeat. A demon sighed, noting that Spirit King Rosen had ascended to divinity, explaining the elves' new power. Another doubted such a proud race would seek help, but then wondered if Rosen had moved too quickly with this ascension. The demon observed that their spiritual envoy had already reached true greatness. There was no need for further exaggeration. The demon insisted it was impossible. If a powerful spirit envoy had appeared, none would have survived. He knew nothing of the monster foes, but had heard whispered legends of dragons and ants. Thrilled by the exhilarating spy mission, Alan relished the thrill of secrecy. No one suspected a thing. He remained a ghost among them. In his mind, not a single agent lurked within the ranks of the elves. Gloucester exclaimed that they were stumbling around like blind mice, utterly clueless about what was happening. He went on to reveal that the commander had already called for reinforcements. Alan looked back in shock, briefly mistaking him for an archdemon. Someone wondered if one could reach this place alone from the capital, but it was impossible. Glaster quickly said he was leaving everything to them. Alan believed these were all supreme demons, with the archdemon still lurking undisturbed in the capital. As tension rose and the situation worsened, he hoped the reserve fighters would soon be called. Glaster noted that next time they would outmaneuver the elves by striking from both flanks, wait patiently for reinforcements, and crush their resistance with the sheer force of superior numbers. 10 kilometers north of Tiamo, thoughts crowded the mind of a dark-haired youth. Gathering stones seemed utterly ill-timed, and he could only hope the elves would manage this task with far greater success. The girl, hair neatly tied with a ribbon as she scattered pebbles, turned to him in astonishment, barely able to grasp that he'd trust elves with the treasure, despite knowing about demons and the looming threat of the devil. The twin-tailed girl and the bandana-wearing boy exchanged astonished glances, their faces bewildered as they failed to recall the identities of the looming demons, referring to them only as supreme devils. In his mind, the dark-haired youth cast himself as the ultimate boss of Rosenheim. Yet, for the girl with the bow, he was a complete enigma, a figure unlike any her homeland had ever witnessed. Relief eluded them. Each hour, the boy in the bandana grew more confused, pondering the mysterious plan sending reserves south off the main route. The girl sighed in worry, while the dark-haired youth's gaze grew determined. In the southern shadows lay a hidden lair where they planned to feast on elves and attack Tiamo again. But a ribbon-haired girl saw the lair crowded with refugees from across the kingdom amidst the darkness. Another girl grabbed the boy's collar, urgently shaking him and silently begging him to help her, but confusion showed in his eyes. For him, this had nothing to do with him. He wasn't even a redhead. A sudden silence filled the hall, but the young man pressed on, showing he wasn't alone. Together, they had the strength to resist the enemy and were ready to use every weapon they had. The boy in the bandana paused, deep in thought. At last it was clear. His companion needed to master that unique ability, the one that merged body and soul into a single force. Just as he himself had once described. Sporting twin tails and a determined gaze, the girl confidently declared she'd mastered skills since childhood: Holy Saber, Cutting Strike, Flying Blade, Crimson Blossom, Thunder and Lightning, Unyielding Body, and Swordsmanship. Additional fragment. Crossing the Threshold. The boy, slightly melancholy, said it seemed the skill mastered her, not vice versa. The girl shrugged, implying the ability acted on its own, only activating when something triggered it in her mind. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark-haired boy grabbed her cheeks, puckering her face like a duck, insisting she couldn't do it herself. Some god must be involved, while she quickly begged him to let go. Determined not to lose her, the young man saw someone had tried to suppress her potential, but she was a true heroine. The girl with the bow realized her abilities now made her nearly equal in stats to her comrades. With a spark of excitement, the dark-haired youth suggested seizing command of the Exru and mastering new abilities beneath its veil. Moreover, casting aside any fixation on limitations would unlock the power to slice every archdemon into pieces. Sirena accepted the task bravely, ready to begin with conviction, but the boy clenched his fist, warning her to stay cautious. A glance at the book reminded him he was also quite skilled in this craft. He never gained a signature magical attack. Despite reaching level 63 through countless battles, some abilities always stayed out of reach, forever untouched and unrealized. His abilities fell short. Despite hoping command would unlock at level 60, the young man found the power still out of reach. Confused, he wondered when, or if, these elusive skills would finally be his. Regardless of the circumstances, no choice remained for him but to keep cutting through the endless horde of reinforcements. Having expertly unraveled every scheme of the enemy while clad in her wolf's pelt, Lily spearheaded the pursuit, tracking the movements of the Demon Lord's reserve army with unwavering determination. A massive horde of 4 million demons surged toward Rosenheim. A flickering map showed only 1,700,000 left as the assault split. 3 million advanced one way, another million carved a separate path. As the enemy advanced and split their forces with a new strategy, It was clear they adapted to the situation. At the War Council, a quick decision was made: speed up the assault on Lapoka Fortress. Moving all 300,000 elven warriors would have taken at least 10 days. Time we lacked, so we had to abandon that plan. A February calendar appeared. 3 days passed, and our next destination became Tiamo. General Lucidrol greeted Mr. Allen with a warm smile. Allen cheerfully noted how long it had been. The general then announced their 40,000-strong army, just arrived from the nest, was now fully prepared and ready for action. Gatrua and the others would soon join them. Allen, uncertain of the queen's fate, voiced his concern and was told she would remain in Tiamo, radiant, regal, graceful, and commanding as ever in her exquisite attire. Surrounded by her loyal guards, she listened as Lucidrol recounted his tale, how he'd lost his arm in the heat of battle for the northern fortress, a savage beast severing the limb with a single brutal strike. The idea that this creature outclassed even A-rank monsters gripped him. Suspecting it might be an archdemon, Allen agreed to proceed, on the condition that all strong demons be theirs, and he would lead, with the others following. A dazzling parade of griffins and flying ships soared skyward. Ellen spotted a bat in the lower right. Formal immediately sensed her command and focused on the shadowy figure lurking there. A piercing whistle signaled Mishka's swift dive and sudden elimination. Allen, openly delighted, boasted with pride that only he could eliminate an enemy from a full kilometer away. Recognizing the formal style's strength for long-range attacks, he reached level 60 with 1,322 power and 716 mana. 10 months after their first meeting, he still hadn't awakened any new abilities. Absolute certainty flowed through Allen as he issued his warning. This power would be used solely to protect Sophie, nothing more. Forcing his hand would be a grave mistake. A voice suddenly called out to him. Formal stood there, unsure what to do after rescuing Rosenheim, as the young man stared in surprise, and the elf remarked that his help had come at just the right moment. Trapped in a hopeless situation, he admired the other's unwavering devotion, but Allen's next move was a mystery. The desire to uncover it gnawed at him relentlessly, becoming an obsession he couldn't shake. At that moment, Formal looked intensely focused and determined, while the dark-haired boy stared in shocked disbelief, clearly still hoping the Spirit King would fulfill his promise to raise every participant's level. Allen confessed that since childhood, he had dreamed of earning the illustrious 4-star archer title. Even now, he searched his memory, determined to recall the names of those who had already scaled that lofty peak. A shadow of sorrow crossed the elf's face. He soon apologized, calling his question foolish. The bow-wielding girl reassured Sophie, saying Allen had likely considered every detail and there was no need to worry. On February 4th, atop windswept heights, Lapoka Fortress loomed over the wintry landscape. Allen noted its 2 gates, north and south. After a brief discussion, they decided to approach the southern entrance. Grinning playfully, the boy in the oversized hat joked that trudging through snowstorms was a pleasure. Their leader assured them a path would be cleared, then raised his hand and ordered the Zerzols to press on. The Steel Knights surged forward, forming a living shield around their allies. Facing them were 50,000 elves and 300,000 demons on defense, while the enemy ranks stood motionless, paralyzed by fear of any movement. Nevertheless, they chose to stick to a defensive strategy. The demons clustered near the entrances while their leader sneered at us, hurling mockery and calling us fools without mercy. To him, our attack reeked of reckless overconfidence. But with so few warriors, capturing his fortress was impossible. The ballista groaned as it launched massive spears, while the demons wished all could witness the terrifying power of their fearsome siege weapon. The weapon unleashed a colossal arrow that streaked through the air with thunderous speed, slamming straight into the knight's shield. A spark ignited in his eyes as he instantly invoked total internal reflection, turning the tide in a flash. Triple endurance. Trip absorbs damage and instantly returns it to distant foes. This skill recharges daily. Satisfaction appeared on Alan's face, knowing such a powerful ability was too risky for the martial arts tournament. Curiosity gripped him. How many creatures had died here? Lucidrol, already understanding, silently called on the spirit. Instantly, a radiant square of light flared around her, its brilliance destroying the monsters. An eternal miniature garden appeared, its magic granting every elf within a kilometer an hour of immense power. Alan realized this enchantment would let each ally fight with triple their normal strength. With a commanding cry, the general swiftly ordered the archers to eliminate the invaders who had seized their fortress. Instantly, soldiers raised their bows, unleashing a flurry of arrows that tore through the air in a deadly storm. He burned with a desire to destroy their enemy, but Alan noted the foe hadn't acted, so waiting until tomorrow was wise. Glancing at the clock, the boy was startled to see it was nearly noon. Meanwhile, the young man urged the general to keep firing at the fallen enemy, suspecting reinforcements. Lucidrol vowed to prove himself in battle, but insisted special abilities be saved for the decisive moment, as agreed. 3 team members headed for the snowy mountains, boots crunching on frost. Alan, trusting his instincts, stopped where a strong beast, G, power plus 22, attack plus 22, lurked. Without pause, he picked Mogusk as his champion. Strength and attack power were both 1010, with no mana. Endurance was 6, agility 5, intellect 7, luck 6. Bonuses, plus 2 to strength and attack. Unique skills, tunneling mastery, and awakening dormant life underground. A newly awakened life skill, the uncanny ability to dig a pit 2 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Alan cautioned them to stay alert. The others answered in silent accord, nodding their agreement without a word. Snowy torrents quietly flowed from the mountains as Alan and Mogusk, determined, dug their tunnel deeper beneath the fortress. The little creature felt sure of their location, and Alan announced they had done enough for the day. The elves set up camp and gathered firewood for warmth. Alan felt secure knowing the fortress had withstood every assault, a true safe haven. Sophie shared it was built long ago by a legendary envoy of the spirits. The sight startled the boy. Curious, he asked Sophie why such a massive fortress stood here, since at first glance, demons didn't seem to pose much of a threat in this place. With a start of surprise, the girl exclaimed at his ever-present resourcefulness. Once, after all, their continent had been home to 2 peoples, light elves and dark elves, whose history together had been anything but harmonious. The majestic world tree, revered by both peoples with equal devotion, ultimately chose to take root in the realm of the luminous elves. Within these lands, it was worshipped and guarded as a sacred wellspring from which spirits were born. Yet the shadow-dwelling Quelli refused to bow to the established order, ceaselessly igniting conflicts in their relentless quest for power. In stark contrast, the luminous elves devoted themselves to uncovering paths toward peaceful coexistence. The Black Shrouds, rejecting all peace and bent on eliminating every elf, waged relentless war for millennia as the fortress of Lapoka rose from chaos. Ultimately, the elves suffered a crushing defeat. As other elves prayed and sought the great tree's roots, a young girl met a squirrel she named Rosen and made a strange pact. From then on, the villagers called her the priestess with shining hair. The priest's formidable power turned the war against dark wealth. Afterward, elves begged for coexistence or exile, but were instead chained and exiled, forever forbidden from returning. Those somber shrouds of pride remained unbroken, and from then on, the continent was called Rosengeim. With a wistful sigh, Sophie called it her shadowed past, leaving Alan stunned and questioning if Her Majesty was truly the High Priestess. Her hair shimmered just as brightly, but Sophie disagreed, claiming their radiant locks proved their kinship, and from then on, no one dared make a pact with the great Rosen. After finishing her meal, Karina admitted her curiosity had only intensified. Their troubles worsened, casting a darker shadow, while the unresolved reason behind the unsealed agreement continued to baffle them. Lucidrol bowed to the King of Spirits, grateful for the chance to survive the day. Meanwhile, Alan entered camp, warmly greeted everyone, praised their hard work, but reminded them that many challenges still lay ahead. The general froze, bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. Unfazed, Alan calmly declared his understanding, assuring them that by tomorrow they would seize the fortress of Lapoka. The Demon Lord's army advances rapidly. In 3 days, Rosenheim's final regiments will reinforce us. Meanwhile, 4 million reservists are ready, their loyalty hinging on tomorrow's battle's outcome. Lucidry realized that this bloody conflict showed no signs of ending, yet even a single defeat would spell total ruin for Rosenheim. No matter what, they will follow you to the ends of the earth, Mr. Allen. The general's order was clear: cast them into hell. Allen accepted with unwavering resolve. As fire crackled behind, the conspirators watched the fortress, clinging to a fragile hope of victory. On the morning of February 5th, they synchronized their watches. The day to reclaim Lapoka Fortress had come. Cheers erupted, arms raised in triumph. From this impregnable stronghold, their advance would begin. The soldiers advanced toward the fortress as demonic creatures gathered at its walls. Realizing it was time to split, Allen signaled, and everyone followed his order without hesitation. A small group, straying from the main column, nearly fell into a deep chasm ahead. Startled, they stared at the mysterious rock fissure and turned to Mr. Allen, eager to know what could have caused such an unnatural rift. Wearing confident cheer, he revealed the pit was a real tunnel he dug last night, leading beneath the fortress walls. Excitement soared as their 5,000 elf squad prepared to sneak in and open the gates for the whole army. One traveler remarked that infiltrating a den of 300,000 foes would need 5,000 elite warriors, but Allen, unfazed, replied they'd considered every option and knew such a mission was achievable for fearless men like them. With no other option, they obeyed the command without hesitation. A knight muttered, "Eat," sealing their pact. None realized the tunnel was not hastily made, but built with great skill and relentless determination. To them, it seemed the battle above had erupted in full fury as a thunderous roar echoed through the tunnel. Allen, reminded noon neared, told Karina to strike with all her might, but not break the sword. She gripped the hilt, determined. A deafening explosion erupted, and as dust settled to reveal swarms of attackers pouring through the breach, Allen ordered Lord Gatrus, defending the southern gate, to march in step behind him without delay. Cold numbers on a sheet never inspired dread the way their reality did when they materialized before Allen's very eyes. A horde of demons burst forth, growling menacingly as they surged toward him, preparing to strike. The commander thundered a new order, entrusting Sophie to unleash her extra. Without hesitation, she sprang into action, summoning the mighty spirit's power and earnestly invoking its protection for their troops. The demons surged, firing arrows and hurling fire from staves, as their sinister leader ordered loyal skeletons to slaughter the cursed Irdavans. Arrows shattered with a sharp crack against the magical shield that fiercely guarded the colossal bird. Satisfaction flickered across Allen's face as he glanced at Sophie, a warm smile breaking through as he praised her, calling her a remarkable girl. At level 60, she had 723 strength, 1,621 mana plus 600, 598 attack, 844 agility, 903 intellect plus 600, and 840 luck, demonstrating overwhelming power. Mastery over spirit magic set her apart, leaving Allen without any real point of comparison. He could only speculate. Perhaps this enigmatic power was intertwined with her lineage as a descendant of the first priestess. The ability to summon a grand spirit, a feat unattainable even for 3-star elementalists, truly seemed to defy every known rule of the game. Glancing at his watch, Alan noted how the hands aligned perfectly at midnight. At Lucidrol's command, everyone unleashed their powers. Chaos erupted with arrows whistling, flaming bolts piercing darkness, and fire orbs soaring. Alan watched, satisfied, as his team conjured a truly lethal storm. Arrows rained down like a relentless storm, cutting down hordes of demons in their path. Alan rallied everyone to steer clear of the wall. Seizing control of the southern gate was their only hope. Arrows soared over the fortress wall as elven warriors pressed on, finishing off wounded demons. Meanwhile, the creaking fortress gates opened, prompting a soldier to hurry forward and deliver a report. The elven army assembled before the gates and marched in to face the enemy vanguard. Once inside, a clear command ordered them to remove the fallen and fortify defenses, which they carried out swiftly and without hesitation. Alan thanked Lucy Drow for her timely help, but the general credited Alan instead. The commander then ordered the sweep, reminding all that the fortress must remain unharmed, even amid intense battle. A thunderous explosion echoed from the far side of the fortress. As fierce fighting raged west, Alan, proud of the young warrior's skill, led his 5,000 elves without hesitation toward the eastern wall. The army obeyed the command and charged, but demons suddenly hurled down the upper stairs, colliding with the squad. At that moment, Alan's eyes blazed. He instantly sensed the arrival of these infernal creatures. Alan sincerely apologized to everyone and announced it was time to move out. The soldiers set up defenses along the outer wall as their commanding officer affirmed the order, confidently assuring the team's reliability. Cards depicting majestic griffins fluttered from the pages of the book, and Alan swiftly set about summoning them. Meanwhile, near the southern gate, a soldier warned Lucidrol to remain vigilant. Greater demons had begun to emerge in these lands. The chieftain stood deep in thought, grave-faced, sword on his shoulder, exuding dominance. Dread flooded Lucidrol. The dreaded demon from the northern fortress stood before him, confirmed by that sinister, echoing laughter. A sudden suspicion flashed. Maybe Lucidrol was here to lose his other hand. Instantly, the general's face grew intense. Behind the demon, a dog stood alert. The creature saw the general had both hands, stunned by the impossible truth. One demon speculated he'd used an elven elixir, an extremely rare, precious potion, showing the elf's great importance. Yet, even with such magic, it wouldn't have been enough to change the war's outcome. Lucidril conceded defeat, outmatched by formidable foes. Suddenly, griffin-mounted regiments soared overhead. Alan's resolve hardened, his focus unwavering, while the demon gaped, shocked by the unexpected dwarven arrival. The long-haired blonde demon corrected the leader, clarifying the youth was a human child. Finding the situation a cosmic joke, the leader responded sarcastically, calling them pitiable children. The question tormented him. Who was this ruthless leader who doomed them all? Alan asked to avoid their questions and insisted they stay ignorant, mockingly calling them mindless demons. A sudden darkness swept over the demons. Turning to the Lord, he brimmed with longing to show mercy, yet his tone shifted sharply as he commanded Neftari and Yagov to deliver their heads. Without hesitation, the long-haired one accepted the order. The girl in her magnificent hat couldn't understand why anyone provoked them, while Drogo, eyeing the 3-meter-tall creatures, decided it'd be much easier to slip off the griffin and land on the ground. Alan nodded curtly, resignation clear on his face, then shouted for Siren to keep the bagel close. Drogo was assigned to handle Hoffman, and Formal was tasked with watching the silver-haired girl closely. Tension gripped Alan as he struggled to free up 3 precious summoning slots, unable to decide which wards were least essential. This dilemma had plagued his mind for ages and offered no easy solution. Croissant crept silently toward Sirena, who eyed him keenly. His porcelain-smooth skin and striped horns gave him a mischievous look, but Sirena called him her prankster pipsqueak, for he looked nothing like a real devil.